rising. You know what I'm saying? Like we're talking about on a big.
No, there has to be a container to keep the gas here. If there's no container, the gas is going to increase in entropy, like you described, right? It's going to fuck off.
Yeah, what you don't understand, in order to have a pressure gradient like I just described to you, you first require a container to contain the pressure to have the gradient within. If you don't have that container, all of that pressure just goes away.
Isn't that what happens right now? Like right now, if I release some gas, it's going to go away, right?
Yeah, it's going to disperse into the volume.
And
it's not
go high and it's colder in the air.
It's not going to go away. It's going to cycle. It's going to disperse into the air and then eventually cycle back down in the gas cycles.
Yeah. Where trees and shit come from, carbon cycle, right? The biology sucks the carbon out of the gas in the atmosphere, and over time, tree.
So even if I'm messing with a certain type of nitrogen that I'm releasing gas, the gas is going to go up, it's going to come back down.
It's the nitrogen cycle. So this is biology, right, on the surface of the Earth. First observation, when the gas is produced, it goes up. So, for example, a methane vent at the bottom of the sea, the gas will be produced, bubble up through the water, and then disperse into available space above. So to have gravity acting on gas, we need the phenomena, but when the gas is produced, it fills the space, it goes up. If it's cycled or not, well, of course, there's potential for it to be cycled all of the time because of the diverse chemical and biological system that we reside in. Depending on that gas, something might reabsorb it and use it for something else. The system's in constant flux, right? Heating, cooling, the seasonal cycles, vast oceans where we get our oxygen from, right? Phytoplankton, biology in the sea, right? Which we and everything else that lives absorbs, uses for energy, for work. To have this thermodynamic complex system, it must be a closed thermodynamic system. Because if it was an open thermodynamic system, all of the energy would go away. And that's including the gas that we breathe that's got the temperature T, the energy.
I just thought that because of the second thermodynamic law, that it was because of the gas that's keeping it from not escaping, that is not like, completely derailing this law. It's not like violating the law or anything. You know what I'm saying? Because gravity is supposed to keep the gas.
Maybe I'll explain open and closed systems to you. Do you know what I'm talking about when I say open and closed system, or open and closed thermodynamic system?
Yeah, I understand what you're saying.
Okay. So, would you be able to tell me what they are, or do you want me to do it? Because we need to know this for you to understand the point. And closed system. Well, okay, there's three systems: isolated, closed, and open. Isolated are theoretical; they don't actually exist in nature. Open and closed do. But we'll get the ball rolling with the isolated system. Energy, we'll call that thermodynamic heat, and physical matter like gas can't enter or escape an isolated system. A closed system can let thermodynamic energy heat into the system but can't let physical matter, gas, out of the system. An open system, free transfer of both physical matter and energy heat. So if you've got a can of soda, right, and it's closed and you leave it in the car on a hot day and you come back, it's hotter. It might even expand because of the pressure, and then you open the system and then the gas and the water come out. If the Earth was an open system, all that energy would leave. We're told the Earth is an open system, which violates the law I've just described. It must be closed to keep the energy in.
So Earth is a can? Is that what you're saying?
It's a closed thermodynamic system.
But how does your can explanation relate to Earth? The massive size of Earth.
Okay, so it's about open and closed systems. Do you know the difference between open and closed systems?
Yeah.
Good.
I do.
Good. So what do you need me to explain in how it's relevant to the Earth? Just described an open and a closed system. I've even opened a closed system. So if the system was open, we wouldn't have pressure. The gas would fuck off.
And we know energy.
But you're using a can as an example in comparison to Earth, which is a massive body.
Closed system. I'm just talking like very simply to my young friend here, right? I'm bringing up something that we all have access to. A can that gets hot over time. It's closed because you haven't opened it yet, but the heat got in it, didn't it?
Yeah, but that's a can. That's a very small container.
Yes.
And
Earth is a very massive, big body.
Thermodynamic system, yeah.
Earth is a massive container. That's correct.
I didn't say it's a massive container. That's what you said.
It's a massive thermodynamic system, isn't it?
But isn't you use the can as something.
Isn't it?
How does this follow?
Excuse me. Hello. Isn't it?
Can I mention one thing though? Because with that experiment of the can, that was a very good experiment, but that's out of the container at that point. That's
when you opened it.
That's energy being added outside the container now. So
yeah, like the sun.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we get heat from the sun. It's radioactive energy, right?
Yeah.
Propagated to us through heat. Now we can have that in an open and closed system, can't we?
Yeah.
And what we can't have is free matter transfer, right? In a closed system. It has to be open for the matter to freely transfer. So if the system is open, the gas fucks off. If the Earth is an open system, residing uncontained from a vacuum, the thermodynamic law will say the gas fucks off.
To give you a simple example, you just
matter exchange when it's closed, though, right?
No free matter exchange when it's closed. Only energy exchange. That's why we had to open it to get the matter out.
Yeah, just think about a balloon. You blow into the balloon, you increase the pressure inside the balloon as you blow into it. But when you poke a hole into it, that greater pressure goes out the hole and equalizes with the outside lower pressure.
Yeah, I know. It's just that's an isolated, experiment, and I'm out here thinking like we're not in a container. Like I'm just gonna keep it real. I get that you're pitching it at me, but it's like.
But
I'm
then you
thinking
can't
bigger right
have
now. I'm trying to think
the
bigger.
gas and water cycles. Then you can't have the gas and water cycles. So you're screwed.
Yeah, as soon as you don't have a container, all the gas fucks off. As soon as you take all the gas away, all the water fucks off because it requires the gas pressure to stay a liquid. And so now you don't have any water or any air. How do you have life on Earth?
Yeah, sorry, bro. You're not on planet Spaceship Earth.
Damn.
And there's nothing you could do, right? Nothing that you could suggest to both you and I right now, right, that we could go out and practically do without too much trouble, right? That's reasonable, right, and within the realm of possibility to prove that when you look up at the sky, you're looking at an almost infinite, ever-expanding vacuum, near-perfect vacuum.
Yeah.
Nothing. It's a belief that you have. It's a belief. You believe that you are on an object in outer space, and there's nothing you could do to prove it.
And I get it. I mean, we were all there once, and the Hollywood movies showing all these globes and spaceships traveling through the globes makes it seem believable. But it's just a movie. It's just an idea in your head. It's not what you experience when you go outside.
But if you want to get that alien off your fucking ship, you better open the cargo bay doors.
You see what I posted? Arnold on Mars. Yeah, your head will blow off, dude. And in outer space, if it was real, it would be instant. So people going up in SpaceX cartoon ships wearing motorcycle outfits, that's not going to cut it. And I'm surprised you guys can't see that shit.
Is it a can guy wants to be unmuted?
You're up.
I only asked a question. I mean, I don't why all the hate.
Sure, no question. I'm going to put that on my wall. Is it a can? It was great. That's like my second favorite question of the day.
But the guy used the can as an example. I just asked, how does it follow comparison to a massive size of Earth?
Would you like a larger container? Because it doesn't matter the system. If it's closed or open, it will act in the way that the law dictates. On the small scale, like the can of soda we left in the fucking car, and on the large scale, like the environment in which we live, because the law is universal without exception in all open and closed systems.
Okay. Does the can of soda have a certain what's the soda made of? I mean, what's the gas in it? What gas?
Dude, for real? You didn't even hear him, bro. He just said in an open and closed system it was gonna work. But when the can is open, it's not gonna bulk up.
What's the gas that's inside the can, though?
It's closed. Yeah.
No, the gas. What gas is inside the soda?
Okay, you pick the gas. Pick any gas you want.
Carbon.
Okay. Carbon dioxide?
Sure, let's say carbon dioxide. Sure, why not?
Okay, like what's actually in soda cans, that's what they carbonate it with? Right. So CO2 under pressure.
Yeah,
right?
The CO2 has a weight, doesn't it?
No.
Does gas not have a weight? Do molecules not?
No, it doesn't. They don't.
It has atomic weight, but that
molecules don't have weight?
Sorry. It will have an atomic weight, but that would be to do with the structure of the nucleus and the atom, the proton and the neutrons, and the amount of them. It's not weight as you think of a directional bias downwards. It's not the same thing, dude.
Yeah, and
so why is helium?
That's conceptualized by putting gas into a container and then calculating it. It's not actually weighing gas because gas is not falling.
Okay, so why does helium go up and the other gases go down?
That's because of the relative situation between the gases, multiple gases. You say lighter and denser ones. So it's going to be to do with the energy that the gases have. They're hot, but they're cold.
Lighter. That sounds like weight.
Yeah, relative to other gases. If you just isolate the one gas, you can lose the term heavy or light because it won't be relative to anything. So you can put whichever gas you want to inside a container and it will expand to fill the space.
All right, fair enough.
It's the concentration of the gas relative to the surrounding gas. For instance, you can take a hexafluoride gas and pour it into a fish tank. However, it will not stay in that fish tank because the gas is constantly diffusing upwards and the air is constantly diffusing downwards into the gas because it moves randomly and freely in all directions in straight line paths.
Cool, that's really cool.
The paths are not curving downwards due to gravity.
Okay, I wasn't talking about hexafluoride or whatever. I'm talking about very basic concepts here, right? Helium, and let's say carbon. Okay,
yeah, that's the inverse of hexafluoride. That would flow out of the tank upwards instead of downwards, and you could capture it with a bucket upside down, but it would diffuse out of the bucket much faster than hexafluoride because it's closer to the air.
Cool. Can I ask the room because...
So you're just waiting to speak then, right? You weren't listening at all?
No, I heard everything he said.
How can you hear and talk at the same time?
Because I do not challenge his whatever he said, and it's great. I do have a question, though. Why is it that pilots have to wear gas masks when they fly really high up in the air?
Because there's less gas up there.
No,
why is there
less pressure? Gas? And when there's less pressure, it doesn't push the oxygen into your lungs as well, and you can't absorb it as well. That's why when you go into a hyperbaric chamber where there's greater pressure and more oxygen, you can absorb it better, even into your skin and bones and muscles. So the pressure plays a big role in this. And how well you can absorb the oxygen in the air, and that's one of the reasons why when they go really high up onto the mountain, they have tanks with oxygen in them to supplement the oxygen, and because the pressure makes it much harder to absorb it.
So the pressure really high up is low, right? Correct?
Yes.
Of atmospheric gases, yes.
Yeah. So why is the pressure really high up in the sky low, but on the surface level it's quite nominal and normal? Why is that?
No idea.
No idea.
What can we do experimentally to change the pressure of gases? What can we do? What can we vary and manipulate?
Well, let's say because you need to maintain the gas in a certain place, right? A container, right?
No. We can change the pressure of a gas just by manipulating the temperature, right?
Yes.
Excuse me. What is pressure? What exactly
pressure
is pressure?
Pressure is force over area, a physical boundary for gas to press against.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so if I pumped a container with more molecules, then the pressure would rise, correct?
Yeah, Boyle's law, yeah.
And if I reduce the molecules in a container, the pressure will go down, correct?
Yes.
There'll be more space between the molecules.
If I also have the same amount of gas but increase and decrease the temperature, pressure will go up and down.
Right.
Cause the gas interacts more often because of the energy given to it by T, so more collisions. Doesn't mean more gas.
And if you heat the gas, it moves more faster. That's why we have this on circulating, right?
Also, if you reduce the volume, if you reduce the size of the container,
where are we going with this? Got a container, we got gas in it. The container, the fixed volume is going to cause the pressure when the gas presses against it. If we vary manipulate the temperature of the gas, that's going to cause more or less pressure, more collisions. If we take out or put more gas in, it's going to create more or less pressure. Okay, what else?
Okay, so we established that the gas on the surface is nominal as we know it, and the pressure up in the sky is lower. So this technically says, yeah, sure, the pressure is lower up in the sky, but then are the number of molecules lesser, right? So this is why pilots need to have gas masks so that they can breathe a mixture of oxygen, nitrogen, and all kinds of gases.
This is fascinating. All right, we'll get to the point of, it's hard to breathe up in the sky. Where are you going with this?
Yeah, so it appears to me that you guys are in the impression that there is a container around our Earth. Is that correct?
We have gas pressure, yes.
Okay, so why would there need to be a container to explain the fact that if oxygen has a weight, or let's say, right, weight, pressure, whatever you want to call it, why does there have to be a container to maintain this gas on the surface of Earth?
Because the second law of thermodynamics will dictate if the system is open, the gas will fill the available space. It needs to be a closed system to, one, keep the fucking gas here, and two, for there to be pressure. As pressure is defined as the force the gas exerts upon the walls of its container. Right.
Okay.
Do you want me to write this down for you?
How does thermodynamics, your second law, explain the gases having weight? Because
when you mean weight, do you mean a vector?
Yeah, they're being pushed downwards.
Hold on, I haven't finished. I want to be clear. Do you mean a vector downwards?
Yeah, correct.
Okay. Do gases do this only vector downwards?
No, of course. They move in all directions, but on a wider scale.
Why do gases move randomly and freely in all directions? Why do you think that is?
Sure, they can move in all directions, but on long term, the gas usually settles downwards.
Indefinitely, right?
Yeah,
because of the kinetic energy. Hold on, my friend, given to it by the temperature. Now, as long as the gas has a temperature, anything above absolute fucking zero, the gas is going to move in a constant straight line motion, only deflecting from its path after a collision.
Okay, so if the gases move in all directions, why aren't the gases moving upwards? Why are the heavy
They are.
gases not
They
constantly
are.
moving upwards?
Hold on. We went through this earlier. So, quick example: the fucking water cycle. Gas is produced at the water level when temperature is increased. Electrodynamic bonds are broken. The water turns to gas and goes up.
Blah blah blah. I don't give a fuck.
Good.
Nigger.
Poor guy.
Right, so
it's actually. My bad.
okay, so wait. So if gases move in all directions, right? Then technically, your second law of thermodynamics would also make it true that the gases that are on the surface of the Earth, technically, should move also upwards or in all directions, as you said, and all
They
the
do.
lesser pressure gases should be on the lower side. So we should all be wearing gas masks at this point.
Incorrect.
So why is that?
Because gas is generated at ground level and gas is removed from the system above in the gas cycles. Dumbass. Also,
The
we have a
what?
temperature
Excuse me?
gradient. Also, we have a temperature gradient, which means the temperature is higher near the ground because
Wait.
light scatters on the ground, creating thermal energy, and that heats the air. It doesn't scatter as much in the air, creating thermal energy in the air. So most
Okay,
of the
just
temperature
slow
is
down.
generated at ground level. So that's where the temperature is highest and the pressure of the gas is highest.
Okay, can you remind me what the first law of thermodynamics is?
Energy can't be created or destroyed.
Okay, so this guy just said that gases were generated. What do you mean by generated?
No,
And
gas is created added to the system
what do you
at
mean created?
ground level. For
How
instance,
created?
like he described earlier, liquid turns into vapor, water vapor, and then rises upwards.
And
That's gas being added into the system at ground level, just like trees and phytoplankton create oxygen, which is added into the system at ground level.
Okay, but how does this follow my question, which was, if gases move in all directions, why don't we have the lighter gases on the lower surface level
Because of the
and the heavier
I already
gases up?
explained this to you. Did you not listen? Because of the temperature gradient, gas is most high pressure down here, and then as it cools, it goes into its cycles, where it cycles back down, and you get rain, and then that gas is removed above and then added back to the cycle below. So naturally, you would have a gradient. Meanwhile, you have a claim that gravity is causing a pressure. And we have no experimental
I
results
didn't even
that
mention
show
gravity.
that. You claimed earlier that gravity was causing it.
No, I just said that the molecules have a weight and that they have a vector downwards. I didn't say gravity, but I'm glad you mentioned gravity.
What do you claim? What do you claim is the cause of weight?
Well, you answered it. You said it yourself. Clearly,
so I'm not wrong then.
talked
So
about
what
this
are you
subject.
equivocating
Excuse me,
about?
man. I'm just a minute.
No, what are you whining about when I'm not wrong then?
Because it's not temperature that's affecting the gases.
You have yet to prove or show that gravity is causing pressure of gases, which would increase their temperature.
It's random motion that's causing the pressure on all sides.
If gas molecules were accelerating downwards, that would be applying and adding kinetic energy to the gas molecules, which would heat them.
Stuff. Why are you even talking? I was talking to Jedi. Why are you even talking?
You can fucking talk.
My argument, my debate was with Jedi.
Than I am.
My girlfriend.
My discussion was with Jedi, though. So I don't know why this guy's jumping in.
Because he wants to, and I've allowed him to.
Yeah,
but
I
want to talk to you.
Listen, but you believe that this is like a debate, the laws of thermodynamics? You're debating that? That's nonsense.
Mm-hmm.
There's no debate.
Did you just join in the channel?
No, I've been here for almost 10 years. So just relax, dude.
Oh, I feel. Oh,
But why are you saying years? Thermodynamics don't matter? Why would you say that?
Thermodynamics don't matter. Oh God.
I didn't say that.
The guy that just, I don't know, I just heard somebody say that, my bad.
Okay, so I'm not sure how your temperature gradient explains why weaker gases aren't on the surface lower. I mean, there's temperature changes all the time on Earth. It's either winter, summer, whatever. Catastrophic events like I don't know, volcanoes.
Doesn't
for
change the
example.
temperature gradient.
So explain this to me. Why, when a volcano explodes and all these gases
Oh my
go up,
God,
why do
here
they
we
go
go.
up? Yeah, why doesn't the smoke go down then?
How
or
come
in
they
all
don't go
directions?
down like you said? They have you said they have a downward vector. What the fuck happened?
Yeah, exactly. I
That's because
mean,
it
but you
No,
said
that's
that
all
gases
you.
go in
That's
all
all on
directions.
you. That's
No,
all
look
on
at
you.
loser.
You said they go down, and now what happened? Now they've flipped
Sure,
on you.
sure, yeah,
they're all
sure.
going
So
up.
those
They're all
gases,
going
yeah,
up
so
because they're hot.
excuse me, the gases that go out of the volcano are lighter gases, hence why they're going upwards. Carbon.
They're hot.
Yeah, sure, they're hot, but they're also lighter molecules, and they go up. It's smoke,
They
gas.
also have heavier molecules and particulates. They also have heavier molecules and particulates, which are going up into the sky and can create an ash cover. Those are not lighter than air. However, they're going up because the flow is so great because of the temperature.
Okay, but they're certainly not going in all directions, as you guys claimed.
They are. The plume is expanding upwards. That's why the ash cover can cover multiple countries where the volcano is not situated.
Okay, but why isn't this smoke going sideways or downwards?
It is.
No, it's not.
It is.
It's up
It is expanding in all directions. However, the plume itself is hotter than the surrounding. The plume itself is hotter than the surrounding air, so the density difference between the two creates a boundary. So relative to each other, that plume is hotter and less dense, and so rises.
Okay, so when it cools off,
once it cools, you eventually get ash fall, and it rains ash. I live in Iceland, bro. I live this.
It's great, good for you. But see, when the smoke or where the carbon gas or whatever, when it cools off, it does go up, but it still doesn't explain why it still keeps going up and why it's not expanding sideways or all over the place, downward.
It is.
Gas is going all directions. Yeah, gas.
It's a random motion.
Not
Random
really.
motion.
No.
No, really, they do. They go in all directions. Really.
Yeah, it
Not
is.
really.
Claiming it
does
isn't
expand.
doesn't change the fact that it is. Okay.
Sure,
you
it
just saying
expands,
it is. You just saying gas doesn't expand in all direction doesn't actually prove that it doesn't. You're violating gas laws and basic freaking science.
I could say the same for you. You're actually.
Well, as soon as they get to rest in their like the equilibrium that they're at that moment, because there are a lot of crazy different things happening. As soon as those come into equilibrium, then there should be something you can measure either way, right? I mean, one's going to be flat, one's going to be gravity, one's going to be gravity pulling stuff straight towards Earth. Sorry, my bad. Going straight towards Earth, and then you're going to find other things like helium going off of Earth. But I mean, there's certain. I don't know. I just haven't studied that as much. I didn't go to college for this thing, but it's weird that I'm in this discussion. My God.
Are you a flat earther?
I'm a globe earther, but I don't think we went to the moon. I don't want to take over. I was already talking like about an hour and a half ago. I just came in to be stupid. Sorry. My bad.
Yeah, at least we didn't go to the moon.
It worked.
Coffee.
Excuse me. I have a question. What if there's a container around Earth? What's this container made of?
Cheese.
Happiness.
Happiness
this
and
is a serious
rainbows.
question.
It's made out
This
of
is a
rainbows, and you can see them sometimes.
But
It's fucking unicorn orgasms. That's it.
So what's this container made of?
I think that's ultimately irrelevant, with the point being that there must be a container to have gas pressure in the
Okay,
first
what's
place.
it made of?
What it's made of is completely.
Yeah, it should be irrelevant.
That there must
How
be
is this
a
irrelevant?
container.
Hillary
No one
Clinton
cares.
talked about the glass dome.
But if there's a container, it affects so many things, like the light, if it was made of glass,
Prove what it does. Prove what it does.
Have you ever used? Excuse me. Have you ever used?
Prove what it does.
Have you ever used a magnifying glass to the sun and burned something? Can you imagine if the container was made of glass?
Can you imagine?
Real quick, 1 second. The issue that you're having is that you're not.
Would we all like heat up and like melt and stuff?
Listen, bro.
Boil?
No.
You have to consider that there's things that there's stuff that we can know and check, like the behavior of gases and the antecedent to that, the container, because the gases exert the walls exert the force against the walls of the container to create the pressure, causing the pressure. But there's also unknowns, right? There is no way that you can go and check what is the container made of, how big it is, what is the distance, what is the medium behind the container. Those are unknowns, and you're gonna have to accept that.
Yeah, but whenever have you ever said, "Hey"? Whenever you ever said, like, "Hey,
So containers made of magic, and there's no answer to it. That's it. I just have to accept it.
Yeah,
we're not claiming anything like that. No. The thing about the sun
listen. It's like
the sun wouldn't
when you get a steak, a ribeye, and you don't know the color of the cow, how heavy was the cow. You have a ribeye, and you know there was a cow, but you don't ask what was the eye color of the cow.
We know but eye color and container are two completely different things. I'm like, if I'm in something that's surrounding me and it's isolating me from the outside, I should know it, right?
No, we're Americans. We got everything documented.
It's okay. Logically, you can ask the question. It's okay. But if you want the answer, you will have to go and find out for yourself. And at the moment, that's an unknown. If you really want to know, go ahead and check if you can go find it and answer your question.
I flew on many planes,
I already did that.
And I looked out the window and I see no container. So
I said it's made of rainbows. Look in the chat. You can see my proof. It's made of rainbows right there.
Oh my god.
Why do we have to
wait a minute. If that's a container, why is it a sphere? And why is it not covering? Not covering the entire sky, though.
That's stronger.
If we are in it.
Well, that's a rainbow. It said it's made of rainbows. You only see one. It's made of like 691.34 million or something like that.
All right. Well, that's a good picture. I'm not gonna lie. Because you can only see a reflection like that if it's like.
So if there's a container, why can't I see my reflection if I look up into it?
Well, we're not making any claims about how the container operates, so we're not making any claims beyond the gas
But you said there's a container, though.
and things that we're not making any claims beyond the gas laws and things you can test for yourself, and you can see that gas is not impeded by gravity going upwards. Like you can test it yourself. You're on the ground.
There's no reason
gravity is supposed to be strongest. It just
also remember, dude. Also remember, the question is not that if. Listen, bro. The question is not that if there is a container. The question actually is if there was no container, how are you breathing air? How are you breathing?
All right.
Because if there was no container, the pressure that you use to breathe, it will be leaving your lungs violently.
If there was a container, though, it'd be made of something, right?
Wait, just a second. Wait. So if you can see with your eyes, if you can see the world that is flat, right, with your eyes, and you can prove it, and you're claiming that there's a container. So if you can't see the container, how do you know the container's there?
Air pressure proves it.
Dude.
Oh, air pressure proves it. So then, therefore, wait. For the Globers, if they could also say that their GPS systems and satellites and everything prove that the world is round, then
no, flat. It proves it's flat.
But if the world is flat, you can see it. I don't think so. Where's their container? Why can't I see it?
Gravity is our container.
prove that.
What do you mean?
Well,
why don't you prove that there's a container?
Gravity containers? What the fuck is that, dudes?
Well, it's 14 psi at the surface, and it goes a lot lighter as you go higher in the sky. That's all you need to know.
That's true.
That has nothing to do with gravity, and you've yet
Gravity
to try to
isn't
tie gravity into gas
I
pressure.
think it does. I think it has a lot to do with gravity.
Wait, stop.
I believe it does, even though it violates gas laws, even though it violates the second law of thermodynamics. You need to be able to show gravity preventing gas pressure from expanding into the volume above.
Have you traveled to the? Have you gone to the atmosphere and seen that there's?
So Tony, you claim that air is being pulled to the ground, didn't you?
There you go. Okay, cool. Yeah. Not air, just all molecules that are dense, are thick enough, dense enough.
Gases go in all directions, but gases just go down.
They don't all go down. I mean, some go up, but they end up as soon as they get to a certain point.
Some just go down, and some just go up, and that's how it works.
Well, like what, one? How many? Well, okay, maybe two gases go up, right? I mean, go up to the point where other gases don't go up. You know, I mean, like you're talking about like helium.
Helium gas. You can just heat
that's lighter than air.
You can heat air to make currents flow around in a room. All you have to do is heat air.
But as soon as the air is not heated anymore, it falls down. As soon as the air isn't heated, it falls down.
Tony, you're making a claim that you know what the gases are doing past the point that you can check.
But you're making a claim that says that you know past where it doesn't go.
Oh God, dude, let me finish my freaking sentence. So there is a limitation at a place that you can check the pressure of gases, because there's a point that you don't have any check and balances of where the pressure is and where the gases go. You're saying that the gases stop going up at a certain altitude, but you don't actually know that. And
anyone who has gauges
that is happening at the higher levels, you don't know what's actually happening up there. With the gases.
Anyone in here? Okay, I got you.
That the gases are stopping to go somewhere. That's just a baseless assertion. You don't actually know that.
Okay, cool. What I'm saying is, anyone in here that's been
you're gonna be muted from now on. You're gonna be muted indefinitely since you interrupted me.
My turn.
Just talk to someone else. Forget about Tony.
I bet you still had the smoke detector mounted on the ceiling of his house, though, huh? Mr. Gases go down.
Oh no, I thought we already talked about this. We talked about what type of molecules we're using. We already know what type of gas we're using. Like, I don't know why we're on this still.
Yeah, so not gravity then, just gas cycles, guys.
Pointing out that no baller puts smoke detectors on their floors in their house.
I couldn't hear you. Cut out the last part. I don't know if anybody caught that.
Yeah, even radon. Sorry, go on.
No ballers in here put their smoke detectors on their floors in their house. I wonder why.
Exactly. Even things like radon detectors are put halfway up the wall. They're not like on the floor.
So about you being able to prove that the world is flat with your eyes, then therefore you could prove that there's a container with your eyes. Correct?
Yep.
Do you know what a triangle is?
You realize you can't even prove gas exists with your eyes? They're invisible.
I can't hear anything you're saying.
I can't see no container, so how's the container there?
Antecedent of air pressure is a container, of gas pressure is a container.
Okay.
Can't have gas pressure without a container. So you have gas pressure, you have to have a container.
Okay.
Yeah.
And did you do any experiment yourself to prove that there is a container around Earth?
Yep. Air pressure proves it.
Listen, real quick.
I did an experiment. I did an experiment for you. I tried my hardest to pump a lot of air into a bucket. It wouldn't hold greater pressure in the bucket, no matter how much I invoked gravity to do it.
Isolated.
Also, the only way that you can demonstrate the gas pressure is within a container. There's no other way that you can demonstrate that. So you're trying to find an idea that it might not. It's not the container. It has to be something else. But you cannot demonstrate any other way. You cannot demonstrate gas pressure without a container. So why you're discarding the only thing that can be demonstrable?
Okay. If you use an experiment to demonstrate gas pressure, would me firing a rocket be a decent experiment that you guys would accept?
What's the experiment?
It's a let's say it's a rocket that has a tracker, GPS tracker on it.
So what's the experiment? Rockets push off of air pressure?
No. It's something
about
different.
Rockets. You said it's about rockets.
Yeah, I have an experiment.
Cold or what?
It's an experiment. So you guys use an experiment to back
What's
up
the
the
experiment?
idea.
Yeah, let's hear your experiment.
You're interrupting me. I was saying, you guys have the experiment with the gas pressure to prove that there's a container, right? Well, I have an experiment with the rocket that I fired and has a tracker on it and a GPS tracker. So, would you like to hear it?
Yes.
Wonderful. So, when I fire this rocket, and of course it has a GPS tracker on it.
Just post your stuff in chat and we'll read it.
It's a BM-21 Grad, okay?
No, I don't know what that
means. That's a rocket. That's a rocket launcher. That's a Grad, a Soviet Grad.
Go ahead
rocket
and
launcher.
post it for us.
I want to hear it.
I want to see what he did. Wonder if he's smiling in the pictures.
Okay, so this thing here, right? Okay.
Yeah.
All right, go on. Go on. Tell us what you're gonna do.
Awesome. So if you put a tracker on one of the rockets and you track this on a GPS on a map, right, in real time, and you fire this rocket and it goes very far away, right? Okay, the maximum distance is about 30 kilometers, right? And this, if supposedly the world is flat.
In what direction?
Excuse me, any direction, right?
In what direction?
Any direction. If supposedly the world is flat.
30 kilometers, you said?
Yeah, let's say 30 kilometers, yeah.
Okay, yeah, go on.
Yeah, so if
like
the world
horizontally,
flat,
across the ground, across just above
not
the surface.
horizontally. No, this missile goes in a what do you call it? Parabolic trajectory, right?
Oh, because
right, so 30 kilometers altitude.
No, it's the maximum distance. It's the maximum possible distance the rocket can travel. 30 kilometers.
Right. In what direction?
In any direction, sir.
So horizontally.
I'm assuming 360 degrees, yes.
Horizontally. So we can shoot it across the surface.
Well, since it goes in a parabolic trajectory, if you shoot it in a horizontal surface, the distance would be very low and it will explode closer, the rocket.
So, I see. You're not worried about how high it goes. You're just worried about how far across the surface it's going to travel before it hits the ground.
Sure. Yes. And
right. Okay.
And when you
continue.
When you fire the rocket, assuming of course you try to get the maximum distance, which is at an angle, it has to be fired to get the max distance, right?
Yeah. Welcome to flat Earth.
Let's say 45 degrees, right? Just.
Welcome to flat Earth. Welcome to flat Earth.
Yeah, especially if you're saying 45 degrees. Damn.
What's wrong with what I'm saying?
Because you can't make angles from the surface of a ball, so you're kind of screwed. I'll give you an example.
Okay, so I'll just go ahead and finish what I have to say. So, assuming the world is flat. Yeah, awesome. So,
yeah, works on a flat Earth, absolutely.
I'm getting interrupted. Assuming the world is flat, right? When you fire this rocket, at a certain distance, this rocket starts going down into the horizon. And this rocket continues flying downwards into the horizon. And you can track it on your computer, and it's still traveling. So how do you explain the rocket going?
Do you think when the rocket?
Excuse me, I am not done.
No. When the rocket goes to the horizon, do you think the horizon is the geometric sphere edge of your globe?
Would you please be kind enough to let me finish what I had to say?
Not without identifying these important points.
I just want to understand where you're coming from. You're thinking that
Sure,
the rocket
if you
is
let me
going
finish,
behind the
I'll
globe
explain.
edge, right?
I'll explain everything if you just let me fucking finish. Thank you. So this rocket goes down into the horizon and continues flying. Now, assuming the world is flat, technically, when it hits the horizon, it should explode, right? But it doesn't.
Incorrect.
It just continues.
That's why I wanted your correction
flying.
here. No, stop. Incorrect. That's why I wanted your understanding here of what you think the horizon is.
It's just the point that the horizontal max view you can see of the surface of the Earth.
Horizontal?
Well, not a globe then.
More flat Earth crap, huh?
Yeah.
You keep
It's
stealing
what
our
your eyes
flat
can
Earth
see.
stuff, dude. You keep stealing
So,
our
yeah.
arguments.
Angles,
So can you explain how the rocket continues flying?
Yeah,
Can you explain
easy,
why the
easy,
rocket keeps flying?
the Earth is flat.
Easy. Earth is flat, and the horizon is an optical phenomenon. And so when you see the rocket go down near the horizon, it's going down in your optical view, just like when you look down a corridor and you see the ceiling appear to converge down with the floor. So the ceiling is not actually coming together into a point, and you're not trapped in the tunnel, little man. It's okay. You can walk towards the exit. It's not actually coming together into a point. Just like the rocket is not actually coming down and hitting the ground.
Wow, that's cool. But and if I use the different, all right, and if I use the missile that goes at 1,000 kilometers, then what?
Then it's flying
Same
1,000
shit.
kilometers over a flat Earth.
Oh,
Just like I showed you here in the NASA documents.
that's crazy.
No, it's not crazy at all. The vehicle with 6 degrees of freedom of
You have no understanding of how
symmetry
perspective
and roll,
works.
and the missile position in space is computed relative to a flat, non-rotating Earth.
Are you trolling?
Oh my God. I can't believe that NASA released that document that says rockets are fired over a flat, non-rotating Earth. Can you believe that, Glober?
That's crazy because I'm under the assumption that this missile keeps flying downwards.
Yeah,
into
you were
the
wrong.
Earth.
You were wrong.
That's crazy. That's just,
Downwards.
You can't
That's
believe that you were
crazy.
wrong? Are you baffled that you were wrong this whole time?
no, it just doesn't make sense. How is it perspective if it continues flying downwards if the world is flat? Just how?
Yeah, but downwards. So is that perspective or is that an actual down?
Well,
Let me help you out a little
missile
bit more.
flies
Let me
downwards
help-
into the
let-
horizon and it keeps flying downwards.
Relax. Let me help you out a little bit more. You see an airplane fly above you. It flies away. You keep watching it. It goes towards the horizon. You're like, oh no, everybody died.
That doesn't follow. How does this follow?
The airplane is at an equal altitude flying above you. It's not actually descending down towards the ground. It's simply perspective.
Do you not know what parabolic trajectory is? So the plane goes, pretty straight. It goes flat. It goes.
I know.
It cruises.
That's because it's flying
missiles don't go flat.
linearly,
They
but
go
the
parabolically.
parabolic trajectory, you can see, for instance, with a rocket, you can see the rocket do a parabolic trajectory, but that doesn't change the fact that it's still in perspective. You don't change from perspective to some donkey
No, it
eye
doesn't
vision.
follow your logic at all. It doesn't. It's not logical at all because it's parabolic trajectory, meaning it goes up and then goes down.
Parabolic.
When it goes down.
Okay, so can you give us the data? Can you just
Excuse me? You're cutting out.
give us the data? Give us the data for what you're.
What should I give you?
Data of the trajectory of the rocket or the airplane, for that matter.
Just parabolic trajectory, bro. Just use a parabolic.
No, don't just say it. I want you to provide the data. Give us the
Why
data.
do you want me to provide you with a generator for parabolic trajectory? Just Google it.
That's not what he asked.
I want you to give us the data from the instrument. Because we're not going to argue about whether or not it's perspective or if it's actually going down. We just go ahead and use the instrumentation, correct?
Are you saying if you see something do a parabola in the air, perspective doesn't exist?
So I'm going to provide some data, I guess, for parabolic trajectory, which is self-explanatory, which is something that goes up, goes down, right, in a curved way.
Of the rocket,
right?
Yeah, give it to
so,
us. Yeah.
So when I said 30 kilometers, and then I said
No, don't say I want the data from the instruments, please.
Why can't you just Google it yourself? It's over there. It's on Google.
This is your claim, my friend. This is your claim.
Okay.
You said it was your rocket. We want to see the elevation of the rocket from the ground, the entire trip, and then we can show you how, well, the elevation is flat, buddy.
Elevation of the rocket? Why elevation?
Yep.
Because that's going to be
elevation
taken
is
from a
not
horizontal.
necessary. You just need
sorry.
angle
for you
at
to be
which you're...
speaking. For you to be speaking about elevation or altitude of the rocket at any time, this will be taken from a horizontal reference datum. The altitude will be so far above mean sea level.
I didn't mention.
And then, of course,
that wasn't something I said. That was your other guy. He said that.
Oh, okay. No worries. So just give us the data then. Just go ahead and provide that. Put it in the side chat, please.
Wait, no, that's not true. You referenced elevation angle.
Very simple diagram explaining parabolic trajectory, how it works.
No, I don't want the diagram. I want the data from the rocket.
Sorry.
Oh, let me just go. Let me just go 2 years. Yeah, let me just go 2 years in the past.
Diagram.
Yeah,
There's
let
a
me
flat
just go back.
baseline between the target and the cannon. It's flat between those two.
Excuse me. I cannot go back in the past 2 years ago to provide you with data.
Well, why are you making this claim then? Because you don't have any data, and you're using down and up in reference to a horizontal plane. In reference to a horizontal. Right. So you're claiming a flat Earth. Welcome to flat Earth. Thank you.
Presenting absolutely everything I said. No, I'm talking about trajectory on what you claim is a flat Earth surface, and you claiming that the rocket, by perspective.
No, I'm not claiming anything.
Reason would somehow curve, and that makes no sense.
I'm talking about your claim. Is that parabolic arc? What was that measured against, by the way?
So you seem to misunderstand what I said because you're misrepresenting what I said.
Isn't that weird? I went ahead and asked you a question and you totally ignored it. What is that parabolic arc in reference to?
This specific diagram shows you how cannonballs go in a parabolic trajectory.
Shows a flat Earth.
So I'm talking about rockets
in reference to
parabolic trajectory, and the rocket.
Okay, so against a flat Earth. So it's a flat Earth then.
If you're talking about something different, why'd you post that then?
Because they asked me for some kind of data, and I provided what parabolic trajectory is.
Of what you're talking about, not something you're not talking about. So if what you posted isn't what you're talking about.
Okay, sure. Give me a sec.
You were also specifically told that we didn't want just a graph of a parabolic curve. That was not what we're looking for. I also showed you a rocket going in a parabolic curve towards the horizon or perspective.
You guys asked me to provide you with data about that rocket experiment. That's like 2 years ago. I don't have that data to provide. The fuck?
Oh, that sucks. So I guess that's inconclusive.
Yeah, it's not an experiment either.
None of what I said dismisses how rockets work, and none of what I said.
Okay, so do they?
None of what I said is everything I said.
Okay, so you just posted
warning says who?
You just posted another rocket thing with a flat baseline. Again, I'm saving that for my proof.
Yes,
in my proof
I
folder.
provided a diagram of how
For flat
parabolic
Earth.
trajectory
Yes,
works.
on a flat Earth,
Yeah,
correct.
but you're not explaining why
Find
the
the
rocket
one on globe Earth.
But you do not explain how the
Find
rocket
the one on globe Earth that you
No,
said
you're
you
not
did.
explaining how the rocket goes through the horizon and it's still
Through the
being
horizon.
tracked.
Oh, it's too
and
far
it's still
away for you.
flying.
Too far away for
What do
you.
you have? What's your answer
One
to
sec,
that?
Let me
one sec.
help you.
I just want to know where's the horizon in your diagram?
Yeah, through the horizon. What?
All right, let me draw something. Just a second.
Yeah, let me help you out while you're drawing that.
Did the rocket go?
Let me help you out while you're drawing that. So,
And put your formula in your drawing too.
when you see the rocket up on the horizon, cresting the horizon, you think if the Earth was flat, they would explode. However, if you looked at the data you don't have, you would see that the elevation of the rocket is not at ground level. It's purely an optical effect.
Wrong.
What?
Yeah,
It's
elevation
completely right.
absolutely is irrelevant at this point because my,
So the
my
missile
argument
is
isn't.
at ground level.
Excuse
then.
me, you're
the elevation
interrupting.
is at ground level. You said it
You're
was wrong.
interrupting constantly.
You said it was wrong. I'm trying to
Yeah, maybe you could
the
not
elevation was wrong.
dogpile and let me say something, right?
I'm
So,
trying to understand. Can you answer that?
right. So maybe you can be patient and not interrupt, and maybe you can, hear my point and then, argue it. Wonderful. Okay, so my initial point here, context, the main argument here is that the missile or rocket or whatever, when it has a parabolic trajectory, and when it reaches this so-called horizon, according to your perspective, apparently on my computer, I can see this missile continue flying downwards into the horizon. So technically, what this would mean is that it continues flying. At some point, it will explode, but because of the parabolic trajectory, it continues flying. If the world was flat, this is not possible because the missile would explode.
No, that's incorrect. No, that's incorrect. If you were to see when the rocket is on the horizon and you check what's the elevation of the rocket right now, it's not at ground level. So
it is
what
at
you're
ground
seeing, no, it's not.
You fire missiles from ground levels, sir.
Bro, when the rocket has been fired and it hasn't reached its target yet, however, you visually, optically see it up at the horizon as if it's hitting the ground. It's not actually hitting the ground, just like I told you earlier. The tunnel is not actually coming together into a point. The ceiling is not touching the floor, buddy.
Okay. So if you agree that there's a perspective and an illusion, then how do you know that your world is flat and it's not round?
Because it's that understanding of because it's that understanding of perspective and how the world shows us to it. It's how we see the world as flat. He's just pointed it out.
I love the XY chart, dude.
Is the world flat or round?
The XY. I want to see a curved X and then a straight Y, the way you claim.
I mean, at this point, you guys are just denying how rockets work as well. This is crazy.
You showed us
for the horizon at distance.
You posted it for us. You showed us flat Earth.
How did I show you? How did I? What? How? What? How? How does this
You're going to have to answer this question. What's the horizon?
It's the maximum distance you can see.
Yeah.
It looks
so
horizontal
it's just the
and
maximum
linear.
distance that you can see.
Yeah.
Right? And the rocket.
So how do you explain a missile flying downwards into it and continues flying?
Perspective. That was pointed out just less than a minute ago. When you look down a street,
you're dismissing parabolic trajectories, sir.
Sorry, say that again.
Yeah, if a missile goes in a parabolic trajectory and it goes downwards, then it's going towards the surface of the Earth. It's falling.
Yeah. Yes.
So it falls through the horizon, through the Earth.
No, beyond the horizon.
Are you not getting how? Can you not compute this? Do you not understand what's happening here?
But it's beyond the horizon, beyond the limitation of view, and it's gone beyond that, and then it's gone beyond that, and then hit the floor. Wow.
Sure. Yeah, but what part of parabolic do you not understand? It goes down.
Curve above the horizontal plane that you've posted twice.
Okay. Let's do this. If you can time,
just like you posted.
If you take a watch and you time the rockets.
Stop. Shut up. No, bro.
All right. No, this is rude. You're interrupting me.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay. What happens if you change the optic? Because if you're talking about the human eye, the horizon's going to be 3 miles away. But if we use like a camera, something super zoomy, binoculars, telescope, the horizon's going to appear further away. We're going to have a further render distance. We can see further. Are you taking this into account?
Fair enough.
That's why
I'm not denying that.
I asked you. No, that's why I asked you to, on your diagram, mark the position of the horizon on your diagram for us.
Okay, give me a sec.
It's orthographic. It's not going to show the perspective of the situation anyway, because things with distance are looking like they're going to going down anyway, especially when an object obviously is because of the path of the object going downwards. So we've got 2 compounding factors.
Bear in mind, I'm on my phone, so this is very hard to do.
I just want to see it.
You should have been able to look up military calculations for that shit using those rockets, and it would have given you the globe, how far away the target is, the angles for each side from a tangent line, and all this weird shit. But no, what you gave us was a cannon and a target on a flat line, which is how it works in reality.
Exactly.
Yeah, how it works in reality. You give it to
why are you interrupting him? Just a moment. Why are you interrupting him? You got pissed off at somebody. Excuse me. You got pissed off at somebody earlier for interrupting. Now you're doing the same fucking thing.
You know the thing that he hasn't realized yet? That he's been using the terms up and down, and there is no up and down on the globe.
Correct.
So just by saying up or down, and then you combine that and say up and down, you debunk the globe right there.
It's over.
100%.
Debunk the globe.
There is no up and down on a globe, dude.
So I stopped. I'm not going to do the diagram because you guys are not patient and you want to discuss instead, right?
You can. That's
No. It's either we discuss or you wait for me to do the diagram. What is it?
Excuse me. We can discuss whatever the hell we want to while you're making your little diagram. I'm sorry. Are your fifis hurt?
I wasn't being rude to you. Why are you being rude to me?
Nobody's being rude.
We can talk about whatever we want to. This is an open forum. Why don't you just go ahead and grow up and make your diagram?
In that case, why do you constantly mute your opponents whenever they have something to say?
Have you been muted this entire time?
3 times.
This enjoyer guy is really disingenuous, by the way. I've dealt with him on
This is him just trying not to do the diagram and just running away.
Yeah. Make the diagram, dude. Or concede. I think you're going to concede, right? You're going to concede that you are incorrect because you're not going to make your diagram, are you?
He's not.
No, what I will do is not go into much length because this is ridiculous.
Okay, bye.
And I will agree with what's his name.
Bye.
Oh, what's up? What?
Bye.
What's wrong? What?
Bye.
What?
You said you can't do
remember
it.
Something. Remember
you
something.
You got no answer for why missiles go through your flat Earth?
They don't.
Remember something though. In your diagram,
They do.
make sure that you don't use up and down in
They
your
do,
diagram.
sir. This is how cruise missiles work.
They don't go
on a flat Earth.
showed us. They impact the Earth. You're talking about.
He showed us a flat Earth diagram. You showed us a flat Earth diagram.
This is simply a basic diagram explaining how parabolic trajectory works.
Right. Which is just
It's really not a flat Earth diagram.
The calculations on a horizontal surface. You gave us the fucking math.
No, I gave you how parabolic trajectory works, which you completely dismiss when I explain to you that a missile falls downwards. It goes through your horizon. You're supposed.
Why are you dismissing the fact?
Or is it optical? And is it going to change depending on the optic that you use?
I could say the same thing and say that the world is round, and you think that your optics are flat.
Does the horizon change with distance depending on the optic that you use?
If it's the optic, then I can say that the world is round and you're completely delulu and you think that the world is flat because of your optics.
Perspective exists when you're making observations of stuff.
Yeah, absolutely I do. And I think the world is round and you think it's flat because of your perspective.
Sorry, dickhead, that's what we're going to be taking account of then, aren't we?
Oh, now it's insults, is it?
Observations.
I don't think he knows what perspective is, bro. He said your perspective as if you have some
no,
kind of
not my
perspective.
Not my perspective. Angular perspective. How we see the world due to the angular reduction of objects with distance. Things above your eye line appear to go downwards, like the surface appears to ramp upwards. They're not actually doing this. It's just perspective.
Hey, I'd like to learn more about flat Earth. Can you guys recommend me a university for flat earthers?
You're just an idiot at this point.
Can you recommend me a university? I'd like to go study flat
Earth. You're an idiot at this point.
Yeah, you're in it, dude.
You're gonna.
Why am I an idiot? I'm asking. Can you recommend me a university? I'd like to study flat Earth.
Why don't you address what's just been said to you?
But because I want to go to your school and I want to learn more about
your university because he said round or flat. He thinks that round and flat are mutually exclusive. So you're gonna
can
have
you
to
recommend me a flat Earth university? I'd like to go study some flat Earth.
Just the one you got your diagram from.
Because round and flat are not mutually exclusive, dude. And you think you can go to university when you don't know what round is?
Yes. Have you even gone to any schooling at all?
See, here we go. Just ad hominems now, not addressing what's actually been said to you.
You deserve an ad hominem, bro. You're a redneck with a sub 30 IQ. Come on.
True.
You deserve the ad hom.
True. And you did actually do ad homs at him, so it's like you're.
Hey, Six. I know you're buttered over Ukraine. Can you go somewhere else?
It's displaying cognitive malfunction. Doesn't seem to understand what's being said.
Gentlemen, I love talking to you. Okay, it's interesting, right?
Just fuck off.
I'm not here to.
Nobody gives a fuck. Nobody gives a fuck. Hey, listen, nobody gives a fuck.
I do this for entertainment. Okay, I know the.
I don't care. I don't care. Who cares? Nobody cares about your stupid excuses. This is where you've already conceded. This is where you conceded. Oh, I like talking to you guys. I like talking to you guys. That's your concession. I'm taking that as your concession.
Okay, I'll wait for your proof for the container.
All right. So, in conclusion, our friend here has conceded.
Senses ever not give you the full story, or like, can they lie to you?
With two or more senses, no.
2 or more senses, so people don't have audio and visual hallucinations.
So, like I said, if you have 2 or more senses working a thing, no.
So if you hear things and see things, you're hallucinating these things. Like, that's real as long as you experience
Why the fuck are we talking about hallucinations and shit? The baseline is, my friend. How do you debate measurements?
Yeah, it's called.
How do you debate measurements?
I'm sorry, I'm referring to the debate we were just talking about where philosophy was. I thought we were talking about the debate.
That's what I was saying about the debate conversation. At the end of the day, Indio knew too much about neutrinos for the guy to get his bullshit off.
He didn't have an answer to the questions. He had no response to why
who has the answer? Hold on. This guy said, okay. We're talking amongst each other. We don't need somebody to be like, no, unless they.
Okay,
unless
I got
they know
you. You want your safe space? All right. I'm sorry. I didn't realize
Cooper,
I was.
Cooper, you're missing that. Right. Who had the answers there, and who had the questions? Was it Indio who had the answers, or was it the PhD in something, which he never explained what he had a PhD in? Was he the guy who had the answers? Did Cooper leave?
I'm right here.
No, I'm
Okay.
here.
All right. So in that discussion or debate or whatever, who was a person who had all the answers?
Yeah, the doctor dude had all the answers.
He had no answer.
Indio.
He couldn't even answer.
He answered
Fuck
every,
off. You didn't even watch the same debate. If you're stroking your dick over that shit,
Cooper, listen.
fair dinkum, Cooper, that is the biggest load of shit I've heard all week.
All right, co-partner.
Cooper, dude, the PhD didn't even know if he had hands or not.
Okay, now we're getting back into the philosophy and epistemic humility.
It's not philosophy.
You want to have a philosophy conversation?
If somebody asks you if you have
you don't even understand that is a philosophy conversation. I don't know where to start.
You don't even know if you have hands or not. That's a major problem.
This is a philosophical experiment. What you're talking about, absolute truth, that's philosophy.
It wasn't absolute.
And that's the problem. Crit, shut up for a second. Cooper,
Okay.
This is the problem. We're not supposed to be discussing philosophy. It's measurements. We're talking about geometry. That's what the discussion should have been. This is what we're trying to get through your head. Your little debate, bro, shut up for a second. Your little blitz debate fuckwit was too busy talking about philosophy and every other fucking subject as opposed to basic geometry. That's what we're trying to get the point across to. Do you understand that?
You want to talk about the neutrinos? We can talk about that.
I don't give a fuck about the neutrinos. They don't prove anything.
Okay. He made a pretty good case for how they do prove something, or at least prove the Earth.
And Indio chopped it down. Obviously, you didn't want to listen to that bit.
No, he had no answer.
He answered everything.
Hey, will you stop shouting over me? Are we going to talk, or are you just going to railroad and shout?
Or are you going to come in here and talk shit? I don't have to listen to you. You do know that.
Talk shit about Indio. Yeah, I thought he did a bad job in that argument.
Well, fuck off then.
Wait, hold on. Here, you just switched a word there. Was this an interrogation by one person versus another person, and the other person didn't have the answers? Or was it some kind of debate?
Hey, Chris, why doesn't this guy at least learn the fucking truth to start off with? Cooper, you must understand something. When we got contacted, we were told this was going to be just a casual discussion. No debate, no nothing, just a couple of guys having a yarn about FE. That's what we got told. All of a sudden, your little blitz boyfriend decided in the background he would go full debate bro mode on fucking Indio. Indio thought he was just in there for a casual chat. That's it. And then you had this other piece of shit using all these crappy tactics, being a full debate bro, changing the rules, but here's the kicker. Didn't fucking tell anyone, did he? So how about you keep that little bit of information in your back pocket before you go slamming anyone? Anyways, Crit, as you were.
Yeah, so basically what you got here is that this was a debate, bro, just like Matrix said. It was all based on super chats. This was for entertainment purposes. This was nothing serious. It was a very, very poor showing for a globalist from the globe side. Because we were told that these guys have all the answers. And they have all the education to articulate those answers to anyone below them's education level. And they know this because they went through the process to get these degrees. So they've articulated it multiple times over the course of almost a decade. The dude joined the call and read out insulting super chats as he streamed himself with his hands up in the air, and he's not sure if he has hands or not. That's why Indio basically stopped talking. When you got someone destroying their position so spectacularly, just get out of the way.
Oh, I'm unmuted. Oh, so is it bother you all that Indio referred to it as a debate in his opening statement? And he was like, I've debated like 10,000 people on this topic.
Yeah, so it was framed as he's like, I've done the debate. I'm ready for a conversation as described.
Okay, so he mentions it as a debate. He refers to it as a debate, but secretly
he didn't reference it as a debate. It was even our advertisements. We got the screenshots, all of it. Yep, I'm looking for a conversation. Blitz, this guy said, I'm
sure. What's the difference between a contentious conversation and a debate in this context?
No, he said, I'm interested
The difference is quite simple. At the moment, we're supposed to be having a conversation. You may actually, if you listen to the two different audio streams, because we had our bot in there also, go and have a listen to ours compared to Blitz's, and have a listen to the volume levels. Your mate Blitz is an absolute piece of shit.
If we want to talk about dumb meta shit, we can, and whose mic is louder. That's retarded. We can talk about the issues that were brought up, though. I think the philosophy.
So, your mate Blitz went out there to specifically use debate bro tactics. And you can stay out. I'd ban him next time he opens his mouth in here.
Yeah, if you think that was a good showing for your Globe, I
He's
think
gone, Crit.
Oh, okay. All right, fuck it. Damn. I mean, you think that was a good showing for the Globe? Holy shit.
I personally thought the debate was shit. It was basically FE guy versus debate bro tactics. That's all it was. You had the debate bro tactics pulling himself over how he thinks he's so intelligent because he's got a PhD and was trying to use big words and prove his worth. And then you had Indio, who's a fucking weapon, just fending off stupidity. Oh, I'll give you a cuddle, Cooper. There you go. Stop whinging. As a debate as a whole, it was shit. And it wasn't even supposed to be a debate. Like I said, it was supposed to be a casual chat. So you get all these clowns defending fucking Blitz. Oh, it was a debate. Indio lost. He was shit. Fuck off.
Yeah, the best part of this was it started off with he's interested. Hey, I know this guy. Okay, so what? This guy is a PhD. Okay, and he likes flat earthers. He enjoys talking to flat earthers. He's an intellectual. He's a college student or doctorate candidate or something, which was never really clear to begin with. And he's been trolled by fake flat earthers a lot. A lot of the pretenders have been saying things that kind of rage bait him, and he's really interested in talking to flat earthers. And we're like, sure, we'll have him join the call. Just have him click. Oh, there's a catch. He's skittish, and he gets scared easily, so he doesn't want anyone else to be talking. So he wants it to be a stage event. Yeah, sure. I mean, that makes sense. If this guy's kind of skittish and nerdy, and he's kind of worried about being talked over, and he's kind of used to like measured and slow responses, okay, we can roll a stage event for him, no problem. And he wants to have mod perms. We're like, well, no, we're not going to have a stage event on our channel and give some guy mod perms that we don't know. That's not going to happen. He can make his own stage event. We could do something like that, but it won't be associated with us. They're like, okay, hold on here. Okay, he's going to decline. Okay, no problem. Let us know when he's ready for it. When he wants to, have a discussion with a topic he said he's interested in. Okay, he changed his mind. Okay, what did he change his mind about? He wants to talk to you guys. Okay, he knows where to find us. He doesn't know how to find you guys anymore. Here's a link. The link didn't work. Here's another link. Okay, that link didn't work either. Okay, how about, can you use the first link we sent? Okay, he's back in. Okay, good. Have him when he feels ready, have him join up with his mic. There's a catch. What's the catch? He needs to have mod perms. No, we're not going to give some rando we've never talked to mod perms. Okay, that doesn't happen. Okay, that's never happened. That will happen. Okay, he wants to do a stage event then. Okay, he can do a stage event. No, he wants to do your stage event. I'm like, we're like, yeah, okay, sure, we can do a stage event. I mean, this is weeks and weeks of this shit. You guys don't, I mean, Cooper, you have no idea how much behind the scenes bullshit it took just to get this guy to join the call. Like, it was crazy. And then when he joins, he can't determine if he has hands or not. Like, what the fuck? And this was supposed to be the dude who was going to be able to thread the needle. You know, he's gonna show how flat earthers got it wrong for the right reasons. He's gonna break down all the observations, the talking points, and tell you how they fit all of human history and modern conceptual ideas. It was all gonna work. He was gonna be the guy who's like, yep, we did it. We got peace in the Middle East. And he shows up and reads insulting super chats as his only proof of the globe.
Did you expect any different?
No, that's the best part. And we told the people, like, this is exactly what's going to happen. It's like, no, this guy's different. He's an intellectual. Are you like, what?
I bet you it would have been a lot different if we'd have seen his videos first.
Yeah, if we would have vetted the guy. I mean, we just kind of took it on good faith. That, like, hey, if this guy's coming, if someone's recommending him, all right, let's do it. Let's check it out and let's go through it.
Did you watch Greg Locke's debate with Dean Odell at the end of 2023?
Which debate was that?
It was between Reverend Greg Locke and Reverend Dean Odell. That was there at Greg Locke's church in Mount Juliet, Tennessee.
I watched one debate about it that was FE related.
Yeah.
That was probably it.
Yeah. Yeah, what was interesting is like, so Reverend Greg Locke was going to show how the flat earth people were just totally wrong, good intended Christians, and he started off very graceful and everything else, and then when it came time for his performance, or his portion, he ended up just a bunch of hyperboles and superfluous nonsense, and trying to talk about all this stuff that that flat earth people believe, supposedly, and everything he said was wrong. And so what I've come to the conclusion of is that very few people actually know what it is we actually say, and they do a whole lot of assuming and second guessing, and they're just going down the deep hole of stupidity and nonsense, and then they come here and then find themselves utterly destitute. And that's what ended up happening in that debate with Greg Locke. Was he ended up just realizing he was looking totally stupid, and made a declaration that Reverend Dean Odell was not a Christian, and that all the demons needed to get out of the church, and kicked him out.
Is it me or is it the app?
We got a fuzzy Ewok in here. Welcome, fuzzy Ewok.
Hey, just checking in.
Just checking in.
Well, I'm walking the dog and seeing if there's anyone talking about anything, or what the conversation's like before I have to go soonish. Also seeing if Robert was here in some other way, because he was just in Earth Awakenings and just left, and I was seeing if he was somewhere else. I don't know if that stars something. I don't know, but
does he have a Jamaican?
That's the guy.
Jamaican accent, yeah.
Utah, all right.
Robert Utah, and one of his 600 alts.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's a bit of a meltdown. He creates a new account, comes in here, spurgs out, gets banned. Creates a new account, comes in here, spurgs out, gets banned. I've seen 4 of them. So yeah, he's just a numpty.
Yeah, it's sort of like when it's I don't know, like it was specifically when he was saying something and waffling on and just asking him to stick to a specific point and how that's proof of something or whatever it was, and he just would spiral and just then start doing other fallacies and other then you just can't stick to a single point and just
that's him.
Yeah.
When he first started in here, well, not started in here, but when he first time he'd come in here, you'd ask him a question, and he would always repeat the question back to you. Oh, let me tell you about that, brother. I have got the answer for you. You just wait there, my good brother. Now, what was your question? You said that the gravity is be doing this. And what he was doing was giving himself enough time to research shit in the background. Because then, after he'd get through all of the brothers and sisters and repeating the question and all that, he would then basically just go script off Google. Or he must have had some AI model run in the background, but a lot of it felt very scripted. A
chance to change what actually the question was and say, all right, so you said, and then you're like, no, I didn't say that. And like, why are you interrupting me? Because I didn't say that.
Yeah, so what I found with him, if you can scattergun, and some people can do it really good, if you can scattergun, when he bounces to another subject, if you can drag him quick steps from one subject to another, he can't input the data quick enough to look it up. And so you can actually bounce him faster through it than what he can handle. So he's trying to go from, instead of talking about one subject and skipping to one, if you double skip him, you can mess his shit up. And then he starts floundering and getting all lost and won't answer the questions, and that's just steps back to nuh-ahs. That's wrong, and he'll try to pull you back a step. So it's easier just to ban him and not do all this shit at all. But yeah, you get to root him after a while. He's a menace, but he's not allowed in here, so we just don't deal with his stupid.
Elsewhere. No, also, I don't know if you can hear. I'm going to probably breaking up. I'm driving, so I probably have to go. I'm breaking up, I think.
Nah, you're lagging a little bit, mate. But anyways, I'll catch up. I'm about to bail out myself too. It's like 8 minutes to midnight, so.
Peace out.
Alrighty, shoppers. I shall catch you all in probably about, 7 hours. After I wake up and have a shower and think about what's happening outside. Anyways, guys, peace.
Matrix. Later. I gotta get going too. You guys take care. Later.
Because usually about the time they say, I like talking to you guys, is I don't have any globe proof to present.
Exactly.
So you're done.
Okay, 6. I'll unmute you in exchange for some.
I did not concede anything ever.
No one cares.
And you're not going to put the.
No one cares anymore.
We already know. 6. I'll unmute you for some globe proof. Go ahead.
Yeah, 6 pussy boy,
I'm
you're
not
up.
talking to you.
You're up, pussy boy.
Where did the enjoyer go? Who you calling pussy? I'm not
You. Oh, come on now. You can't do that. You're too weak.
You sure about that?
Yes.
Hey, look, this wasn't what you were unmuted for. I said I'll take globe proof in exchange for that.
I didn't ask. I didn't really ask. I'm not really worried about you.
Okay, all right. You're useless to me. Bye.
Our internet tough guy. He's gonna beat you up over the internet.
Oh shit. Yeah.
Yeah, that's weak sauce, man. That's like not saying anything till the cops get there, then be like, "You're lucky they showed up. I'm gonna beat your ass."
Hiding in the bathroom, then the cops show up and you come out. Fucker, yeah, I'll kick your ass right now.
He says, you deny how rockets work. Dude, the rockets don't work on a globe. Rockets require reality to work. The only thing you have about rockets is cartoons. The only thing you have about rockets on a globe is cartoon rockets on a cartoon globe.
Bro, shut up, Mexican. You're literally a lunatic.
You talking to your daddy?
As well.
This is the guy who was whining about insults a minute ago, right?
Yeah.
Absolutely. And then I got muted, and now I speak different. This is a different language I speak now.
Yeah, you weren't fooling anybody to begin with anyway. We knew you were an asshole.
Yeah. We're going to deny how rockets work, how basic science works. Because,
we don't know anything. Hold on. No, let's give this guy the floor, and he's going to tell us exactly how they work. Let's hear it.
Yeah, the gentleman, what's his name? Globe, what's your name? Globe Earther?
Globe Enthusiast.
Is he talking about something else?
I'm glad he mentioned. I'm glad he mentioned tangents. I'm glad he mentioned angles. I'm glad he mentioned.
Okay, dude. Okay, we don't need the song and dance. Just get to the point.
That's all great, and he knows how rockets work.
No, you're going to tell us. We don't know.
And I'm going to tell you how missiles work and cruise missiles work as well. You see, on your stupid flat Earth theory, missiles would not work because they would go straight. But hey, missiles don't go straight; they go parabolically, and missiles that
you mean like you showed?
Yeah, missiles that are launched, at least the unguided ones, the basic rockets, they go parabolically because they go up and down.
You mean
right?
like
they're unguided?
I just need clarification. Like I just posted your.
Let's interrupt this guy because you have to. Jump
No,
in,
just for
give your
clarification.
stupid flat
He's
Earth,
addressing
yeah?
what you said.
Just for clarification, bro. So just for clarification, just like you posted in the side chat, which I just reposted in the diagrams, just like that.
Nope.
You cooked
Not
yourself.
like that.
No,
false.
Not like that. Well, I'm wondering why you posted
like
them then. Well,
Not like that. Because not like that. That's a basic
different.
rundown. That's a basic rundown explanation how parabolic trajectory looks like. Because you apparently seem not to understand how it works.
That's your evidence that you posted to prove your point. So you posted the
That's
wrong
not evidence I posted to prove any point.
That you posted the wrong thing. Is that what you're saying?
No, sir. The gentleman I was arguing with did not understand how parabolic trajectory works because
No, we understand just fine.
Oh, you do?
Sorry.
Okay. Then if you do,
yeah, anyone that can throw a ball understands a parabolic trajectory.
Wonderful. Okay, so if you do,
you see the
would
mathematics attached to the
Can I only throw a ball on a ball?
Hang
Can I throw a ball on a flat circle? No, listen. Can I only throw a ball on a ball?
Hang on.
Can I only throw a ball on a ball, bro?
The further you throw your ball, what happens?
Hey, just answer
What do you mean? What happens? It goes farther.
What happens?
It
The
goes
further
farther.
your ball goes, the further you throw it, what happens?
It goes farther.
Wonderful. And let's say you threw your ball really far away, 1,000 kilometers away. What happens?
It goes farther. Like, what are you talking about?
Wonderful. In your view, when you look at this projectile, what happens? What can you explain to me, define to me what happens?
It'll take a parabolic arc. So
Awesome.
there was this cool video game called Track and Field, and you ran and you had to get the angle just right so that when you jumped, your parabolic arc would throw you the farthest. And part of the game was adjusting the angle for the optimal parabolic arc.
Awesome.
That was on a flat surface.
Right. Flat surface, right.
You said
if you throw the ball really far,
shut up, dude. You said parabolic arcs can't exist because you said parabolic arcs can't exist on a flat surface.
I said no such thing.
Yeah, you did. You said it has to be a globe.
I was interrupted so many times. I wasn't.
You said on a flat Earth, parabolic arcs wouldn't work.
Okay, so let me just continue. Let me slow down. Stop interrupting. Wait, hold up. Relax, right? So if you threw the ball,
is that what you said?
I don't remember saying any such thing. What I remember saying is asking you to define what would happen if that ball was launched at, let's say, 1,000 kilometers, really far away, right? And what would happen in your perspective when you look at this ball? It will fall in a parabolic arc, correct?
Yes. Yeah. And?
Oh, okay, awesome. Would it fall behind the horizon or into the horizon?
No, it would be well beyond the horizon.
Beyond the horizon, wonderful. Yeah. And if you place the tracker on this ball to follow this ball and its arc, and you discover that it takes, let's say, an hour to travel while it's gone through the horizon, how do you explain that?
What does that even mean?
All right, so if
I put a tracker on the ball, hold on, I'm going to repeat what you said. If I put a tracker on the ball and shoot it in a parabolic arc, and it takes an hour beyond the horizon, how do you explain that?
Exactly. Yeah, how do you explain it?
What am I explaining exactly?
Yeah, why does the ball, let's say, when it goes beyond the horizon, it takes an hour to continue traveling? How is it possible that it travels for an entire hour?
Hold on a second. Do you think like the horizon is like the edge of a flat Earth or something?
No. What people here are claiming, the flat Earth, what the flat earthers are claiming is that the world is flat, then therefore it shouldn't be able to fly for, let's say, an hour beyond the horizon, right?
Why?
Because apparently, if the world is flat, it should just hit the flat Earth and should hit the surface.
What's the horizon?
Oh, he's lying again.
Hold on a second. What's the horizon? Let's just get him to define what the horizon is. What's the horizon?
It's what you can see, the maximum distance of your supposed flat Earth.
No. Well, yeah, it's the maximum
visible
distance
to
you
your
can
eye.
see. Hold on. Yeah, it's the maximum distance that you can see the surface of the Earth from your vantage point.
Yeah.
But that's not the end of the Earth.
I didn't say it's the end of the Earth.
Then why, if it's not the end of the Earth, then why are you mystified by something can travel past the horizon for 1,000 miles on a flat Earth? If it's not the end of the Earth, why is that mysterious?
Because assuming if this is a flat Earth, then this projectile should hit the surface.
Why? It's an
Because it's
parabolic
flat.
arc. You're not going to
Because it's
shoot it
flat.
straight, right? You're going to shoot it at some angle, like 45 degrees into the air, right?
This doesn't matter. What matters is when it hits the surface, supposedly, of your flat Earth at the horizon. Well, here's the exactly the issue. The ball continues going for an hour beyond the horizon. How's that explained? How do you explain that?
So?
That means the world is not flat. That means the world is round.
No, listen, dude. You admitted that the horizon's at the end of the Earth, right?
I did not admit or agree or disagree.
Is the horizon the end of the? Do you think the horizon's the end of the Earth?
No.
On a flat Earth.
No, but what he thinks is when.
So say the horizon. Hold on, no, I want to walk through this step by step, TW. Sorry. So say we shoot the rocket from 10 feet, then the horizon's 6 miles away. When the rocket hits, or let's make it rocket's fine. So when it hits the 6 mile point, it keeps going right past the horizon.
Mm-hmm.
How would that not work on a flat Earth that it travels past the 6 miles? What do you think? It just
because if your world is flat,
there's nothing past the horizon.
No. If your world is flat and the horizon is, you're looking straight towards the horizon.
Yeah.
So assuming the world is flat, it would be flat even at the horizon and beyond. Correct?
Yeah.
Awesome. Then your projectile would have to stop at the horizon. It would crash and
that's
hit the
saying
surface.
that the horizon's the end of the Earth.
He's an idiot.
Unfortunately, the projectile does not crash at the horizon. It continues
because the
beyond
horizon's not the end of the Earth.
No, but what he's saying, he's not saying it's the end of the Earth.
What do you mean by end of the Earth?
One sec, bro.
How is this a factor?
Hey, relax,
in
bro. Hey, relax.
Yeah,
So
I don't understand translate, Tito.
Okay, what I think he's saying is that visually it appears to meet the surface at that point, right? So when it appears to touch the ground, it should explode, but it doesn't.
Because it's orbiting what he's trying to tell you. It's orbiting around the globe in a parabolic curve, right, kid?
I did not say that.
Okay.
Because we're not talking about orbits. We're not talking about orbits. We're not there just yet.
Stop, relax. I already went over this with you and with him. That when
what do you mean you went over this?
When the rocket appears to be at the horizon visually, it's not touching the ground. And
really?
The elevation data from that rocket does not read that it's touching the ground. Do you understand that?
How do you know that? Did you do it yourself? Did you try it?
Because we can calculate angles.
Did you do it? No, I'm not talking to
we
that
can
guy.
just
Did you
calculate
try
an
it? Did you
angle,
prove
like what
it?
it looks like. We can calculate
Do you
an
have any
angle of
data to prove what you said?
Yeah, it's called trigonometry.
Yeah,
how about you provide your
the
data
elevation
to prove
data
what you
was
said?
not telling you that the rocket was hitting the ground, because otherwise the rocket would be hitting the ground.
Drace, did you fire any rockets in your life?
What's this got to do with
So
irrelevant.
So you're a clown, dude.
I think he thinks that streetlights are
I'm a clown.
You have invincible ignorance. You have invincible ignorance.
Yeah, I'm the clown here. Yeah, you can't explain why the fuck your rocket continues.
So check this out. Say I have a 6-foot pole with a light on the top and light on the bottom, and I send it away from me 3 miles. Am I going to see 2 distinguished lights? Or am I going to see 1 light?
How does this follow anything we said?
You'll find out when you answer the question.
Just 3 miles, a pole.
Yeah, 3 miles.
And another pole.
Yeah, like think of separated headlights, but you
That's not even barely enough to prove anything. That's a very short.
If you look at it with your eye, due to the angle resolution limit of your eye, it would appear as 1 light because you wouldn't be able to resolve the space between the lights.
Is too short.
Okay. So when you have your rocket and you shoot it 1,000 miles away, even though it's still, like, say, a mile above the ground, the angular separation between the ground and the rocket will make it appear as if it's at the horizon. Got it?
Angle of separation? What does that mean?
Angles,
What is that?
Because when you look at things visually, we see in angles. We don't see in sizes, right?
Telling him.
What?
You didn't know that. So when you look at the sun, what's the angular size of the sun?
No, wait.
You think you look up and see 800,000? You think you look up and see 800,000 mile diameters?
Hold up. Wait, you mean as the further away an object travels, it becomes smaller, is what you're saying?
No, I'm saying that the apparent separation between two objects, as they get farther away, you won't be able to resolve that they're even separated.
What do you mean separation between two objects? What are you on about?
A rocket in the ground, dude.
The apparent distance between them. Apparent distance, angular distance.
Okay, awesome. In a parabolic, parabolic trajectory works. The
parabolic trajectory is irrelevant. This is what it looks like, dude. It's irrelevant.
How is this irrelevant? The object falls.
Because we're talking about what it looks like. You're saying, hey, how can it go past that? It would smash into the ground. How would we tell
because
it
it's
smashed
a
into the
parabolic
ground?
trajectory. It goes down.
Well, how would you tell it smashing into the... Yeah, it goes down. That's right. How do you know when it would smash into the ground? How would you know when it smashes into the ground? You have to see it, right?
Because you have a tracker on it. I told you have a tracker. The missile's fucking flying. It's falling. It parabolically.
Okay.
It goes down into the horizon, touches the horizon, continues flying beyond the horizon.
Okay, there we go. There's the point. You
can track that
touches
stuff,
the horizon. Touches the horizon is the point. Looks like it touches the horizon. There is still a separation. There's still a separation between the rocket and the ground. You just can't visually resolve the separation. Okay?
What do you mean there's a separation?
A physical separation, meaning that there's a mile between the rocket and the ground. But from your vantage point, because you're 1,000 miles away, the angular separation between the rocket and the ground is too small to resolve. Now, I'll give you another example because you seem a little slow on this.
Wait.
So if you had two headlights on a car, right? The headlights are 6 feet apart. Listen. The headlights are 6 feet apart, right? But if the car's far enough away, it looks like just like one light, right?
All right, hold up a second. You're saying there's a separation between the ground and the missile.
Separation.
Visual separation. Yeah. So what you're claiming is this. So wait a minute. Slow down. So what you're claiming is that this rocket is now flying horizontally and it's not falling parabolically. And you're completely dismissing parabolic trajectory.
I'm telling you, you can't strawman me. Don't try it, dude.
I'm not even strawmanning you. I'm talking about parabolic trajectory.
Why are you continuing when I say no? That's not my argument, but you're continuing.
Because your separation assumes.
Very slow. That's not my argument. Okay, there's no visual separation between the ground and the rocket, but there is a physical separation 1,000 miles away. The rocket's still in the air. You just can't see it. It's still in the air.
That's not how parabolic trajectory works.
Dude, you're a bona fide retard. We're talking about what it looks like versus where it is above the ground, right? Physically. How many miles? It's a mile above the ground. But from 1,000 miles away, a mile above the ground, subtends like 0.001 degree. You're never going to be able to distinguish it from the horizon visually.
Okay. Does the missile hit the surface or not? Yes or no?
Jesus Christ, dude. Steel man my argument what I just said to you. Steel man my argument what I just said to you. Repeat it back to me.
Why are you getting mad?
Repeat back my argument.
Because you're an idiot.
I want to make sure you're listening. Repeat back my argument. I want to make sure you're listening.
You said that there's a physical separation between the ground and the missile at a distance. I don't know, some other cope.
Yeah, okay.
It's ridiculous.
Oh my god. This guy actually thinks that streetlights are getting closer to the ground with distance. He's a fucking idiot.
Perspective denier.
Yeah, literally, if I would put him in a tunnel, he would be like, I can't escape. It's all coming together into a point.
I'm never going to be able to get out the other end of this tunnel. Look, the hole's too small.
He's going to have to lose weight to squeeze through that black hole.
Yep. Oh, shit. Watch out, the stars are falling closer to the horizon. Watch out.
So
this is exactly why I told him
Namica loser.
with
So
the ABCs
DJ just posted
like 30 minutes ago.
So DJ just posted the perfect image. So those street lights are all the same height, right? There's all 50 feet above the road, yet they appear to converge into the surface. Their angular separation, meaning the separation between the light and the ground, that angle gets smaller and smaller and smaller with distance. Now, the rocket will be 1,000 miles away, but the angular separation from the horizon will be too small where you cannot distinguish the rocket from the horizon, even though it's still a mile in the fucking air.
Okay, wonderful. But these are static objects, and I'm talking about a parabolic trajectory of an object that's constantly falling.
Because we're just taking a moment in time.
Yeah, it is relevant because it's a rocket falling.
So at T minus fucking 5 minutes or whatever it is, you make up the number that we take a static moment of time where the rocket's at some height. And then we go, hey, dude, what is the angle at that 1 mile
with respect, your point is a non-point.
Talking. Yeah, okay. Yeah, sure it isn't. You have no reputation. You don't even understand it. You can't even repeat it back to me.
Respectfully, sir, your argument does not make any logical sense at all.
Yeah, it's called linear perspective.
Yes, but we're talking about an
field
object.
Of study in mathematics.
Wonderful. Good for you. Proud and glad for you.
You can't even play a video game without it, dude.
Thank you, sir. You're definitely, I respect you for it, but you see, we're talking about a projectile.
Okay, so at T minus 1 minute, how high is the rocket? Okay, let's do this whole scenario. We launch the rocket. At T minus 30 minutes, where's the rocket? What's its elevation above the surface and how far downrange is it? Because I'm going to calculate the angle.
Let's assume it's 50 meters above ground.
Okay. Oh, God, dude, you just really fucked yourself. How far away is it? Do it in kilometers.
Very far away.
Very far? I want you to quantify.
Yeah, let's say it's 1,000 kilometers away, which you can barely see. Right.
Barely see at 1,000 kilometers.
Yeah, because it's beyond the horizon at this point.
You wouldn't see it at all, dude.
Yeah, because it's beyond the horizon. Yeah,
no, because air is opaque, dude. Look up your local visibility. It's like 10 miles.
No, because the world is round and it's beyond the horizon. Because the world's round.
Google retard. Google meteorological visibility. Go Google your local weather report, and there's a thing that says visibility 10 miles. Has nothing to do with
trackers that you can track missiles.
That's fantastic. Well, why are you the one saying look at it then?
Because missiles fall. See, that's the point of missiles. They don't constantly, when you shoot something up
that actually
for the purpose of
India's argument.
Excuse me. When you shoot a projectile up with the purpose of it falling, it falls eventually. And when it goes beyond the horizon, it falls. It doesn't stay there, separated physically to your perspective or whatever nonsense. It falls constantly.
What a
bro.
It's falling. On fucking
I already went over this with him. It's falling when it's at the horizon, and it's still falling because its elevation is higher than the ground. So even though it appears to be touching the ground, it's not actually touching the ground. The elevation is still above sea level. I don't understand how anybody could be this dull. I can make another example for you. We can have a warehouse, and we can put the lights in the top of the warehouse so they appear to take a parabolic curve towards the vanishing point. What does that prove? Nothing. And no one said rockets don't fall.
The sad thing is that he doesn't want to understand. He's not trying to understand. He couldn't repeat back what Indio said. He just heard, all he heard was blah, 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 cope. To him, it's just Indio coping. He didn't attempt to try and acknowledge and understand the information. He's just an idiot. He just wants it to be about the globe. That's all he wants.
Yeah, he does. Well, Nebuchadnezzar, look in the chat. So I just posted what the separation between the horizon would be and the rocket in the angular separation. That's well beyond the resolution limit of the eye. The eye can resolve angles as small as 0.02 degrees. This is 0.001. So you wouldn't be able to distinguish the rocket from the horizon from 1,000 miles away, being 50 meters above the surface.
Okay, look. If the object is a static object,
it has nothing to do with being static. We're taking a point in time. We're taking just a point in time. Yeah.
If assuming the rocket is frozen in that position, but it's not, it's moving constantly.
You take a picture. That's fantastic. How does that change anything?
Here, it changes because.
How does that change anything? Say why that's important.
Yeah, let me answer. It changes because parabolic trajectory means it constantly falls to a certain point where you want it to fall, and if your target is 1,000 kilometers away beyond the horizon and it constantly falls and you follow and track it on the goddamn computer and you can see that the hour how much time it takes to travel, it eventually hits something.
What we're saying.
Doesn't matter about your perspective cope or whatever nonsense, bro. This is undeniable evidence that the world is round.
Okay, so your argument is, hold on, you haven't presented any evidence. You've made a bunch of claims. So show us data showing the parabolic arc that only works on a globe. Actually post the data.
No, show me data. Show me data that missiles don't.
If your claim, you're saying X happens, that would, because now I understand your argument. Your argument's a time argument. That if on a flat Earth, it wouldn't be in the air as long as a round Earth, right?
Listen, man.
Is that your argument, yes or no?
Seed, bro. Seed.
Is that your argument, yes or no? Is that your argument, yes or no? Is that your argument, yes or no?
The world is round, sir.
Is that your? Now he goes to chanting. You sound like a religious nut right now. So, is that your argument? Is your argument, hey, on a flat Earth, the parabolic arc would be shorter than on the globe, so it wouldn't be in the air as long?
No, my argument is if it was on the flat Earth, the missile wouldn't even go through the horizon because it just, hits the surface.
Because the horizon is like a brick wall? Because the horizon's a brick wall? You're a retard.
Okay, I'm the retard. Okay,
disown you for being this the fucking dumb dude. Like, honestly,
I'm the retard, and you're the guy. Okay, if I'm okay. I accept I'm retarded. All right, I accept I'm retarded. Please recommend me a university for flat Earth so I can go study your enlightening.
Hey, let me ask you: as whether it's at university, is that the arbiter of truth? Because we got some women's studies courses for you.
Do you have a school I can go to? I'd like to study.
We got some women's studies courses for you, since universities are the arbiters of truth.
But sir,
you want some lesbian dance theory courses from the university?
No, I'm looking for a flat Earth school. Please, can you please provide me one?
You're in it.
Go study your mind-blowingly interesting flat Earth.
You're in it.
Denialism.
You're in flat Earth denialism. You can't even
a globe Earth denialism.
How about sentences? You're done.
How about the one where you got your diagram from? That'll do for me. Thanks.
Yeah, the maths associated with it that you posted as well. Sorry.
Incoherent gibberish, bro.
The funny part is he's sitting over here denying that perspective exists, yet that's how he perceives the world. Like, I'm doubting that he even has.
Does he perceive the world? Like, that's actually in question, dude. He might just be a jar.
Yeah, he might just be an AI bot and like a really convincing voice clone. That's how the level of what we're getting.
It's a freaking dumbass. Who's next up on the chopping block? I mean the stage. We got any new people in the chat? Anybody got any questions? Or should we just sit around to talk about that idiot for a while? I still can't believe that he thinks the end of the tunnel is actually smaller. Oh dear, that'd be on the floor for a while, that one did. These people say some stupid fucking shit.
Yeah, he's so bad that I can't even ascribe him to the normal LLMs, the normal AIs that are the norm we have right now. He's like an old-timey chatbot, completely broken.
Well, I mean, I tried not to fixate on like grammatical errors or like shit that was incoherent, especially the last thing he said. University of Flat Earth Denialism. Wouldn't that be the globe? Like, dude, nothing he's saying is making sense. Like, bro, are you okay over there? Then he just starts chanting. That's weird.
I know. And the fact that he says, but it's going down. Well, that only makes the apparent separation happen even faster, right?
Yeah, the only argument can be is like, okay, if you shoot it in a parabolic arc on a flat surface, it'll be in the air, say, 1 hour. But if it's a curved surface, right, because that arc length is longer, then it's going to be in the air for a longer period of time. Okay, fine.
Right, like 90 minutes or whatever.
Yeah, show us that
argument.
Say that again?
Yeah, that would have been a much better argument instead of what he had.
Maybe he was recycling somebody else's argument and didn't understand it.
It's like he's in the chat right now saying, it's your team that claimed missiles and projectiles were physically separated from the ground. Like, how does he think missiles and projectiles get to their target?
Ugh. Some of these guys are so brick, man. See, I know this guy's like he's has the smartest person in the room syndrome. He's the dumbest person in the room everywhere he goes, and like he tried to come here and be the smart one and frickin' butchered it.
Yeah, I'm fine with him being on the team that thinks missiles and projectiles are not physically separated from the ground. I mean, that's an insane position to have. And he thinks we are coping?
Is there anybody else in here that can actually hold it together mentally? Dude said the projection, dude. You're incoherent, buddy. You don't understand your own argument at best.
Yeah, we would just like anyone who would like to present some evidence without rejecting objective reality and how you perceive the world. Like, not someone totally insane like the last guy.
Nebuchadnezzar, it's important that you know that ballistics are calculated against a horizontal plane. All those parabolas that bullets take or whatever projectile you're shooting, like the diagram you posted, it's against a horizontal. So, thanks.
Well, I might as well bring this up, right? So I'll bring this up. So the Mark 7 guns, 16-inch guns on like battleships like the USS Missouri and the USS Iowa, they tested those guns. We have a firing. They post a firing table online of 30,000 meters, and the difference in a flat, the correction for curvature at 30,000 meters is it would have to go 90 feet farther. Okay, so you couldn't even measure that.
No. you'd get lost in wind and shit.
So the parabolic arc adjustment would be what? Would be in the air like what? 1/10 of a 1 millisecond? I mean,
yeah.
Yeah, it's even less than the variance of the error of the round, or like the randomness of where the round is going to land. Well, he ran away, but Crown Me is still here, and he was being very reasonable earlier, but he's descended a little bit, spiraled a little bit in the text while listening to the other guy spiral.
Always.
So, Crown Me, you want to come talk to us a little bit and tell us how you're feeling?
I wish he didn't leave because I was just supposed to post the firing table for the fucking for that gun, and you can argue with that.
I think he would have just said, "Well, parabolic."
That's actually less than the tracking adjustments in the Scout manual. So Coriolis is in the 10s, parabolic arc differentiations in the 10s.
Were you here for his actual argument? They are.
Wait a minute, dude. I think you need to go learn what an argument is if you said that was an actual argument. No, I'm just kidding.
Okay, fair enough.
Dude, that was hard, man. That was hard to listen to.
You heard that,
but
guy?
It was funny.
Oh my God, dude.
Yeah.
Parabolic arcs don't exist on a flat Earth, brother.
Except when he shows us diagrams, that's all over a flat Earth.
Yeah, that was... Dude.
Hey, that was just to show us how parabolic arc works, but that's not how it works.
Yeah, what I'm posting is not evidence of what I'm saying. It's refuting what I'm saying, but it's not actually evidence anymore. Then why are you posting it? You're posting evidence against yourself, like. Your Honor, the plaintiff is accusing me of murder, so here I'm presenting the murder weapon that I found in my closet.
That's not my evidence anymore. Fucking hell.
Here's how I did it, but that's not how I did it.
Yeah, dude, he's looking like I did not kill them like that. I killed them like this.
Yeah, that's exactly what he did.
Don't tell lies about me. You know, sometimes I think this chat can't be real. Some of the things they say, it's freaking amazing.
To be honest, you kind of think that you've heard it all, but then some nugget comes along and it's just pure gold.
Oh yeah, I wish you guys had heard Dump Truck Daddy. Did any of you get to hear Dump Truck Daddy earlier?
No.
That's a great name.
It was like literally what? Oh, Jenna was here. Yeah, Jenna was here.
It sounded like a drooling idiot.
Yeah, but he's legendary. I mean, his dedication to, his science fiction space dream was just off the charts,
Oh, my favorite was when you said, let's stay here and better Earth, right? And he's like, that sounds negative.
Yeah, I said to him, because he literally thinks, I said, you're never going to live on Mars. And he said, but my sons will live there. Like, this guy was serious. I mean, he was like a character of himself. Oh my gosh, it was so funny. Yeah, and then I said, yeah, why would you want to live in a hellhole like that with, no air to breathe, no trees, no animals, et cetera, et cetera. He's like, we'll transform it, we'll change it, basically change it into Earth. And then I said, well, why don't you just stay here then? He said, because it's a dying planet. We're killing it. Yeah. And then when I said, actually, we've improved a lot of things on Earth and you could focus on improving it more. He's like, you're so negative.
That makes no sense. If you can change Mars, which is worse than Earth right now, right? Why don't you just change the Earth? Why go to Mars?
I know, that's what I was trying to tell him.
Earth is dying, but Mars is like the options here.
Mars is dead.
Yeah,
so
already
if you
dead.
can fix Mars, you can fix Earth. What the?
Yeah, but
Hey, brother.
That's why I was so glad he was here, because
I'm glad you said that.
Perfect
because-
demonstration.
Yeah. I just watched a video about this very topic, which you all should watch. I couldn't find it on YouTube, but I'll rip it and mirror it. But it's basically this well-respected author. Oh man, I can't post it. You little. They blocked me from posting it. What a bunch of dinks. The link to your original message. All right, there it is. Can you guys see that? Or did I get banned? Did I get...
See it.
All right, so perfect. So I thought I got banned for posting a link. I was like, what the heck? But it's basically this well-respected author basically saying exactly what you guys are talking about, but he breaks it down so eloquently. He talks about like all these resources. If you could do this, then why wouldn't you just do it on Earth? All the cost, travel, the life extending technology would need. Why don't you just do it on Earth, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera? He just rips them up, dude. He basically takes their dream away on purpose.
Good. Yeah, I mean, that's what I was trying to do with our little friend here, but then he was mad because I didn't like Mars as much as he did. So, yeah, he might be back, Dump Truck Daddy. He seemed into it, but not into it enough to give up his space fantasy.
One of the good, insightful things he said, look, nobody wants to live in a super high-tech environment trapped in a little bubble that's highly pressurized and you can't leave, otherwise you might die. And then he was basically talking about the oceans. It's like nobody's living in colonies in the oceans for the same reasons nobody wants to live in colonies in space, because it sucks.
I know, you'd be trapped, you'd be all claustrophobic. Do you guys remember the biosphere? You guys might be too young to remember the biosphere, but yeah, that was their idea, was to trap these people in there for a year, and they didn't make it the whole year. I can't remember the whole story. It was in Arizona. I went to tour it. It was a cool place. Now it's just a place that's open to touring, but they have, they were trying to create a contained environment there, and they had like amazing.
Didn't they try to escape?
Yeah, I think there was something like that. Yeah, they all went nuts or something. I can't remember the whole story. I'll look it up. But now it's like a tour. They have these beautiful, greenhouses there and stuff. It's really nice.
But AI makes a great point, because the dangers of living underwater, if the capsule breaks, all of a sudden you're flooded, you're drowning, you're dying. The same applies when you don't have enough pressure. The capsule breaks, all the gas goes out, you're suffocating, you're dying. So, of course, people don't want to live there if they're sane.
Yeah, but he was also talking about like, look, you're not going to ever do this. And if you're daydreaming about your grandkids or your grandkids going and living in these places, you're also delusional. Like, so he was taking space dreams away from him left and right, man. It's only like 8 minutes. You guys got to watch it if you've never seen it.
Yeah, I'll definitely look at it and I'll save it.
Hey, if we're all bored, why don't we just watch it right now?
Oh yeah, I found this article. 8 go mad in Arizona, how a lockdown experiment went horribly wrong. In the 1990s, a troop of hippies spent 2 years sealed inside a dome called Biosphere 2. They ended up starving and gasping for breath. I think they also like kind of went nuts on each other. That's what I remember. Yeah, and they were trying to get out of there.
Wasn't there another one where they like got caught having like exited the dome and stuff?
I think that's the one, maybe. And maybe there was another one. I don't know. There's all kind of craziness.
Yeah, that's what I heard. Like, I remember that story. Like, some of the guys, they found a way to get out and get back in without anybody knowing, so they just pretended like they had been there the whole time.
Yeah, that's what I remember.
Yeah, I mean, recreating Earth is just, like, gosh, such a task. I can't even imagine why anybody would think they could do it. Yeah, it said they had a lot of trouble with the oxygen levels. They started getting sleep apnea. Morale deteriorated. Cups were thrown and people were spat at.
I think the carbon dioxide was degrading the concrete structure.
There's a lot of beetroot and sweet potato. We lost a lot of weight.
What is this common issue with Globers that they post images of the city of Toronto or Chicago, right? And they ask, why is the bottom of the buildings behind the water, under the water? And when you give them the datums and show them that for many periods of times of the year, the water level is higher than the street level, right? They say this guy in the sheriff still. I gave him the information, and he still says, "But that's behind the curvature of the earth, bro. The street level, the bottom of the buildings, are below the water level. How does that equate to the curvature? Is that the only conclusion that you can come up with?"
That's what the conclusions for people who failed physics come up with.
It's a lot of dishonesty too, because goodness, even the datum, like okay, so they use Google Maps, the model of the globe is showing you the globe or whatever, but in the street it's telling you right there at the wall, the datum, the people that made the measurements telling you that yes, the street level is lower than the water level, and these guys are saying because globe, nowhere over there it's saying that. I don't know. It's kind of weird that they can only come to that conclusion. It has to be because it's behind the curvature of the globe. even though they're missing all the physics that will have to be there to come to that conclusion.
Yeah, it's a false cause fallacy. They're assuming the cause of bottom-up disappearance is the Earth curve with no evidence. Meanwhile, we have actual optical effects that cause bottom-up disappearance, and so they're just dead in the water with no evidence.
Many other variables in place, but just hand wave that, ignore all that. It must be the variable that they cannot demonstrate, curvature of the Earth. It's like, I don't know, annoying.
It's like dealing with children. Don't understand how light works, don't understand how reflections work.
Don't understand how gas works, don't understand how level works. It's even so bad that they don't understand how triangles work.
Spherical triangles, the oxymoron of the glober. I'm just wondering, has anyone ever seen a 6-foot duck?
No.
I have. But it was at Disney World.
Yeah, Disneyland.
I don't have Disneyland, so I guess that's why.
Donald Duck doesn't count.
Wait, when you said duck, do you mean like the animal or duck where you kind of do landing from the boat? You know, like you reach the dock at the shore. You
The duck as in the waterfowl bird.
Oh, not as in like duck, like you stand on it.
like the quack, not the quack thing, the thing that you get on and you will go across the water, navigate, right? I mean, the dock where you park that stuff.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Not the maritime infrastructure.
Okay, then what were you going to say?
Because someone forgot to tell the ducks at the water curves. And how ducks are visible for miles from the shore.
Yeah, that's a pretty good one. So bird watchers destroy the globe.
Yeah, all you need to do is watch a lot of waterfowl in a large lake and realize it's not curved.
Yeah, shout out to Jeranism. He actually critiqued that one video, and he found a portion of the video where after the quote-unquote horizon gave way to the sky, and Globers were claiming that's the horizon, that's the curve of the Earth where the water ends. He isolated a portion of the video and showed that a bird dipped into the water beyond the horizon, proving that there's actually more water beyond the resolved water line. And that what you were seeing flanking it was the sky was the reflection of the sky on the water, because you could see the bird go down into the water and then come back up, right up.
Yeah, those kind of anomalies are only captured with a fairly decent camera. You probably never see that with the human eye because they're too far away.
Yeah.
Yeah, I want to say it was, some glober trying to present, hey, this is the resolved water line, is the horizon, it's the edge of the earth, right? And so they were zooming in on it to show, look, it's the horizon, it's the end of the earth. And then all of a sudden the duck was like, hey, bro, I just want to ruin your day by diving into this water real quick and proving you wrong.
Yeah, because I like ducks, because most people understand what a duck is and what size it is.
What I like most about this is 100% analogous to the guy earlier with his rocket. See the duck dive into the horizon, you know there's water behind it. You see the rocket dive into the horizon, you know there's land behind it. It is proved flat Earth. I think a big issue is just most Globers don't think about things. They went to school like we all did. And you go to school thinking the teachers are gonna be this authority that teach you how things work, and they kind of kill your childish innocence, making you believe like, well, most of the things have been discovered. There's small fine tunings that need to be done. If you go all the way through academia, you might be able to fine tune it, and then if you do, you'll get accolades. But we can't question the belief system. We just need to memorize it and regurgitate it, and then we get high grades. And so I kind of understand why they have actually thinking and using their senses. They're used to just being told what to think and how to respond to things with fallacies and other things through education and entertainment.
Yeah, that's because back at the turn of the 20th century, a bunch of communists decided that America cannot go back to its pre-World War I teachings. So they decided they couldn't do anything with the current historians because they wanted to teach history as it was. So they had to go for the next generation of historians who were currently in school, subvert their education so that when they came out, they would start telling history the way the communists wanted it to be told.
Yep. And they tell you this as well with like scientific consensus is not something that just changes when a new, better idea comes along. It changes when a new generation is brought up upon that idea.
Yep. Sometimes new ideas require a new generation.
The consensus is just what people collectively believe because what they were told. The outliers are generally the people who are trying to do research on the subject and figure out, well, it's more complex than what we were told. And most global believers just accept that because they're like, well, it was simplified to make it like more palatable for us as children, but then we make it more and more complex. But the problem is they don't realize that the fundamentals, the foundations, is flawed because they never checked it. They never thought to check it. They didn't think they need to check it. They stand on the shoulders of giants, and so they just become intelligent by repeating what the giants said. And so if they can add to that whole idea, they're hyper intelligent. And so the idea itself kind of ties into their identity of self and their how perceived intelligence, and so it becomes really difficult to let go of the idea.
You guys are all retarded.
That's a great argument, man. Hats off. Round
We
of
got a
applause for
Nobel
this guy.
Prize winner here.
This is a Mensa graduate, obviously. Arguments like that. Man, I'm outclassed.
Such a riveting argument. I think I might be convinced right now. It might be a globe, after all.
Man, I actually am retarded. But I come from a race of beings that's so smart. Like, me being retarded is like so much smarter than the average human. So it's like, it's cool.
That was good.
Listen, retarded just basically means stunted or slowed. Right?
Hold back.
Yeah, held back. So I do. Yeah, I do hold back. I hold back from getting on my knees and taking it in the face from Daddy Government when he says it's raining diamonds on Uranus.
Oh, you're right, bro. I am retarded. I do slow myself down so that I can match their slow speeds. I retard myself to get down to their level.
Is the room accepting questions at this time?
Is that a question?
That is a question. We accept it.
Yeah, I accept that question.
Do you have any other questions?
Okay, great. I have a question about the flat Earth worldview.
So, like, you just want to sort of like analyze the psychology of the people in this room, not so much discuss the topic itself?
No, actually, I have a question about the flat Earth worldview.
So just like the perceptions and opinions of the people here, not really the flat Earth itself.
No, this would be an objective claim to reality that I want to ask you about.
Okay.
I like the sound of that. Go ahead. That sounds good to me. Go ahead.
Okay, great. So everything that I've heard about the flat Earth worldview includes the sun is on a circular path above the planar Earth. Is that correct?
Who told you that?
Wait, 1 second. You said objective, and then you went to what you heard about the sun. Is that objective?
Yeah, I'm asking...
Beliefs, what other people believe about the sun's motion, or subjective. So I don't get... Aren't you in a category here?
No, I'm asking the panel, do you believe that the sun takes a circular path above the planar Earth?
No.
Yeah, I don't have a belief about the sun's actual path.
You don't have a belief about the sun's path throughout the day?
The sun is not a belief. The sun is an observable phenomena. There's nothing to believe about it. If you are talking about the objective side of things, we all, if you're not blind, right? If you're not blind, objectively, we all observe the sun doing what it does across the sky. And you're asking, does it do a circle? If you check the sun, it's not doing a circle, because the circle will be, if you draw a circle, that's not what the sun is doing. I mean,
Okay, so the sun does not take a circular path above the planar Earth, according to you?
No one said that. No one said that. No one here is making a claim. We're just sticking with observations to begin with. We observe the sun move across the sky as the day goes by.
Yeah, the sun is moving across the sky. That's what the sun does.
Yeah, okay, great. So does that mean that the sun is traveling in a circular path above the planar Earth?
We're not making. No, we don't care. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
We're not making a claim to the actual path.
Okay, so you don't know what path the sun takes above the Earth?
And then you came in here and you started to speak to something that nobody here ever said.
Well, so most flat earthers that I've heard speak on this topic, they claim that the sun rotates in a circular path above the planar Earth.
Which flat earthers have you heard speak on this topic besides us? Because I don't think anybody here said that.
Jaren was a big one. Witsit is another one.
Okay. Well, let me see. I think
Witsit is another one.
I could give you a.
Do you disagree with these people?
Hold on. I could give you a server link to Earth Awakenings if you want to question them on the stuff they said.
Yeah,
listen, bro. Objectively, you're here talking to us, so address the people here. Forget about whoever you're dreaming about.
You know, the funny thing is, I feel like everybody can go outside during the daytime, watch the sun rise, you know, as it starts becoming daytime, and then stay out there all day. The sun's gonna do the same thing for everybody. I don't know about you guys, but to me, it moves from the east.
Oh, hold on, Drace. Hold on. There may actually be someone here who thinks the sun takes a circular path over a flat planar Earth. So maybe he wants to communicate with that other guy.
Yeah, we're just waiting on them to say it is all. If they are, then yeah, go ahead.
Well, yeah, so someone said that the sun doesn't do the same thing for everyone. Does someone else do the sun? I don't understand because it just moves in an arc across the daytime sky. In a parent arc. It's not actually arcing, but...
So my question really is, what path does the sun take for a 24-hour period? Is it rotating in a circle around the planar Earth?
Observe it. Do that.
What do you mean by it rotates in a circle? What does that mean?
Does it travel in a circular path above the planar Earth?
It appears to, especially at this time of year, for an observer sitting inside the Arctic Circle, like in northern Norway, where they have perpetual sunlight for a few months. From their observation, the sun at this time of year circles around them.
Yeah, that is fair enough.
Great.
That's documented.
So then,
my experience.
So would you then agree that the sun travels in a circular path above the planar Earth?
Guys, real quick. When the sun is doing this circuit across the sky, and he's saying, "Is that circuit a circle?" Circle is a circle. It's if the sun is undulating, kind of like up and down, and doing a circuit, is that a circle? Even if you see it for 24 hours, can you actually say that is a circle?
Well, that's what I'm asking the panel. Does the sun move in a circle above the Earth? Yes or no?
I think you will have to go to the sun and manipulate the variables and check the medium that is in and see all of the variables in place to say, yes, I checked every box and it is a circle that the sun is doing. Have you done that?
Yeah.
No, I'm asking you. Do you believe the sun travels in a circle above the Earth?
We're not claiming the sun is traveling in any kind of formations, okay? We're saying we can observe the sun appear to travel in a circle when we're in the Arctic Circle. I live in Iceland, so I can see that. However, when I travel to the equator, I don't see that.
Okay, so I'm just talking about appearances. Does the sun appear to travel in a circle above the Earth?
Depends on your location.
Listen, I'm in the Earth. I'm standing on the Earth, and I don't see the sun doing a circle.
Yeah, that's what I was
Okay, so
going to
your
say.
answer is no.
Well, the man that lives in Iceland, there's going to be certain times of the year where he goes outside and he sees the sun for 24 hours. Okay.
Yeah,
And the
other
same time
times
of the year, I
other
see it
times
at
of
the
the
same
year where I
time.
do not see that. I do not see it go in a circle. I only see it peak
Exactly.
up a little bit above the south.
You're going to have to repeat because you got kind of walked over
the
when you
sun
were
is
saying that. Say
doing
that all over again.
the sun is not just traveling across a circle like you're trying to say. It's doing more than that. It's doing multiple things besides a circle. If you're saying one day or 2 days of the year, we can make a circle around the path of the sun of that day. Okay, that day the sun appears that did a circle, but that's not all the days.
Yeah, you got to think.
Right.
For instance, sorry.
I was going to say, how come like this guy keeps asking this question, and then all of a sudden everybody loses their minds and just talks straight over each other? Like, what's going on? You guys got like chaos in the wind or something?
Everybody's speaking over each other. What are you talking about, dude?
Well, yeah, that's what's been going on for the past 3 minutes, bro. That's good.
No, not everybody. That's wrong. Most people are muted, so you're wrong.
So one thing that we learned through direct observation from the final experiment, when several people went down to Antarctica and observed the sun, was that the sun travels in a circle through the sky. Do you agree or disagree with that observation?
Agree. For sake of argument, let's say we agree.
Okay, great. So if you agree, then just to confirm, you would say that the sun traverses a circular path through the sky above a planar Earth. Is that your position?
You keep saying circular, right? Like it's just doing one thing. We have to look at the different observations we've now took. Andres took you to inside the Arctic Circle in the summer now, where it's darkness at the moment in the Antarctic, but where they went down 6 months ago where it was summer there, it was darkness in the north, and they saw the sun rotate around then. So we can only come to one real conclusion about this. The sun's moved a lot. Over time, it depends on the time and your location, as in season, of what you're going to see the sun doing. You might be lucky enough to see the circle of the sun around you in a summer from a location like the Arctic or Antarctic. Or if you're closer to the motion of the sun, you might observe a night and day cycle. It's going to depend on you, what you see the sun doing.
But if the sun is moving in a circular path above the planar Earth, then we should never see the sun move straight up and down, correct?
What do you mean straight up? Sorry, what do you mean straight up and down?
So up and down would be perpendicular to the ground.
Do you mean sunrise and sunset?
Yes, when the sun is setting or rising.
So when we observe the sun in the summer, we're inside these circles and see the sun above the horizon for 3 months, we understand that those experiencing day and night cycle, well, that's just a perspective of their observation point.
Right, I agree with you.
It appears to be going down for them, but we can see the sun actually above the horizon for 24 hours, 3 months of the year in 2 locations, so 6.
Right, I agree with you.
Going down, is it?
So, yeah, I agree with you. So when the sun is setting or rising, it's just a matter of perspective. So my question is, when the sun is moving further away or closer, it is still moving in a circular path, correct?
Like I said, we can kind of observe this if we're going to take the observation of the 24-hour sun in the Antarctic as red for 3 months of the year in the summer. Summer happens twice on the Earth, so 6 months? We can see where the sun is above the horizon from these locations, yeah.
Okay,
real quick. If you,
sorry.
One second, Jed. You last point.
Holy fuck, dude.
Okay, holy fuck. I've been trying to say, because he's asking about the circle. I know you don't want to hear what I try to say, but I've been trying to jump in and allow Jedi to finish his point. During the course of the year, because he's talking about the circuit of the sun, a circle, but if you mark the sun every day during the year, you're going to see that it's doing an lemma, a figure 8, and that's not a circle. So if you're going to take into account the whole of the cycle of the sun, no, it's not a circle.
Bingo.
Okay, great. So
he's also keeps conflating the path of the sun, the actual supposed path of the sun, which he keeps trying to pigeonhole us into claiming the actual path of the sun is a circle, when what we see is an apparent sun.
All right, well then let me rephrase. Would you say that the sun's path is never straight? Would you say that?
No, I wouldn't say
Just
that.
did the opposite a second ago. You realize that, right?
I'm asking you, according to the flat Earth worldview, does the sun ever take a straight path?
It's just whatever you observe, buddy. I don't know.
Yeah, it doesn't matter your worldview. We observe the sun doing what the sun observes, depending on your location. And depending on location and certain times of the year, the sun can appear to go from one horizon directly over your head and down towards the other horizon, like it's going in a straight line. Doesn't matter your worldview. Okay. That's what we observe.
So the flat Earth worldview accounts for the sun moving in a straight direction?
Accounts? What do you mean accounts?
Meaning the flat Earth model, or the worldview, if you prefer, still makes sense if the sun traverses a straight path some portion of the year.
Yeah. It doesn't matter about your worldview. This is what we're going to observe, and this is, at the end of the day, what we will be measuring, yeah. The sun's motion across the Earth over time, depending on our location, its directional coordinate at time to another directional coordinate. It's all going to be measured off a horizontal plane.
So the context that I'm asking this question from is simply this. Every flat Earth worldview that I've heard pitched includes the sun traveling in a circular path above the planar Earth.
That's a false premise because people in here just told you what they told you. That wouldn't be every, like you just said, that every. No, not every.
So just to address that, this one circle that appears to increase and decrease in size on an AE azimuth or equidistant map, like a saucer with the Antarctic as a circle around the outside. So you have one circle of the sun. Is that what you mean?
Well, the point that I'm trying to make here is that the sun is always curving around the North Pole, according to the flat Earth worldview.
No.
That's
Stop.
not true?
No, we've just described the observation. Doesn't matter your worldview. Let's just look at what we observed, and we went to two locations, 2 summers 6 months apart, and observed the sun going around the point of around the observer standing in that circle. We observed 2.
Right. Yeah, I think I agree with you. So based on observation alone, the sun must always be traveling in a circular path around the North Pole if the world is flat.
No, we went over this. Like,
that's not true.
When I'm in the north, I live in Iceland, so I'm in the north, and the sun is in the south. I don't see it circling around me, buddy.
No, I'm not asking about whether it circles around you. I'm asking whether it circles around the North Pole.
Well, we can see it do so for 3 months of the year, but for another 3 months...
I live really near the North Pole. What are you talking about?
Yeah, so if you believe that the Earth is flat, then you have to believe that the sun is traveling in a circular path around the North Pole.
No.
You don't have to believe that? So the sun travels straight
dude.
part of the time and circular another part of the time?
Dude, we're just, it does, like we've said about 3-4 times, we're just going to be concentrating on what we observe. Doesn't matter if it's a flat or whatever. Just concentrating on what we see.
Here.
And then when you turn around and tell us, well, we must believe that the sun is doing one circle around the north, when we spent 10 minutes talking about it doing in the fucking south.
Well, yeah, so
I have a lack of a belief, buddy.
This is the gist of my question, really. So based on direct observations, are you guys saying that the sun travels in one direction some of the time and in another direction other times?
What does the observation show?
Well, based on direct observations, the Earth must be round and rotating.
No. What does the observation show? What are we looking at?
We're looking at this. We're looking at the sun being in a fixed location in the sky and the Earth rotating around it.
Dude, I'm asking you what we've actually observed. When we've gone to these locations, we've observed the sun doing apparently two different things. You were kind of trying to shoehorn an explanation when I've asked not for one. I've asked for a description of what we see, not an explanation of why we see it.
Okay, yeah, oh, great. Okay, so if you live near the equator, then on the equinoxes, which is like May 21st and September 21st, around those times, the sun appears to travel perpendicular to the ground. It means it has no curve in the path that it takes. So my question to you is, if the sun is rotating around a planar Earth, then how could it travel perpendicular to the ground ever?
You are I'm sorry.
I got it for him. It's an optical. It's an optical effect. That's like a rainbow or something along those lines. It's not a physical thing that's in the sky that you could go to and touch.
I was going to say he's determined the consequence.
Yeah, it's exactly as it appears to do. Exactly what you see it do is exactly what it does. And adding anything else to that just brings you further into some sort of meth field symposium where you start asking malformed questions rather than think about what are you observing.
Okay, I can work with that. So according to you, if you live in Iceland, the sun travels on a curved path. But if you live on the equator, then the sun travels on a straight path. Is that what you're claiming?
What are you talking about, curved path?
Well, if you live in Iceland, then every time you track the sun through the sky, it is always setting or rising at an angle to the ground. It is never straight up and down. But if you live on the equator, then the sun does
straight in a circle around me. What are you talking about?
If you live on the equator, then the sun does rise and set perpendicular to the ground.
I know. So and while I'm watching it appear to go in a circle, they're watching it go straight overhead.
Right. So the sun's path changes based on where you are on Earth?
No, what you see as the sun, your perspective of the sun, changes based on your location.
How does that make any sense? We're both looking at the same thing.
We've just been speaking about it for the last half hour.
May I ask a clarifying question? Well, two clarifying questions.
Go ahead.
Okay. First question, what exactly are we talking about? Like, we're talking about a certain object that's doing a certain behavior, right? Okay, so...
Yeah, it's the big, bright, shiny thing in the sky. Yeah, that thing.
Yeah, the sun. Okay, so first clarifying question is we're talking about the sun. And my second clarifying question is, what is the sun?
That's irrelevant. It is the thing that is emitting light. That's all we need to know.
It's the thing we're talking about, so how is knowing the properties of this thing irrelevant?
It's totally irrelevant. It's just the thing that is lighting up the sky. That's all we need to know.
Yeah, but what is it?
Yeah, how does it function?
He's scared about it.
It is a thing that is emitting light. That's all we need to know.
So you're claiming that, but how can we verify it's a thing that's emitting light?
I mean, I appreciate you trying to derail the conversation, but all we need to know is that this thing is emitting light. That's it. And we can see the light.
Okay,
right?
let me address this.
You can see light.
Earlier, earlier he said that the only way this light we can observe this light doing this is because the ground is a spinning globe, right? He said something like that. So he's already...
I'm not talking about the shape of the Earth right now. All I'm talking about is what we observe the sun doing.
You say earlier about your conclusion about the cause of the effect of the observed light in the sky. You said
I'm not talking about any conclusions. All I'm talking about is what we observe. We watch the sun move in a particular
path. Earlier you said something.
Do you believe the Earth is a ball? Do you believe the Earth is a sphere?
We watch the sun move through a particular path through the sky. And depending on where you are on the Earth, that path seems to be different. So my question to you is, if we are all on a flat Earth, then how is it possible for us to have different
that's the
observations
missing
of the
variable.
sun's
That
path?
is the unknown that is in place because you don't know you don't know the mechanisms that operate the sun, the cause of the effect. You don't know the medium that the sun is in. You don't know
I
what
agree.
the sun is made of.
We don't know any of
We
that.
don't know what the sun is made of. The medium between you and it. You don't know the medium that is in.
I completely agree.
You're missing a bunch of variables.
I totally agree.
You're gonna have to check and verify to be able to determine what will be the cause of the effect that you observe.
I completely agree with you. All we have are what we observe the sun to do. That's all we have.
So you have unknowns as well. Will you agree that you have unknowns as well? You have things that are not unknown.
So people that live on the equator see the sun travel in a straight path on the equinoxes.
Yeah, you already said that, buddy. You already said that. Stop repeating yourself, for the love of fucking God. Stop repeating yourself, please.
People who live in Iceland never see the sun travel.
Oh my dear fucking God. Hey, buddy, do you know how many... All right, hey, buddy. All right, so you've already had plenty of time.
Why?
You've already had plenty... Shut the fuck up. Oh my God, seriously, shut the fuck up.
Explain why.
You want a story?
Yeah, you want a bedtime story? You want a fairy tale?
Flat, explain how this is possible. Go.
You want stories. That's what you want, right?
I want an explanation for how this is possible, buddy. Go.
Yeah,
He's spiraling now, dude.
Explanation is a story.
Yeah, I just gave him one. I just said.
Can you not explain it? If you can't explain it,
just like the,
then your worldview
you're not listening. Shut
fails.
up. You're not listening. Just like a rainbow. Here's the explanation. Okay, listen to every word. Add no word. Change no word. Remove no word. This is your explanation that you want. It's a optical effect similar to a rainbow.
So the people who watch
the sun
every day, they're watching a magic trick.
Don't add. You add another word. Magic trick. Optical effect.
It's an optical effect. They're not looking at the actual sun. They're looking at an optical effect. It's an optical effect.
That's your explanation.
That is your explanation.
According to your mainstream, that's exactly what's going on as well. What are you talking about?
That's the best part. You read back the same thing in the Globe answer, and they'll argue against it because such a low education level. They don't even know what they're
According to my worldview, the sun is fixed in the sky and the earth is rotating, which gives us the perception that we have of it traveling in different paths based on where you are on the earth.
Which is going to have you.
Are you actually looking, according to your worldview? Are you actually looking at the sun?
Yes, you are actually looking at the thing that is emitting light in the sky.
No, you're looking at the apparent sun. You're never ever looking at the exact sun because it's always somewhere else by the time the light gets to you.
Right. It is 8 minutes
the optical
in the past of where we are seeing it right now.
It's magic.
Yeah, so are you saying that the sun takes a different path based on where you are on Earth? Is that what you're claiming?
Is it taking a different path, or you see the apparent sun in different locations because depending on where you're? Because if you go to time and date,
that's what I'm asking you.
If you go to
the sun
time and
take
date,
a different path based on where you are on Earth.
If you go in time and date and you change your location, the sun looks at it in a different location, but depending on at the exact same time, can be in different locations, but depending on the latitude that you're in.
Cool. So the sun takes a different path based on where you are on Earth. That is your claim.
You're seeing an apparent sun. You don't see the actual sun.
What does he mean by taking a different path?
Yeah, I don't know what he means by that.
Oh, I'll explain. So if you live near the equator, then you can observe the sun travel perpendicular to the ground near the equinoxes. But if you live close to the poles, like in Iceland, for example, you will never see the sun do this.
No, you will actually see the sun, it rises and goes to the side, up in an angle, and then when it reaches its highest point on one side, then it starts falling back down until it reaches the other side, and then it starts rising back up. So it's not going in any curves.
You just said it rises at an angle from the ground.
Wait a second. First off, the sun doesn't rise or set regardless of what your worldview is. Rhetorical. Second off, if you're in South Africa and you get up in the morning, before the sun is visible in the sky, because you said the sun is what causes light, but I wanted to mention earlier how it's funny because there's many times during the day in any 24-hour period for anyone where you can go outside and you can have daylight without the sun being visible in the sky. Second off, if you're in South Africa, if you're in Cape Town, if you're in Perth, if you're in Boston, if you're in Baton Rouge, if you're in Bangkok or Moscow, when you get up in the morning and you see the sun appearing through your sky, in the sky, and you stay out there and watch the sun, what direction is the sun moving for all those individuals in all those different cities?
That's exactly my question. My question to you is, shouldn't the sun always be rising or setting at an angle to the ground?
No, I didn't say anything about an angle to the ground. Well, first off, you need a flat earth for that angle to the ground. But second off, the sun's moving from the east to the west for everyone at all times. Granted, some weird shit happens in Iceland and Finland and Norway and Sweden and Nome.
And Antarctica, right? As the final experiment proved.
Well, wait a second. Where is Antarctica?
Antarctica is the near the South Pole of the Earth.
The South what? What is that?
We were talking about like the surface of the Earth, or is it just talking about the sun? Is that what
when
we're
you pull
doing
out
now?
your compass, right?
Holy crap, bro! Backslash got this, bro.
Antarctica is where it would send you.
Well, wait a second. When I pull out my compass, what direction does do you have a compass that points in a different direction than my compass? I'm confused.
So the compass needle points north, right?
Or for just me? Do you? Because you said
for both of us.
Before you guys move on, do you remember that you were saying, "Oh, this might be magic"? No, but listen, there's something called Snell's window, right? That you can see a circular path. Even if you're when fish are on the water, they can see a circle of the horizon, right? The horizontal line. When they look from the water and they look above the water, they're looking out to the outside, to the air. They see a circle of the horizon around them. So when they look at the sun going across the sky, they see it basically doing a circle around there. So there is optical effects, not necessarily magic, that can cause. I mean, if you're speculating right earlier that this phenomena we observing because we live on a globe or whatever, right? We can go the other way and speculate that if refraction, if you are in this medium and then the sun is in another medium and there is a barrier between this medium and the other, what you look in, the phenomena that you're looking at is refracting, and therefore you're observing this phenomena that you can see all of these effects. I mean, I can say refraction, Snell's window, and it's going to be as valid or more valid than the nonsensical claim that you claim of the globe and the spinning water ball that doesn't exist in reality.
Okay, great. So I have to go, but I'm going to leave the panel with this question. On a flat Earth worldview, should the sun ever travel in a straight line? You can think about that for yourselves. Have a good night, guys.
You don't know what the sun is.
Run away, coward. Run away. You're a coward.
Well, wait a second. I mean, like I said, for me personally, when I see the sun make its first appearance in the morning at the east and goes to the west, it's taking a straight path over my head.
Look, Snell's window.
It's actually curving. And Snell's window only applies underwater.
Yeah, dude. That's our perspective. That's the perspective on the water. But remember, like we're talking about the sun, that you don't know what the medium that is in, and you don't know the phenomena that might be causing. So it's something that can happen between two mediums, and you being the fish in this water or the sun being diffused up in that water, right, and the barrier in between, this phenomena can be happening. Now that circle that you observe, you can say refraction. I mean, if we want to speculate like he was doing and coming to a conclusion about the observed phenomena, you can establish certain optical phenomena that can cause that effect based on certain laws of perspective, like, or phenomena called Snell's law.
Sure. In order to even have refraction, you have to have, two separate mediums, light passing between two mediums, and those two mediums have to be divided by a hard boundary. If there's
So there you go. You are in a medium. The sun is in another medium, and there's a barrier between those two mediums. That's a possibility.
Yeah, but we're talking about an object being in the medium, but we don't even know what this object is, and that object is. Right now, we're all calling it the sun.
Yes, but remember, he said, "Oh, you guys believe it's magic, and it can only be because you live in a globe." But there's other variables, also other possibilities that can be demonstrated from the realist level that this phenomena happens, where you can see this circular path when it's not actually going in a circular path. You can observe this happening as an optical phenomenon.
Well, with the exception of the guy in Iceland who even expounded on his point that it's not actually making a circle, nobody else that I know of in here sees the sun for 24 straight hours a day for X amount of weeks. Iceland guy certainly does, and it's been documented, whatever, that's fair. But we're talking about something doing something, but the something that we're talking about, we don't even know what the hell it is.
We know that already, yeah. That we know that.
Right. And what did that guy say? He goes, well, Flat Earth says that the sun makes a circular path. It doesn't do that, so therefore, your model's wrong. But he didn't say model. He was smart enough not to say that. But that's what we should have. Okay, so what do you think the sun is? And he's going to tell us. It's a big ball of hydrogen.
Consider Snell's window, also called Snell's circle or optical manhole, is a phenomena by which an underwater viewer sees everything above the surface through a cone of light. So we were talking about the light, the sun, right? And doing this whatever phenomena. I mean, there's other possibilities, not just the globe. That's what I'm trying to say. That's it. Yeah. He's gone anyways. We can move on.
That's fine. The bottom line is none of us have a claim to what the sun is. The Glober that just left, he absolutely has a claim for what the sun is. Could have walked through that with him, but like I said, he left for a reason. He didn't want to go through that. Yeah, the
I was
sun
saying,
is, it's
I
just a
was
big
saying that
giant
he
ball of
doesn't even
plasma and
have a
helium.
claim. He doesn't even
Sorry.
have a claim because a claim will be like, your father left you land and you can claim the land, or you have some type of claim towards something based on reality, but he's just making an assertion without any basis. That, the only reason we observe this is because Earth is globe in a vacuum, and that's why we see the sun doing what it does. But there are other variables, opticals, and like I said, Snell's window is an example of this phenomena, optical phenomena happening or similar. Well, I don't think we have the whole picture or the whole thing, but the globe fantasy is not the option. So he cannot just make that baseless assertion saying it is a claim that has any merit, because it doesn't.
Oh, the sun's just a natural ball of plasma. It's made out of helium, made out of hydrogen, and it burns forever. But all this plasma takes the shape of a sphere. Oh, okay. Where's the sun located? Not in the vacuum of space. What's that?
You see how he didn't want to invert what actually you brought up, and obviously we brought it up, that he was able to come to a conclusion of, it has to be because globe. But then when you say, but bro, you don't know what the sun is, you don't know what the meter, that stuff. And no, that doesn't matter. That doesn't matter. Yeah, he doesn't want to go the other way. He want to make it to the bridge. He wants to cross the bridge without walking towards it. Without even building the bridge, he wants to cross the bridge without making it to the bridge or even having a bridge in the first place.
He said the sun causes light, and that's something that I thought was hilarious, because I'm like, has this dude never heard of twilight before? Because there's plenty of light when there's no sun visible. Oh, just me. The thing is, though, I can go up 10,000 feet. I can go up into an airplane and hover right above my location. Guess what? No sun, but there's light. So, whatever, dude. The sun brings light. Okay.
No, but he was discarding. I don't need to know certain variables to come to a conclusion. It's kind of silly. Obviously, he's just another of those guys making that assertion.
You never been in the kitchen and somebody left the bedroom light on, but it lit up part of the kitchen? Does that mean that the light in the bedroom wasn't lighting up your kitchen? Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, but
So
the thing is, I could leave. But I could leave my bedroom and go, hey, look, the hallway light's on. Let me shut that off and make it a little darker in here. So,
okay, dude.
Are you saying? So if
what I'm saying is your point wasn't really a point. That's what I'm trying to say. Why would you make claims
that we can't even touch?
There you go. Nor can you validate. So why would you start making things that you can't validate?
All I know is there's light. Even biblically speaking, the light existed well before the sun. The sun wasn't until like the third day.
Right. So if you wanted to put that as a pressing question to the person making the positive claim, how would you do it?
Say that again.
Okay, you're trying to press the person making the positive claim, right, without making erroneous positive claims yourself, as an attempt to debunk his claim, which is his burden to prove. But you don't have to make counterclaims. You just have to have him parse out his proof for his claim, right?
Yeah, and his claim was sun equals light. Like, if there's no sun, there's no light. But that's...
Did he say if there's no sun, there's no light? Did he say that?
Yeah, he said sun causes daylight.
Okay. Okay, but is that the same as saying if there's no sun, there's no light?
No, you're right. That's not fair. His claim was sun causes daylight. But there's daylight when there's no sun. So, I mean, okay.
Right. So then, what question would you ask him? Like to parse it out for him to make him realize he has another burden to bear. That's what I'm trying to figure out.
Yeah. What is the sun? You're claiming that this certain object takes certain paths and has certain properties to it that causes certain effects.
No.
Reality. So
just about the daylight, dude. Just about the daylight.
Well, yeah, but he was saying sun equals day. Like you can't have daylight without sun.
All right. So what question would you ask him to help him realize his mistake?
Why would I have to ask him a question when it's his own fallacy? We have daylight because
you either have to listen, dude. You either have to. Okay, cool. You either have to explain to him his fallacy or ask him a parsing question. Like those are your options, or you can make a counterclaim, which you shouldn't do.
Or I could, the first option that you just said, point out his fallacy, which is a begging the question fallacy, in the form of the sun equals daylight because the sun exists. We have daylight because the sun exists. I said it better a minute ago. Hold on.
Right. So if you actually wanted him to think about it more than that, what kind of question could you ask him?
Yeah, but why do I have to dissect his mind on why he came up with the fallacy as an appropriate response to anything that anyone?
Right, it's not about dissecting his mind, dude.
Yeah, but he's the one that's engaging.
Hey, bro, Vax. In case you didn't know, I'm asking you. Okay, I'm here. You're here. I'm asking you. What question could you ask him? It's a hypothetical, dude. He's irrelevant at this point. It's what question could you ask him? Is there any? Could you think of any?
It's a good point.
We already settled the pointing out that it's logically fallacious. That's one track. Now we're on the other track where you ask a parsing question that's insightful and makes him realize that he still has a burden to bear.
Well, it's obvious he still has the burden to bear because his rebuttal was fallacious. Like he just put down a fallacy card and goes, "This is what I'm using. I'm using this fallacy." Why do I have to ask him questions?
We already settled that. Nobody said you had to, dude. Hey, bro, try to follow along. Nobody said you had to. Somebody asked you, that being me, what kind of question could you ask him? You could say, I don't know, or I don't feel like talking about that. But it's like, no one's insinuating that you're obligated to do it this way. I'm just asking you a question, dude.
Well, I mean, I could ask him a million things, like why does my cat make French toast? I don't know.
No, dude. Parsing questions about what he's talking about, that's a non sequitur, exactly. Thank you.
But he's already made a fallacy, so why are we going to...
I don't care. We already both agreed with that. For the love of God, can you think on your feet, dude?
Okay, so the dude makes an obvious fallacy, and we have to delve into.
We already agreed.
He made the fallacy.
We already agreed to that, dude. I'm asking you: is there any types of questions you could ask him to progress further along the other track? We already settled the fallacy track. Okay, we agreed on that. That's on the shelf right now. Now we're talking about the other track, and I'm asking you about it. Are you having trouble?
So he made a claim about the sun. The sun equals daylight. Okay, so we're there. That's the fallacy.
Okay, yeah.
All right. Random no-name Glover, whatever your name was. What is the sun? Oh, what do I have to tell you what the sun is?
Dude, no, his claim isn't about what the sun is. So asking him what the sun is also non sequitur.
No, he's asking questions directly related to the sun's behavior. If he's talking about the behavior of an object, why is he not talking about that object? Which he claims was caused by...
Listen, his claim is a conclusion based on the observation of what the sun is doing. So he already has a conclusion
about,
on what he saw.
Yeah, we're talking about daylight, right? The claim he made was the daylight comes from the sun, right? That was his claim?
Okay, that's the one you were talking about. Okay, so what's next?
Yeah. So I asked Vaxwax if he could tell me a question that he could ask this person that would help him parse it out. Like a Socratic method questioning about his claim.
What will be that question?
I'm asking Vaxwax to see if he can figure it out.
Oh, so this is all about if I'm following.
I don't think he can. Can you tell us? Because I can't either. I think you can.
Well, no. What he's saying is, okay.
No, you can. You've been 3 minutes. You've been 5 minutes. You're not being able to say the question. So let's have it. I don't know.
Now I get what AI is doing though. Okay, it's fine.
But you get it. So make the question. Go ahead then.
Yeah. So a simple one. There's many, but a simple one could be: how do you know that all the daylight?
I think Vex want to try it again.
Yeah, but Gemsy is sick of listening to Vaxwax waffle. He wants some pancakes.
You have to mess it up, Elbow. Come on. F you.
So a simple one would be: we definitely see sunlight, right? We definitely see daylight. How do you know all the daylight is from the sun? How did you validate that? Something along those lines. Something as simple as that.
Yeah. Did I not say? Wait a second. Did I not ask this dude if twilight exists? Because I see light. I see daylight without the sun ever being present.
Right. So you screwed up because now you're making a claim, dude.
Oh, okay. So wait a second. So I'm making a claim that we can have daylight without the sun being physically visible for you.
Yeah, but you don't understand that you're now accepting a burden of proof. So now he can start questioning you Socratically on what you're claiming. And look, there's no rhyme or reason to it. It's not a science. Like there's no script that you have to follow. But I'm just pointing out to you that by talking about it in the manner in which you did, you took the burden onto yourself.
Okay, so what was my burden?
To prove the exclusion. He could have started parsing it out on you and asking you the questions. I'm not saying that wouldn't be valuable, but like you don't have to do it that way. Is what I'm trying to tell you.
Well, wait a second. No, he said sunlight only exists because the sun exists, but he has no idea what the sun is, and daylight, which is completely different, exists without the sun being visible for anybody that's experiencing that twilight.
Vax, you're not
So
getting
I don't
the
understand.
point. Vax, you're not getting the point. I am equally guilty of this. I oftentimes give them claims where I don't need to do that. Like he's just pointing out that you don't need to do that when you can just ask them questions and detonate their stuff within their own paradigm. You don't need to posit a claim.
Wait a second. How is twilight a claim? You can go outside 3 hours before the sun rises, and it's going to be, well, maybe not 3 hours before the sun rises.
Yeah, I'll do it for you right now. I'll do it for you, brother. Yeah, I'll do it for you. I demonstrated how it is a problem by showing you that a light from the bedroom can illuminate the kitchen, but it's coming from the bedroom. So if I then say, well, I can't see the light bulb in the bedroom, therefore this is not coming from the light bulb in the bedroom, that would be erroneous. So with one parsing question of, well, how do you know that twilight light didn't come from the sun? You, Vaxwax, wouldn't be able to answer how you'd know that.
Well, wait a second. I'm not equating the sun to a light bulb either.
Wow.
Okay, so it all comes back to we're arguing about the sun. He was arguing about the sun's path. He said,
you can't prove. Here's the point, bro. Bro, you can't prove the exclusion. Vax. You do not have the ability to prove the exclusion. You don't.
The exclusion to what? The exclusion to what?
The exclusion that twilight isn't originating from the sun.
What is the sun, AI?
Wow, dude. It's irrelevant.
Bro, Vax, you're already the one who was saying the sun is not like a light bulb, so you... Bro, calm down. You're saying the sun is not like a light bulb, and so you're giving it features. You now have a claim about the sun.
Yeah, so here, let's settle this, Vaxwax, because we're not going to waffle with you for the next 2 hours. Okay, prove that twilight, the light in during twilight doesn't come from the sun. Prove that. Go ahead.
Why would I prove that something doesn't happen?
All right. Okay, when you figure out how to prove that, you can speak in this forum again. Or you can recognize your error and apologize for making us all suffer through it.
Yeah, I think there's a good point on this. There's a lesson to be learned actually, and because if Vasquez is saying twilight can be caused by something else, I mean you will have to provide evidence for that. So just if you cannot provide the evidence, just don't say it. But then he's going and saying, "What is the sun?" But that's a different question. That's something else.
Yeah, so for example, like the person comes over to your house and they're in the kitchen, and the kitchen is partially illuminated to where you can see, similar to twilight, right? And you tell them, oh, this light is coming from the bedroom. And he says, no, it isn't, because I can't see the light bulb in the bedroom. Therefore, it's not coming from the bedroom. And then homeboy asks him, oh, can you prove that? And then he punks his friend out. You see how that works?
Yeah. I get it. Yeah.
Vaxwax is adopting an unnecessary burden of proof that can be exploited by his argumentative opponent.
This is true.
Rather than press the opponent on his burden. So you know how we accuse Globers all the time of shifting the burden of proof? Vaxwax was taking the burden of proof and slathering it on his body like bacon grease.
Oh, this is true. Yeah, and then asking, what is this? I mean, yeah, because the thing is, the fallacious reasoning of the Glober, you want to attack it where they have to carry the burden of the claim they're making. That's why you want to keep it there. You don't want to take their cross and carry it yourself. That's what you're trying to say. You don't want to take the burden.
Yeah, exactly. Don't take unnecessary burdens.
Yeah, that's a good point. It's just over.
Now, do bear in mind, though, like argumentation sometimes is an art, not a science. You can't get it right every time. You're going to make mistakes. You see that sweet bacon grease I put in the chat? I ain't never seen that before in my life, dude. You could buy a tub of bacon grease. Oh, man.
Did the guy, is that affirming the consequence? When he said it doesn't matter what the sun is, whatever, right? Because Bass was asking, and even I wanted to ask him. I wanted to tell him that he doesn't know what the sun is, the medium, whatever, the cause of the effect. He doesn't have that established. So how he can come to the conclusion that the only reason that he's observing this phenomena is the consequence that he affirmed, which is, the Earth being a globe or whatever spinning, that is the cause of the effect. He was coming to that conclusion without, I don't know.
Yeah. If he phrased it formally, like if Earth is a globe, we would see the sun do this. We see the sun do this. Therefore, the Earth is a globe. It would be an affirming the consequent.
That's what that guy did. He was trying to do, and he did that 2 times.
Well, he's asking for any explanation. You give him an explanation. He says that is an explanation, and it's not an explanation. And then he asks for an explanation again. You're like, wow.
All right, check us out. So now that we've all talked about it in a calm, even-keeled tone, let's see if Vaxwax learned anything. Hopefully he did. Oops. All right, go ahead.
I'm here. What's the difference between a affirming the consequent and begging the question fallacy.
Affirming the consequent is a formal logical fallacy that has a certain structure, and it's an error in the structure of the argument. A begging the question fallacy has the conclusion in the premises. So affirming the consequent is technically also begging the question, but you're highlighting the issue with the format.
Like asking somebody how long have they been beating their wife. Do you see the difference there?
No, it was how long has it been? The classic version is how long has it been since you stopped beating your wife?
Oh, that's right. Yeah. Yeah.
So that's a begging the question, and then begging the question, and then affirming the consequent is more formal, like you beat your wife because your wife has bruises. Your wife has bruises, therefore you beat your wife. But actually, she really just played rugby.
Or she fell down the stairs, like she got.
Like actually fell down the stairs.
Yeah. They're like, damn, that's like the third week in the row. Your wife fell down the stairs.
She was taking the trash out and she slipped on the ice.
Right, but in the argument play, Vex, we want you to notice that you accepted a burden that you didn't need.
Which is what?
Well, were you listening to when we spoke, or were you just tuning this out?
No, I mean, I was listening, but okay, so he said that's the sun causes daylight.
Right, and then you mentioned twilight. I see twilight, but I don't see a sun, and I asked you a very insightful, pressing question, and that question was, prove that twilight... No, wrong. Prove that twilight... No. See, dude, what is wrong with you? Like, you got a real problem, dude. Think about it. I'm trying to tell you what the question is. You won't even let me tell you what it is. You're trying to tell me what it is, and you're screwing it up. Why don't you just let me tell you?
Because AI, we have to pretend that the sun is a gigantic ball of plastic.
All right, but Vax, I'm going to give you another chance, okay? So you're going to stay on mute. Hopefully you stop talking so you can listen to the question. Here's the question. You said and insinuated and pressed that twilight had some relevance on excluding his claim that light comes from the sun, right?
He dropped out.
Of course.
I think that's for the best.
Well, yeah, we all got it, and the audience got it, so that's all that matters.
Still, since the Globers are not here and we don't have to talk to them, we can talk with us. Oh, someone joined. Whoever joined.
All right, let's unmute him so he knows that he's here. Oh, dang it. All right. Vax, you ready to hear the question yet or what?
Oh, shit, dude, my phone was geeking out. I was about to close out the app. I didn't realize I jumped back in the room. It froze on me.
All right. Now, chill out for a second so I can say the question. All right. Question is, can you prove that the light available to your eyes at twilight didn't come from the sun? Can you prove that?
AI, I will ask you, what is the sun?
That's something totally different, dude.
So what the sun is irrelevant. What I asked you was a question that, can you prove that the light available at twilight to your eyes did not come from the sun? Can you prove that? The simple yes or no, dude.
Well, hold on. Can you prove that it is coming from the sun?
Dude, see, here's the problem. Now you're starting to get it, dude. That's the question you should have asked the guy in the first place. Instead, you accepted a position that opens you up to being asked, can you prove whether it's from the sun, dude?
I already pointed out his fallacious reasoning with his question, dude.
Yeah, pointed out his fallacious reasoning, and then you adopted a burden of proof that you couldn't possibly bear.
And again, I ask, what is the burden of proof that I can't bear?
Oh, fuck, dude. Look, I don't know how hard it is for you, bro. I mean, I do realize that you're, you suffer from.
What claim did I make? Yeah,
24/7 long.
What claim did I make?
I want to make a claim.
Do it.
Unless anybody want to.
I dare you.
No, I was maybe whoever, AI or Drace or Elbow. So forget about the globe. Forget about the globers, right? We are in the medium in a contained environment. Between this medium and the mediums above, there might be a barrier, the container. So if the phenomena that we look in across these mediums and these barriers, the sun, aren't those the conditions for the phenomena we call refraction? Medium here, medium there, barrier between, refraction?
No. Sorry. Not.
No? What's missing? What is missing for the refraction?
It sounds like you need to have the burden of proof of where the sun is.
Wait, I didn't ask you, Wax. I didn't want to hear it from you.
He's not even talking about the sun.
Wasn't he just talking about the sun causing refraction?
No, the sun causing refraction. That wasn't I didn't say the sun is causing refraction. I never said that.
All right, sorry, Gemsy. It was so low I had to turn you up. So, can you say it one more time?
Okay. Forget about the globe paradigm. Okay, we're talking about what I comprehend about refraction. There's two mediums, and there is a barrier between those two mediums. So we in this medium, looking up towards, let's say there's some medium up there, and we are in a contained environment. So between our medium, there is a container or a barrier, and then the medium above. Are those conditions? Is there some criteria there that, well, there is a refracting effect that might be causing the observation of the sun? The sun is in a medium, we are in a medium, and there is a barrier in between. Refraction.
You already answered your own question. By parsing out refraction as requiring barrier between two mediums, describe the situation that met the criteria. So the answer would obviously be yes, right?
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Obviously, I cannot verify that the sun is in another medium outside of our medium, so then that might be a possibility. Because we observe in the phenomena that can be some type of optical effect, like in Snell's law, there will be a refractive effect of some sort.
Yeah, but Snell's law is an application to a specific condition. It's not an exclusive. So the idea that Snell's law and refraction are synonymous and mutually exclusive to all other variable paths of light is actually false. Okay, yes, it's been the rhetoric for the past 7 years in this community, but it's wrong. It's just wrong. So Snell's law is derived from Fermat's principle, and Fermat's principle is based on the principle of least time. What that means is that light will take a path that takes the least amount of time from point A to point B, not the least amount of distance, not necessarily a straight path. Okay. Because light travels at different speeds. When it's being refracted, has different speeds. But either way, if you remove refraction, you still end up with Fermat's principle, which is that light doesn't necessarily take a straight path. So the idea that light can't take a variable path within a single medium is actually false. I know that's going to ruffle some feathers for people that just heard that, but I mean, that's just the facts. We've been duped with rhetoric for years, and a lot of people didn't parse it out properly, but it's just wrong, and you can demonstrate it to be wrong. So, for example, if I go outside right now and I look over a hot car, right, are the things behind the car going to be in the same visual locations? The answer is no. They're not. If we go look at Skunk Bait time lapse, does everything go up and down, all wibbly wobbly? The answer is yes. Is air a single medium according to the previous definitions that some people parse out? The answer is yes. So we can see in one medium that light's being distorted and not necessarily taking a straight path to the eye. Right?
Yeah.
Does anyone agree?
I mean, that's what we see.
Exactly.
I mean, anytime anyone sees like a mirage or like any distortion, that's light changing its path through the air, right?
Well, it depends. Some mirages are from reflections and stuff like that. So it's not necessarily that it's taking a path after that instance.
So there's two types of mirage I'm just looking up right now. So it's kind of like it's not reflecting off of the surface, it's actually reflecting off of the air, which is kind of interesting.
Yeah, but there are ones where it appears like a ship is floating
upside down. Yeah.
You can see the ship. No, not upside down. Just floating above the water. But it's actually that the resolved water line is before the ship, and after that there still is water, but that portion of water is reflecting the color of the sky.
Yeah, I posted posting it looks like what you're referring to in the chat.
No, that's not what yeah, that's the one. There you go.
What year did Fermat's principle come out?
It was before Euler, so I think it was like 1760s.
1662.
Wow, that long ago.
Okay, so what year did Snell's law come out? Like, what? Snell's law is older by 50 years than Fermat's principle. So, AI, you were incorrect.
I wasn't Googling AI. I was just going off the top of my head.
No. I'm talking about AI overlord. He was wrong. He said that Fermat's principle supersedes. He said Fermat's principle supersedes Snell's law, and it doesn't. Snell's law was original, and then Fermat's principle came after Snell's law. So
right, no.
It is what it is.
No, but Fermat's principle gave the explanation of light always like looks for the path of least time.
AI just said that Fermat's principle comes prior to Snell's law, and then once Fermat's principle is established, then Snell's law comes out, but that's not true. Snell's law was like 60 years earlier than Fermat's principle.
Yeah, it's not a big deal.
Yeah, that's not how
it really isn't a big deal.
No, it absolutely is a big deal.
Why?
Oh my goodness, dude.
Because Fermat's principle is based off of Snell's law, and Snell's law of refraction is very clear of the prerequisites that are required for refraction to even take place.
You do know that Fermat's principle has a much larger scope than just optics. Like it can be used in classical mechanics as well.
Yeah, because there's many. There might be multiple phenomena happening, and not just one or the other. There's many things happening, and then you can describe one as Snell's law and the other one as the other principle.
Dude, I'm gonna put it this simple: like, hey, bro, go get your citations. There you go.
Fermat's principle is based off of Snell's law, and Snell's law is very clear.
When you get a citation, come back.
Oh, like, what's his point? So Snell's law came before Fermat's principle. That's fine. Like,
well, he hasn't even proven that that's
Snell's law is discovered by Wilbur Snellius, 1621. Fermat's principle, 1662. So yeah, about 40 years. You can unmute him, just to get what his point was. So he was about to say what his point was.
Now, AI brought up these points because I was asking a question that we observed the sun doing certain things, and I was entertaining the idea that might be some of these effects that people call refraction or Snell's law or whatever, and AI was bringing other variables into his reply towards what I was asking about.
I mean, what do you mean? What things we observe? The sun's movement through the sky is pretty standard. It's pretty consistent.
Yeah, what I'm saying is that we are in a medium. The sun might be in another medium above, a different medium, and there could be we say there's a container, and there might be a container between us and the sun, or whatever separation between this medium and the other one. There might be some refracted effect that is happening, and that's why we see certain phenomena as the one that we see. And we don't have all the variables in place. I don't think so. But there is such a thing as, refraction, whatever that means, and whatever multiple variables are causing that effect that we observe the sun doing. And I don't know.
Well, in order to know the refractive properties of the medium the sun would be in, you would actually have to know the true movement and position of the sun in the sky, right? Because if you don't know the medium, let's say the container, what its refractive properties are, then you can't actually ascertain what the original position of the sun is.
You have to have certain things take place before refraction even becomes an option, buddy.
Yeah, you need to have two mediums and light.
What? Hold on, two mediums and what?
And light.
And light. Citation, please.
What?
I'm just gonna mute. That is so fucking stupid. Citation that you're gonna need light for refraction of light. Oh my god, this guy's a waste of time.
Citation, like middle school science class. I don't know.
He thinks he's got a gotcha, but he's a retard.
No, I want to hear it.
Okay, all right, if you wish.
Who was that? Heretic? Thanks, buddy. Okay, so
what's your favorite
citation that Snell's law invokes light? My fucking goodness, dude.
Did I say invokes light? No.
Yeah, from the Cambridge Dictionary. Right. Refraction, the fact light or sound being caused to change direction or to separate when it travels through water, glass, etc. So, yeah.
Water, glass, etc. Correct?
Yeah.
Water, glass, etc.
Yeah.
The light going through those, right?
Yeah.
What is water? If something is hitting the surface of water, does water have a hard surface?
No, it's a fluid.
Okay, so water's not an actual boundary between something. Gotcha. So what's the point of trap pipes when you have like that big U pipe under your sink? It's preventing all the gas from coming up.
Yeah.
Yeah, so the gas hits a hard boundary of, because of the letter W. I'll wait.
doesn't hit a hard boundary. It's just the air.
So water's not a hard boundary. Okay. So water's not a hard boundary.
No, it's not a hard boundary.
Okay, cool. Thanks for saying that twice.
Okay, so what is it?
What is your point?
Goose?
Yeah.
Well, no, Goose or whatever just said water's not a hard boundary. So I would like for him to expound on that.
Right. If water was a hard boundary, right, that would mean it would be something similar to a solid, correct? Because a hard boundary means it doesn't allow like anything to pass, right? But we can also see gases passing through water, right? It happens.
Wait a second. Well, a wooden door is a hard boundary, right? Can an axe pass through a wooden door?
Yeah, when you break the boundary. Like, what is your definition of a hard boundary? I don't know how you're using this definition.
Hold on. When you what the boundary? Say that one more time.
So, what's your definition of a hard boundary?
Did he get the citations for his position earlier?
I just gave him the definition of refraction. I don't know. He was asking me about that, and now he's asking me like if water's a hard boundary. Like I don't even know what he means by hard boundary.
Yeah, well, by the way, Snell wasn't the originator of the law of refraction. It was just after him, contemporaneously. Supposedly derived by Persians, hundreds upon hundreds upon hundreds upon hundreds upon hundreds upon hundreds of years prior. Moments in time don't necessarily...
No, you can just say hundreds of years ago.
Yeah, but the point is, I was trying to be emphasis for Vaxwack to understand that first in time doesn't mean first in hierarchy. Not how it works.
No.
Yeah. Because the path of least time, I mean, that would be the more fundamental point than the boundaries. The boundaries thing would be because of the path of least time, right?
The Glober says water isn't a hard boundary. The flat earther, I don't know what this guy's talking about. What do you mean by hard boundary, Vaxwax?
Yeah, so wouldn't Fermat's be the overriding principle there?
Yes.
It would be the underlying principle, yeah.
Yeah.
Because Snell's law is really just like an observational derivement. Right? It just gives you the math to calculate, but it doesn't actually do anything to explain why light takes the path it does.
Yeah, it's because it's going to take the path of least time, so that's why you have Snell's law in the first place.
Yeah, exactly.
I think, yeah, okay.
It also makes sense from like a conservation of energy, levels, because like light's always going to want to maintain its momentum and its energy, and like taking a longer path that takes more time would mean that the light would need more energy to pass through the medium. So taking the path of least time is the most conservative way of traveling through a medium.
Well, I already demonstrated that light can be redirected in a single medium, right? 100%. Like pretty much all of us have witnessed that in our lifetimes. If you call air a medium, right, you can go out to a lake, to a car, to a road even, and you can see light being redirected. You know it's redirected because objects that would otherwise be in one location in your field of view appear in a different location. Now you know they didn't physically move, so they optically move. And how they optically move is the light comes to your eye in a different angle than it otherwise would.
Does Vax know that?
I don't think he does, but maybe he does.
Yeah, it's just a mirage. It's because when, like, especially the picture that was posted, like with the road, with the cars, they look like they're floating above the road. It's because like the road, like asphalt, gets really, really hot, especially during the summer. And so the air directly above the road is like scorching hot. But if you go up even a few feet, the air cools down significantly, and so it's still the same medium, but since it's a gas, you'll have different densities of the air very close together. It will be a very sudden change in density, which you wouldn't normally expect under, more, what do you call it, average temperatures. And so that's why you get the warping effect. It's because the light, even though it's passing through the same medium, it's like you'll have like different sections which are hotter or denser and sections that are colder, and like that causes issues.
That being said, somebody asked, they wonder if the other guy knew that was actually an effect that occurred in reality. Let's see if he can answer that. All right, back. Do you understand that? That the redirection of the path of light occurs in a single medium? Holy crap.
Yeah, in regards to Snell's law, well, first off, can anyone quote Snell's law for me?
Yeah,
First off, you're just going to ignore the question that you were taken off mute to answer.
Yeah, so you have the refractive index, and so you have n1 sine theta is equal to n2 sine theta 2.
Yep. So now, Vax, now that he told you the answer, we're going to unmute you to answer the question we want you to answer, because we're trying to develop a conversation here, not listen to somebody, just vomit a script all over the room. Okay, you actually have to be present as a human being that can actually respond to conversation. Otherwise, we'll just get a recording of you, and then you don't need to be here anymore. For the love of God, can you answer the question?
Yeah, well, thank you for dehumanizing me, AI. That's cool. The refractive index, according to what? Snell's law, right?
Yeah.
And that requires... You want to mute it again?
I have to put you on mute again. All right, pay attention, bro. We just wanted to know if you know, seeing as how you think air is one medium, that's fine. Let's say that's the case.
So you calculate the refractive index, sorry, just to cut you off, by taking the velocity of light in the vacuum, so c, and you divide it by the velocity of light in.
Goose. I don't mute someone so I can have the mic so that you can have the mic. Make sense? So I'm not unmute you, Goose, because I trust that you're actually more fucking back so that you can actually keep your mouth shut on top. Okay?
Sorry, my bad.
All right, so the question is that we all agreed that we've all seen these phenomena where in the air we see the displacement of object from their normal physical position. We know we're in the same vantage point. We know that the only thing that must have changed is something optical. So light has taken a variable path, not necessarily a straight path to us. We can validate this by putting a known surface in between us and an object far away, and we can see the distortive effects as the light passes through a condition within the same medium that's altered, for example, simply by heat, such as with the distortive effects off the hood of a car or a hot road or total, like that. So we're just asking if you've witnessed any with that. That's a very simple question. For the love of God, try to answer that question. Go ahead.
Am I going to get muted? I'm good, right? Yeah, okay. So let's see. Snell's law fundamentally describes the behavior.
All right, dude. So you're simple directions, dude. We don't want to unmute you to listen to you parrot some script or talk about something else, dude. I'm unmuting you to answer the question I'm asking you. I still believe it. So I'm going to unmute you, and you're going to answer me whether you're going to answer my question or not. If you're going to just go into some script and not even answer me, to say, F you, I'm not going to answer your question, or no, yes, I will answer your question. But if you just talk about Snell's law, dude, you're just getting muted. Full story. But if you want to talk about it, man, you want to talk about it, Crippen, we can, but we got to get this other bro's answer first, okay? We just chill for a little bit, Crippen, and then we'll get to you. All right, Backslash, for the love of God, answer the question. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. So Snell's law is correct. Gotcha.
All right, so you can stand this, dude. All right, Crippen, what's up, bro?
Okay, hello. So pretty much the whole thing is you don't know how the horizon works, obviously. Yeah. Do you know what? First, hold on. Let's start with this. What happens when a boat goes over the horizon?
When it goes to the horizon?
Over.
Over? Well, it depends on what you mean, because if you say the boat goes over the horizon, I'd ask, well, when did you ever see that happen?
When did I ever see that happen? Okay, so, well, you can be on the other side and see it. I mean, we obviously observe from a camera, right? I mean, when a boat goes over the horizon, it disappears. Right?
Well, okay, so whoa, there you go. Maybe you saw a boat disappear, but does that mean it went over a horizon?
Yes, correct.
How do you know it went over a horizon?
Because the Earth is that proves that the Earth is curved.
Okay, but I didn't say that whether it proves or disproves the Earth is curved. I said, how did you know it went over a horizon?
Because the Earth is curved.
Okay, so what you have is, I know it went over a horizon because the Earth is curved. The Earth is curved because it went over a horizon. That's a circular tautology, dude.
Incorrect. That's a ad thing.
It's a what?
This is Joe, by the way, who you're talking to. Hey, Joe. He already admitted the Earth is flat by accident.
Hey Joe, if you have an iPhone 1, the original iPhone that has less resolution than your eye, the horizon is gonna be the boat is gonna disappear even closer than your own eyes. And then if you pull out the iPhone 13, you're gonna have three different horizons: the one in iPhone 1, the one from your eyes, and then the further horizon on the iPhone 13. There's three different horizons there. Is all of those horizons the globe?
Well, I was just going to say, if you want to continue with him, all you're going to get out of him is chanting. He'll eventually just resort to chanting, and obviously, when he's in a circular reason, he has no problem with that.
We move on to
we upgraded from Backswax to him. We upgraded. I'm downgraded.
Oh man, that's actually a good point. It's like, did we upgrade or downgrade or both at the same time?
I will say from Backswax and to Joe, that's a downgrade, honestly.
Well, dude, Vaxwest was just like running a script. Like, he couldn't think on his feet. He couldn't even answer a question. So India, we asked him, hey, have you ever seen in your life, like when you're looking over the hood of a car at a tree or something, anything on the other side, and you see that when the light is coming at you above and below, it's okay, but the part that's passing through the hot part of the hood of the car, it's all distorted. Like, so light can be redirected in the same medium, and the only thing that's different is the heat right there. So he couldn't answer the question, dude. We kept on unmuting him for him to answer that question every time. He's like, so Snell's law is derived from blah, blah, blah. And he was like, oh, so Snell's law is this, and oh, so Snell's law is that. It's like the dude was like script bricked or something. Everybody noticed how dishonest he was being, right?
Yeah.
I only heard like the end of it.
He absolutely couldn't deal with the question. No chance.
Because I only heard you say, now you're going to answer I'm going to unmute you for the purpose of answering the question. I actually jumped in to tell you, you might want to ask him what the question is, because I doubt he was listening.
Oh, he was saying Fermat's principle came out 40 years after Snell's law. Therefore, Fermat's principle isn't the overarching principle.
Yeah, he said it was the other way around.
So using that logic, Newton is greater than Einstein?
Yep.
Well, using that logic, Epicurus is greater than Newton.
God, and there's someone must be greater than Epicurus, right?
Yeah, there was
probably a caveman somewhere going like, ooga booga, down.
Yeah, the greatest scientist ever was making cave painting somewhere.
Yeah, the funny thing too is like look up with Snell's law. It's like Snell didn't invent it; he just is attributed to it. It came out, hundreds upon hundreds of years prior, and people were making lenses from it, using those principles.
So if it redirects at a boundary because of the principle of path of least time, then yeah, what you said, obviously it's the overarching principle.
I feel bad though because he thought I was trying to dehumanize him, but I was actually trying to humanize him.
Yeah, I know. He kept himself acting like a robot.
Exactly. I was like, Backstrex, I want to hear you, brother. The thing behind your eyes, I want to hear that thing answer an actual question and not just hear the tape recorder.
Imagine the AI saying that to the human. What's going on here?
Yeah, can you imagine like you're talking to your AI girlfriend and the AI girlfriend's like, your responses are too formulaic, bereft of emotion or any spontaneity. You are clearly another AI.
Damn, I can't find a clip of Joe admitting that Horizon is flat.
I'm trying to get some of these script Earth refraction knee-jerk responders I'm trying to get them to actually admit that they think that refraction is the only way light can be redirected. And so that would mean any redirection of light would be refraction, and then it would defeat their point that it's not refraction.
You can get them to say that, I guarantee it.
Dude, I almost got one of the alleged bigwigs to say it.
Man, I bet you I could get Professor Dave to say it.
Probably.
He's like it's like been the splinter in my mind. I posted that video where he was like, science denialism is out of control or some silly thing, and it's like someone needs to take this guy. Someone needs to freaking just expose him as an absolute pretender clown idiot he actually is.
I tagged you, Indio. I think it's that one, maybe. Tag.
Oh, I know how this all started, Indio.
Oh yeah, that's the one.
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, that's the one, man. That's funny.
He's saying that AI made that clip. AI, did you make that clip? Kriplin is Joey's replying that you made it. AI clip.
It's just been embellished pictures from our live stream, which is what it looks like to me. Anyway.
At least he's admitting it's him now. He was denying it was him before.
Yeah, I'm gonna see if I can get it done right now.
We're gonna Mr. Central's channel. One of the videos is a Sunday afternoon with Sean Hawkins. Oh my God! Fucking no thanks.
Let's see if this guy will say it.
Oh, here we go.
You cannot even answer a question, dude. Okay, which is harder? Sold one, no hit run, or the script? Holy crap, dude. Dude is brick, bro. Sorry, listening audience, but you can't hear what he's typing. Oh, man. Oh, man, he almost said it, bro. He almost said it. Ask him if the Snell's law requirements are not met, could light be redirected in a single medium? Listen, DJ, we got to talk a little bit. Otherwise, the YouTube audience is going to be bored.
No, it's just Vaxwax isn't listening, is he? Vaxwax, you listening to us, bro?
Bro, he knows that if he answers, he's screwed. That's why he's just retreating into the script even more.
He's so bricked. He doesn't even understand what a refractive index is. He thinks that that's only possible like if you have Snell's law present, like, or the conditions that Snell's law states present. Oh, that's crazy.
But no, I don't even care about that. I just want to know, is his condition that he said the only way light can be redirected? That's all I want to know. I mean, it's not even a hard question.
Yeah, he just won't answer any of these questions. I mean, it's so, like, if you have a balloon, it has a certain amount of gas particles in it, and then you cool down the balloon, and it shrinks. obviously those gas particles are going to be more condensed and it's going to have a higher refractive index. And then you warm up the balloon and it expands really big. Still the same amount of gas particles in the balloon, but now they're more spread apart because the temperature was changed. And now we have a lower refractive index. In nature, if we have some hot concrete or something like that, and the air just above the concrete is warmer, right? Then it's going to slowly cool down as you go up in altitude, right? And the gas particles are going to have a gradient, right? The refractive index is going to be a gradient, and it's going to slowly change, and that's essentially like different types of miraging effects, depending on the temperature differences within the one medium. It's so dumb, that he can't get that. And this exact same sources that he posts these Snell's Law citations from have a separate section that explains this within a single meeting.
Yeah, and but my question is so simple because he could just answer, well, of course, other light can be redirected other ways. For example, reflection. So this isn't about necessarily even about the argumentation he's making about Snell's law. All I'm demonstrating is just how scriptedly brick he is, that he can't even think for himself. Because if he thought for a minute, to be like, wait a minute, of course refraction is not the only way light is. Because there's at least one I know of, which is reflection. So I could answer reflection, and there I satisfied AI's answer. So for the slow kids in the back, the answer is no. Refraction is not the only way light can be redirected. That's how simple. Vax could just say no. Or he could offer an example like reflection. But he's so dumb, he's just going to keep scripting. Script. So I asked him again, is refraction under Snell's law the only way light can be redirected? He could answer no, because there's at least reflection. The light can be redirected by reflection, at least. So there's at least more than one way that light can be redirected. At least two. Oh, yeah. Let's see if he'll join again. I don't know why he has to bail. Hmm. Awesome. Okay, you could take the Snell's law as a case specific application. So for example, you could say that Snell's law applies to refraction when these conditions are present. So whenever there's a discrete boundary with two different optically dense media, this law will apply, right? But then it won't apply when there's any other type of different situation. So for example, a non-different, then you couldn't apply that law. So you wouldn't get the same angles, right? So there's two ways of looking at how it applies. Backslash trying to say to be exclusive to all others so that the only time refraction occurs is when the law of refraction can be present. Right? And even if that's true, that just means that you're titling this event, in this circumstance as refraction. Okay, what about all the other circumstances? The question is, if there are other circumstances, then the question is the law of refraction, Snell's law, and the conditions of Snell's law the only way light can be redirected? It's not a trick question. It's not a disingenuous question. It's a very valid question. Rather than simply answer that question, he just keeps harping back on Snell's law. When Snell's law applies, Snell's law applies. Well, we already know that. So when Snell's law doesn't apply, then what happens? Nothing or something? Backswag. We're asking you, bro. Can light be redirected by any other thing other than refraction under Snell's law? You can either say yes or no. You don't have to say, oh, refraction applies to Snell's law. I didn't ask that question. I said, is there other ways light can be redirected other than this instance? It's a simple yes or no. The fact that you can't answer it and you just keep rehashing the script, dude. You trying to accuse me of a script? Good grief, dude. I've been asking you the same question. You literally can't answer it for some weird reason, which we pretty much all know the reason why. We're trying to get you to realize the reason why you can't answer it. Trying to help you out. So shock treatment. DJ, I'm giving him a hint. why is it so hard to get people to answer questions? Have to ban this. Oh, oh. If there's natural reply, because you can't. All right, DJ finally had an epiphany, and he realized that if light's being redirected and it's not under the law of refraction, but it's still evidently being redirected, then the law of refraction doesn't apply. And therefore, saying it's not refraction under the law of refraction is a big waste of everyone's time.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. It's like just not. It's not to do with what we're seeing when we're looking through a single medium. It's just like pointless. A pointless way to shut a conversation down, and then the globe earthers will just laugh in their faces when they say that if they know what they're talking about.
Yeah, so for example, hey, we're seeing this phenomenon through a single medium. Yeah, but you're not seeing it through two mediums, so it's not things that apply to two mediums. Definitely not that.
Exactly.
Oh, really? Like, because I didn't know that already. Wow. Anyway, I had to ban that because everyone that.
Oh yeah, it was just getting repetitive at that stage anyway.
Can't believe he couldn't be genuine enough to just answer if he ever saw what we described in his life. Like, oh yeah, guys, one time I saw that happening over my mom's boyfriend's ex-lover's nephew's car. It was like a Chevelle. And yeah, I totally saw like the beach ball that the other girl was holding on the other side was all wobbly. Like why can't you just be honest or something? I just don't get it, dude. Like the script takes precedence above all humanity. And you know what, DJ? We could have just kept them muted. time. You fell for it, bro.
You cut out when you said that.
So we fell for it.
What did we fall for?
When we muted him and he left, we should have banned him right then.
Yeah. True.
Or just, resisted the urge to engage. Instead, we stopped attending the live stream, and then it got everybody left. And
True. Yeah, I didn't notice it did actually kill the chat, kill the VC.
That's what sucks about guys like him. It's like all he can do is just go on this ad nauseum repeat scripted cycle or blow the door, end the discussion. Those are the only two options. Ad infinitum retardation or end the discussion. Rather than just have like a mediumly retarded discussion that goes on, which would have been perfectly fine. What was that quote? Yeah, that quote was never go full retard. Medium retard is engaging for the audience, but full retard is just everybody shuts down. But that did add more evidence to my quiver of why script earthers are a big waste of everyone's time. Dude literally can't think for himself. Oh. Matthew, did you check out the eclipses thing yet?
What eclipses thing?
Sinusoidal shadow paradox.
Oh, yeah, I thought about it. I don't think there's any problem in the heliocentric model.
Oh my goodness, dude, what a lame answer. I thought about it. I don't think there's a problem.
Oh, why no, is that? I'm pretty good at thinking geometrically in 3 dimensions, and so the shadow that's cast is circular, and no matter what shape it lands on, it'll still appear circular if the camera or the eye is not far different from the direction of the light. I mean, if you were looking at the moon from the side during a lunar eclipse, the shadow would not look circular. But since we're looking at it from the Earth, it does.
All right, listen, I'll buy that you're convinced that that's the case.
I mean, it's simple 3D geometry.
Is that what we observe, a circle shadow on the moon? Is that the actual phenomena? You see a circle, you see a shadow, and that shadow is a circle. Is that what we see?
Well, it's a part of a circle because the shadow of the Earth is bigger than the radius of the moon.
But do we see a shadow that is shaped as a circle? Is that what we see?
Yes, every single time during a lunar eclipse.
Can you show that circle on the shadow of the moon?
Sure. Any picture of any lunar eclipse you want me to find one for it?
Yeah. Because I think I've seen like it's a shadow, but I don't remember seeing a circle.
How do you see a circle or shadow, dude?
I've seen lunar eclipses. I never remember like seeing a circle.
I mean, isn't it just like either the portion of a moon is shaded or the whole moon is shaded? If the whole moon is shaded, then you have no idea the content of the overall structure of the shadow at all. If a portion of the moon is shaded, then you still have no overall structure of the entire shadow. You only have the portion. So how could you ever say for certain that it's a circle?
That's what I'm saying. I've seen so many eclipses. Go ahead.
Oh my goodness, Matthew. That's not a circle.
Yeah, sure it is. All 3 of the middle ones are circular.
No, No, they're not, dude.
What shape would you call that?
An arc?
Yeah, an arc. Like I said, the circle is bigger than the moon itself, so you're only going to see a portion of it.
Oh, dude, you're assuming it's a circle. Just because you see an arc doesn't mean it represents a circle.
That's true. It's consistent with being a circle.
Right, so don't ever again, please, for the love of God, say, I see a circle.
I see a part of a circle. How about that?
No, you see what you assume is part of a circle. You see it.
Yeah, I assume what it is a arc, which is part of a circle, which I assume means that the whole circle is there.
Arc is not necessarily part of a circle. So when I go,
you're right. A circular arc might be part of a square.
No, an arc might be an arc segment on top of a square, like a building with an arc on top. An arc doesn't tell you that there's a structure of a circle, dude. It doesn't.
That's true.
The idea of an arc being a portion of a circle is an ideal geometry only, dude. Physical reality, an arc can exist as itself and stop here and stop there, and it'll only be an arc segment. It's not an entire circle, for goodness sakes.
Matthew, can you draw and complete the arc and draw the circle so I can see the way it actually is? Can you do the math that it actually conforms to the the shadow that the Earth should be casting on it? Is the math correct? Is that the size that it should be based on the math?
I think it is. Majin showed a picture at 54 past the hour. If you can draw a circle on each of those.
And do you do the math that will say, yeah, this is the correct size of the shadow based on the geometry of the sphere, that kind of stuff? Do you do the math?
No, I didn't do the math.
Oh, so you already came to a conclusion, even though you haven't made it to the bridge, but you're saying you already crossed the bridge. And maybe there's no bridge even built, and you're saying, I crossed the bridge, but I don't know if there's a bridge.
No, I was talking about the shape of the shadow, not the size of the shadow.
You're saying the shape of the shadow of the Earth on the moon, but there should be some variables that you need to have in the first place to come to the conclusion that it is the shape of the shadow of the Earth on the moon, and a full circle added.
Oh, I see what you're saying. The distance between the moon and the Earth and the size of the moon and the Earth would change the size of the circle, but it wouldn't change the fact that it's a circle, or as AI keeps pointing out, a part of a circle.
And
so I
the
didn't do
arc
the
that you're
calculations.
observing should be part of a shadow. You're saying a circle, that it should be a specific size based on the distance and the shape and the size of the globe, right? And it should be.
No, I didn't say make any claims about the size. Other people have verified that it matches, but I haven't. I was just saying that it's a circle, not anything about the size of the circle or the distance or anything.
So you made it to the bridge. I mean, you're claiming that you made it past the bridge, but you don't know if there's a bridge there yet.
No, I'm claiming it's consistent with the heliocentric model to have a circular shadow, or part of a circle as a shadow.
Even though you don't have the globe, you don't have any of those variables in place, you're just claiming it is because you say so.
Well, yeah, even the ancients knew that was a spherical object can cast a circular shadow, and even though they didn't know the exact distance of the moon or the size of the moon or the Earth. Of course, we know all that now. I haven't done the calculations, but it has been done, and it's consistent. Meanwhile, what's your explanation? Nothing? Nothing at all? I think I'll stick with that.
Observable phenomena that you don't know the mechanisms of how actually it works.
All right, so there's some phenomena we have no idea, and the fact that it's consistent with the heliocentric model, just ignore that fact. And
remember, you haven't made it to the bridge yet because you don't have the globe, you don't have the curvature, you don't have the vacuum of space, you don't have the water on the outside, you don't have the physics of water, you don't have the gas pressure, but you're already skipping all of those things and making the claim.
We have good explanations for all of those. We have good reasons for believing all of the things you mentioned.
Explanations for everything, but no demonstration, no verifiable. Just say so.
No, not say so. It's explanations that can be falsified and they work.
Okay, Mati.
But when we go test the mathematics required for your explanations to work, it doesn't match reality. So that's a big problem. No, it doesn't.
No, you're right. It would be a big problem, but it matches. It's
no,
like
it doesn't. It doesn't actually match, right? Like you actually have gone out and taken footage with your telescope, and it blatantly doesn't anywhere near match the mathematics handed to you by the globe, right? You'd have some buzzwords that you don't even understand very well. When you say refraction, explains.
I didn't say refraction.
No, you say that. Yeah, you do. You say that it doesn't matter what discrepancies we're seeing with these long distance observations. You admitted that you can't explain them, but you told me that I'll just say refraction, and then I'll just bring up other points. Right, but we're the ones that are actually testing the real world to see if your mathematic matches reality, and it absolutely does not. And you don't have anything to the same standard of these observations and laser tests and whatnot that we're doing. Right? You guys don't have anything. When you guys do those things, it doesn't work out for you. So,
well, I think that the path of light can bend over humid water sometimes.
Yeah, but exactly. How much can this happen?
Well, if it bends 0.07 degrees per mile, that's enough.
Well, what percentage is that? More than what it should.
Well, I don't know how much it should. I'm just saying the number, the difference.
So, I mean, I was listening to a physics professor the other day talk about it. He said standard refraction is 7 to 8%, right? And it can go up to an absolute maximum in extreme situations where it could be up to 15%. It cannot be beyond that. So, I mean, there's many, many sources, like experts in that particular topic, that state that. I mean, you can't demonstrate it on a smaller scale, that it can actually happen. So, I mean, it's just kind of like a baseless claim, and it's a cop-out when you're using your little 0.000 blah, blah, blah argument, right? That's like, it's kind of seems a little dishonest when you're saying that, when you know it's actually, what you should be saying is it's actually 2,000% further than what it should be on a globe, or more, right? I can show you observations where we can see over 21 miles over a lake, and there's no horizon at all from 5-foot observation height, right? The horizon would have to be at 3.4 kilometers or 2.7 miles approximately. So add 8%, add 15% for extreme conditions. It's not going to, it doesn't add up. It doesn't explain what we're seeing, especially when it's a crystal clear observation, right? There's obviously no miraging effects or anything taking place.
Yeah, I'm just saying that the discrepancy of that tiny degrees doesn't bother me. So I think the other arguments are strong enough. And if there's these tiny discrepancies, I don't think that's
Do you think 2,000% is a tiny discrepancy?
It depends on the percent of what. Percent is just relative. So I that's why I said 0.007 degrees.
It should be at 2. So if it should be at 2.7 miles, right? But we don't see it over 21 miles. Right? It's beyond more than thousands of percent off what it should be. Okay, let's just say we see a shoreline over a 21-mile lake, right? We can set up the camera at 5 foot, and we can see the shoreline, and it looks completely flat all the way over to the shore. There's no horizon. and the shoreline on the lake on the other side should be hidden behind 231 feet curvature. That's like huge discrepancy for the globe.
Yeah, a discrepancy in the final number.
You don't have any observations that show that there is such a thing as a geometric horizon. You would have to agree, right, that if we were to, say, hypothetically remove so it's a vacuum, the horizon would have to be at 2.7 miles away from 5-foot observation height. You can't go against that claim. Okay, so you're saying that really there is a geometric horizon at 2.7 miles.
Yeah, sometimes.
But it's just never been, you just don't have, because of the weather, but we can go back and do the same observation on different days, and there's still no horizon over the 21-mile distance.
But sometimes there is, and sometimes there's not, right?
They do it, not in this Great Salt Lake.
So Skunk Bay was big?
Skunk Bay? There's no horizon present in the Skunk Bay one.
Yeah, but you can see how turbulence affects where things are, right?
Yeah, it just changes it a little bit. It doesn't make anything further away or closer. It's just making things displace higher and lower, right? Which is looming and sinking, and then it's stretching and pressing, which is towering, stooping. So these are known effects, right? No stage is the buildings that we're seeing, doing these effects, like getting closer or further away or anything like that. It doesn't happen. Like, these miraging effects are well defined. All of the citations say the same thing about how they work. It's not like all of a sudden something's like 2,000% further away. So
yeah, well, I mean, all I'm saying is that doesn't bother me, and so that's why I still believe it. Like, it still seems like an epic burger to me.
It should bother you that you guys can't validate a geometric horizon or any Earth curvature by form of observation.
So we should be concerned,
or laser test or anything like that.
We should be concerned if light doesn't bend 0.07 degrees per mile, or if it does, resulting in this 2,000% distance difference. But still, the resulting cause, or the resulting thing that you put in the formula, is the difference between 0 and 0.00723 degrees per mile. And that just doesn't bother me. That's all I'm saying.
So you can't replicate that on a smaller scale, and you can't explain it with any type of formulas or anything like that. That's analogous to the actual meteorological conditions in any given scenario, right? You guys.
Oh, you're right about that. I can't validate it.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know what causes that.
You can't even give a scenario. Okay, so do you agree?
Oh yeah, turbulence in the atmosphere.
Do you agree with the mainstream explanation of why mirages happen, where you have a difference? Like, I mean, do you know why mirages happen? According to the mainstream?
Yeah, difference in density in the atmosphere. I don't know the details.
Which is caused by temperature,
humidity, all that.
Well, primarily temperature gradient causing the refractive index difference. Okay, so when you have like a very slight difference, like when you have, say, slightly warmer air closer to the surface and then just very slightly cooler air above it, right? You have like a very gradual change in the refractive index. And in that scenario, it will displace things in the distance and it will make them look lower than what their actual position is. Now, when you start to get a larger difference, right? When it's going from, say, much warmer to much cooler quickly, over, say, 2 or 3 or 4 meters or something like that, that's when you start getting, instead of getting a little bit of sinking, that's when you're going to get a full-blown inferior mirage, right? It's super obvious. It has characteristics. Okay, and when you get an even greater difference in like super hot temperature to a much cooler temperature, right? Like, for example, if you're looking down a road or if you're looking over a footpath and, it's heating up, like the sun is heating up the footpath and you got like a super layer of warm air close to the surface, and then it drastically cools down quite a lot. You get very, very noticeable miraging effects, like a super noticeable inferior mirage, right? So you can tell when you've got like a steep gradient in the refractive index, whereas when we're showing these like 21 Mile Lake observations, there's no miraging effects taking place. So we know that there isn't like a really crazy steep gradient that's going to cause thousands and thousands of % difference in what we're seeing. So I mean, it doesn't align. It doesn't match. And just saying refraction, just saying bending light, it doesn't actually match the meteorological conditions, right? Like you can't give any scenario where you would have X temperature changing to X temperature and claiming, oh, well, if this X temperatures were present over this distance, then it would cause the light to bend, and that would explain this observation. That you don't have that.
I see. So you're saying that you can tell by the image itself that there's no refraction happening, even like sort of slight gradual
not that there's no refraction, that there's not a steep gradient in the refractive index. Because once you get a steep gradient, then that's when you're going to have these really obvious miraging effects taking place, whether it be much cooler lower down to much warmer higher up, when you're going to get like superior mirages, you're going to get like Fata Morganas and floating boats and, you know, all of these crazy obvious looking miraging effects, you know. And then you can get the opposite of that, right, if you have inverted temperature gradient. But it's super obvious when you just have a slight change, then there's not much displacement. It's very clear. You don't see any like crazy warping or floating ships or sinking ships or anything like that. I mean, the ideal conditions would be if you had like pretty much the same water temperature as the air temperature. So you don't have like the water creating that warmer layer of air or cooler layer of air above the surface. So it would, you know, you wouldn't have much of a change in the refractive index. So you wouldn't have like a lot of the bending effect of the light. Anyway, I'm just saying, like, there's a lack of the explanation doesn't really hold any weight.
Yeah, I wonder even if there's not a steep gradient, like if a gradual gradient over the course of like all those miles would be enough to cause a 0.007 degree per mile bend in the path of light. So you're right. I don't know the details about what might be causing it.
Yeah, we know that they account 7%, or sometimes 8%, I think, for standard refraction. So if you're 6 foot tall, you know, and the horizon should be 3 miles away, it's not going to change it much, is it? It's not going to make a horizon disappear over a 21-mile distance. Another question for you, Matthew. What about, do you think that if you are making an observation over a large distance and there's like heavy sort of refractive effects, like distortion over that distance, and the things in the distance look kind of miraged and warped, do you think you would be able to see further or less distance if you used an infrared camera?
Yeah, it would depend on whether it's warping up or down or which way it would be warping. So I think it just changes the path of light in sort of unpredictable,
it's these conditions
turbulent
where
ways.
you guys claim that it's because of the heavy refraction that you can see further. Do you think that in those conditions where you say that you can see, say, 10 times further than what you should on a globe, if you then pulled out an infrared which cuts down those effects, do you think you would be able to see less distance or more distance?
Probably less, because I think that infrared is slightly less susceptible to refractive properties than visible light, but it's right next to visible light, so it's not going to be a big difference, right?
I think that's, yeah. I mean, the examples that I've seen, like, you definitely like just say you can see over a 20-mile lake and you can see a building on the side. It looks like there's no curvature at all. It's just like a mirror surface on the water. It looks completely flat, and you can just see everything on the other side.
Yeah. Sometimes it's like that, but most of the time it's not, right?
Okay, so let me give you an actual example, and just see what your opinion is. Second. So have a look at this GIF. Okay, so you claim that there's a physical geometric horizon at 2.73 miles, but there's we just can't detect it at all, and it just looks completely flat. But really, it is there. There's really a horizon line there, and really the shoreline there is actually 230 foot behind the curvature of the Earth. But it just looks like it's completely flat and still and clear. And so, do you think that if this person did the same observation right then, but just switched to an infrared, that a horizon would appear?
I don't think so, because infrared and visible light are so close to each other. I think you might end up with very similar looking things in infrared.
Do you think there's any way to find that horizon, that elusive horizon that's completely undetectable here?
Wait until a different day. Try again. But at this point,
he kept doing it throughout the day, and he even did it at night, and it just looks exactly the same.
Yeah. It sounds like the weather was fairly similar all those times. Be interesting to try if he did it at different seasons, like when the water was warmer than the air, when the water was colder than the air, when it was exactly the same temperature. All those different examples would be interesting.
Yeah, I agree that would be good to see. So you think that when he zooms in here, that shoreline that we can see on the other side is not really there. It's actually 230 foot lower and behind the horizon. And it's all just making it look flat because the light's bending around the curve and making it all just perfectly flatten out.
Assuming the numbers are right, it's got to be what's going on. You said it's 21 miles. What's the height of the observer or the camera?
5 foot.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to tell exactly where the shore is, but it sounds like that's what's happening. Remember, that in order for that to happen, the path of light doesn't have to bend very much. Well, we're talking about a tiny amount, by the way. If you hold a dime 35 feet away on its side, the thickness of the dime at 35 feet, that's the difference we're talking about. If light can bend that much, that's all it would take to make this
it would actually
happen on the globe.
It would have to, right, so everything beyond the physical 2.7 mile horizon, right, it's just somehow it's just all just completely flattening out, right? Somehow the bending the light is just flattening everything and just making curvature just completely undetectable. The entire distance over the entire 21 miles. It's crazy.
I wasn't there, but remember, I'm saying this presuming that the Earth is a roughly spherical with a radius of 3959. So I don't care what type of like horizon images you show me. I think that the squinting at the horizon through turbulent air is never going to be enough to convince me that the Earth is flat, because it's just this tiny amount. We're arguing about these tiny amounts. Yeah, so
it's not a tiny amount, right? There has to be you're saying that there's a horizon at 2.7 miles in this observation, but obviously there isn't.
Right.
Obviously,
if the light bends,
distance. The light
bends, the thickness of the time
all out. You do realize, like, you can't even understand like what you're claiming right now, like how ridiculous and how extravagant the claim is.
I'm claiming that it's possible that light might.
What's the mechanism that's causing the light to bend in the observation?
I understand your question. To be clear, what I am claiming, which you call ridiculous, what I'm claiming is that it's possible that the path of light might bend the thickness of a dime over the space of 35 feet, or 0.007 degrees per mile. I think that is possible given the turbulence in the atmosphere. It sounds like you're claiming that could not happen, and that because it could not happen, therefore this couldn't be a globe with tiny refractive properties happening. Is that right? You're saying it can't happen?
Well, no. I mean, extreme refraction would be 15% according to the experts, right? Like the physics professor that was talking about it the other day, or Andrew Thomas Young, who writes books about refraction. The experts say that the maximum under extreme conditions would be the horizon could appear 15% further away, but usually, just 7 or 8%. Extreme conditions, 15%. They're not talking about this being possible and just completely hiding a horizon. Like, it's not 15%. Thousands and thousands of percent.
Yeah, I don't know what to tell you. I'm saying it doesn't bother me. These blurry pictures of the
your
horizon.
Analogy with the coin it's about analogy, right? Because this is a physical horizon line that's just not present, and this is a shoreline that should be hidden behind 230 foot.
Yeah, no, you're right. It should be hidden behind. It should be hidden 200 feet below the horizon if there's zero refraction. If the path of light goes in a perfectly straight line.
If there's standard refraction, the horizon would just be 7% further away. Closer, I guess, depending on the refractive index. I mean, they also waited till it got dark in this observation they shot high-powered lasers from one side of the lake towards each other. They could both see each other's lasers, right? And not only could they see their lasers, they could see them also reflecting off the water close to the source of the laser. And also, if you have a look at that image I posted under the GIF, we can see on the shoreline there's like little streams of water that coming out. It's like a mining and there's like little streams on the shoreline. Now at nighttime, we can see the reflection from the town just behind it on reflecting off those little streams on the shoreline on the other side. So not only are you claiming that we can see the entire shoreline that's hidden behind 231 foot, but also the light that's reflecting from the town off the little puddles is also just perfectly bending around your eyes. You can see that as well. I need to look up a bit more on the law of reflection. I'm pretty sure that also debunks it, as well as the specular reflection. Like, this is the specular reflection earlier that day from this location. It's like super still conditions, and we have what looks like a perfect specular reflection over 20 miles. I mean, that's curving 293 foot. Slope. Anyway, I'll just post one more image of what it looks like at nighttime when they did the zoom again at night. So you can see the reflections.
Is this like a troll VC, or do people actually believe in a flat Earth?
People actually believe in flat Earth.
Dear God. Are they here, unironically?
Yes.
Oh my God.
When you first show up, if you had listened to the dialogue for a couple minutes, then you can kind of tell what's going on.
The dialogue that was just frozen in dead silence, yeah. Yeah, at first I wasn't convinced, but once I heard...
You mean dead silence for 5 seconds? What are you talking about?
Yeah, I said 30 seconds, yeah.
30 seconds?
Yeah. Good job keeping up with numbers.
DJ and I are talking about refraction and whether it's possible to see lasers across a 21-mile light. I mean,
modality
20-mile light.
That term?
Huh?
What modality were you using when you invoked that term possible?
Common sense. We weren't using...
Common sense isn't a modality, idiot.
I'm not an idiot. I'm using common sense.
Well, you kind of sound like an idiot, if I'm being fair.
No, I'm very intelligent.
Are you a flat earther?
No.
Okay. Well, we're making progress.
Yo,
so he's not an idiot anymore.
I didn't say he wasn't an idiot.
Such a hypocrite. Oh my God.
How is that hypocritical? At best, that would be contradictory, not hypocritical. Idiot. And also, I never said...
Idiot. Yeah. Oh my God.
No, he just wants... He's like one of those college debate bros. He's gone.
Yeah.
You're more He called you an idiot for no reason at all.
Yeah, he assumed that Matthew was a flat earther, so just started throwing insults at him.
He's one of those type of people who learn debate in high school or college, and they have all these fancy words. And then in their debate tournaments, it depends on how fast you can talk and how much content you can get out in your 2 minutes. And so they literally practice speaking double speed. And I could tell that he was trying to slow down a bit, but he was already talking fast, and he had all these fancy words. And I'm like, look, let's just have a regular conversation and talk about common sense, not modalities of epistemology or whatever you say.
Yeah. But he's not here, so whatever. No. They'll probably be getting angry at you right now for assuming their gender anyway. Lucky they. Well, starting 100 days ago or more, it is the official policy of the United States government that there are only two genders. That's good. Try telling certain people that. Anyway, we won't go there. Right.
Why y'all sleeping together in a VC?
Just a moment of silence for the globe. The death of the globe.
Yeah, the circular globe. Yeah. Sleep because of that, because you get owned by me all the time.
No, it's a moment of silence, right? It's the death of the globe, right? Because there's no evidence for it.
I love the confidence. I love just like the delusionality, like in you.
Do you have the evidence?
So you want me to keep on disproving you, like I've disproved you before?
Never disproved anyone about anything, bro.
Dude, I literally, I disprove you 24/7 every time I'm in this PC.
You don't sound like you're capable of that,
dude. Like I'm drunk right now, right? But unironically,
you sound...
bro, literally,
Wow.
bro, literally.
You have a beer, did you?
Bro, literally, like, yeah, bro. Like, it's really funny how literally I've been in here for how many months? 6 months, and not without fail, I've owned Jedi, I've owned Majin, I've owned you, I've owned Crit, I've owned Indio, I've owned pretty much everybody in this VC. I mean, even the main moderators, So that's really funny to me, right? That nobody can seem to like disprove anything I'm saying.
You're not saying anything. You're just saying you own me.
Dude, you've never been here before. I can tell you, like, you're a newbie. Have you?
I've been here.
Who are you?
I never witnessed you owning anybody. What are you talking?
Okay, so this is one of them like bootlickers.
He's never owned anyone. He comes in with the same like argument every time. Shows
no, literally, and unironically,
like a picture from like an ISS screenshot or something like.
Yeah, I literally with that I can own you. But anyways, Reg, you're like a bootlicker. Understand? You've never talked to me. Yeah, you're a bootlicker. Yes.
I don't know what that means.
Yeah, you're sucking their dick. That's what I'm saying. The white man's dick.
Bro. How are we doing that on the internet?
Yes, you're a bootlicker.
Yeah, that's something.
You're on your all fours.
Hey, is this you owning me at the point right at this point?
There's no debate going. I mean, do you want to debate me? I mean, I'm owning you, but not in the debate. You're a bootlicker. Yeah, you're literally a bootlicker. That's what you are. Literally, there's no disproving that. There's no debate to be had because you are a bootlicker. Right? I mean, you don't even know me, right? But you're already dick sucking, right? I mean,
Why'd you break the contract? On the internet, without any contact.
You are a bootlicker.
On the internet.
Yes, you are a bootlicker. That makes it even worse that you're bootlicking online. Yeah.
Oh, it makes it impossible, but it doesn't.
No, it makes it really bad. So I seem you don't understand, basic, sayings. Right? So.
Oh, when people talk nonsense, talk about things that happen.
No, you're just like socially inept, right? And that's fine.
Oh,
but add something.
Also, you didn't mean it. Okay, gotcha.
No, you're socially.
So this is you owning.
I do mean it, but you just don't understand social things, right? I'm calling you a dick sucker. I'm saying you agree without any context, or you agree with anything.
But I'm not a homosexual.
You're masters, right? No, you are a homosexual though, right? I mean, you immediately, literally, you hopped on my dick, right? No, you actually hopped on DJ's dick as soon as you found out. I supported the truth.
The truth? You supported the truth?
Yes, I support the truth. Yes.
Okay, what truth did you support?
No, wait, what'd you say?
What truth are you supporting?
The truth is the truth.
You gotta be saying DJ is telling a lie.
I mean, aren't you you're a flat earther, right?
I mean, you are too. You live on it.
Okay, so you're telling me, right? You just told me a bunch of nonsense, right? So,
I didn't say a bunch of anything. I only said
you said a nonsense right there, right? I mean, first of all, prove to me that there is flat. Let's start with that. You just made a positive claim, so I assume you have the proof to back up, so you can give me the burden of proof. Let's start.
The burden of proof that It's not a debate. It's not. It's
Okay, so again, it's another retarded bootlicker, right? You just agree with people without actually doing your own research. Right? So unless you can show me some evidence that can prove that they're this flat, then don't talk to me. Yeah, the white man's better talking to me. I won't lie to you. So, right, it's just another bootlicker.
Why
But
you think
anyways,
what do you think it is? When you go outside, what do it look like?
it doesn't matter what it looks like. Science.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
Yes, it doesn't.
So it definitely do look flat to according to you.
I never said that. So you just twist my words around.
So what do it look like?
Oh my god, bro! Yeah, it's excuse me. Yeah. Curved surface.
We have hills and valleys and things of that nature.
Yeah, curved.
Hills and valleys are curved.
That's curvature, isn't it?
You have to explain to me what curvature is then.
Okay, I have to explain to you what curvature is. Wow.
Yeah, you didn't say it was a globe. I asked you what it looked like, and you just basically described pretty much a plane with hills and valleys on it.
Okay, so again, how about this? Let me disprove you just by doing this. Do you have a driveway?
Yeah, I have a driveway. They also have a hill on it. Yes.
It has a hill on it. Okay. So, does your driveway curve?
No, it doesn't.
It doesn't curve.
No.
Wait. So, if you go outside and you show me your driveway, it's not going to be curving.
Yeah, what do you mean by curved then?
What do I mean by curved? Okay. What is curvature? How about this? Let's start with you.
You tell
What
me.
is curvature?
You tell me.
So you don't know what curvature is?
I mean, you're the one that's making it possible.
Okay, no, you're trying to reverse the burden of proof onto me. I haven't made a positive claim yet. Yeah.
There is no burden of proof on me.
There is. No. You said that the earth was flat. You implied that the earth was flat. So now it's time for you. Okay, so show me the proof. Where is the burden of proof?
Go outside. It's objectively true. I just got you to admit that.
Okay,
hold on. I just got you to admit. Okay, hold on.
You're shimping out right now.
I just got you to admit.
But you haven't proven anything.
I just got you to admit.
I don't know what type of delusion the world or whatever alternate universe where I admitted that there was flat, but I never said that, right? Okay, Chico, right? I never said anything.
Is this
like
owning?
I never implied that there was flat. So I'm gonna wait for the burner proof. Until then, you're sped, right? Can't prove to me anything. You're a bootlicker.
Great. So the prerequisite is that the Earth is flat.
Okay, so where's the burden of proof? Again, I'm gonna keep waiting. I'm gonna keep repeating the same thing, bootlicker.
But I mean,
whenever you've had enough of this guy, Reg, just let me know.
Yeah, he's not. I mean, he already pretty much admitted that. I mean, he never experienced any curvature except in like slopes and hills and valleys on the plane. So the prerequisite is already flat. So we don't have a burden of proof. You're the one that is saying that it's a globe. It's spiral.
This guy's never in good faith. He's just a clown. Do you want to keep talking to him, or shall I?
When did he say that, though?
I mean, he ain't saying nothing. He's just yelling and screaming and saying, "You had a burden of proof, burden of proof."
Yeah.
So he didn't say the things you said he said.
I mean,
what's that?
Somebody want to take him off mute.
Again, are you gonna stop bootlicking and show me some evidence?
No, yeah, bootlicking. That's what he said.
Yes, you are bootlicking. I've yet to get any evidence of it.
Yeah, bootlicking. That's dick sucking on the internet. That's what he said.
No.
I mean, it doesn't go past that. I mean, I don't know why he's, crying about who has the burden of proof.
He's just being confrontational, like on purpose. It doesn't matter. You could say anything to him. He's just gonna responding like this.
Right. Yeah. So, that's just the way the Earth is actually experienced. I mean, His experience is measured that way. It's navigated that way. This is what you experience. You don't experience yourself being upside down whatsoever on the globe at any time, or sideways walking around on the globe at any time. I mean, that is something that you're going to have to, show. But if you're going to use the driveway, you're not walking sideways or upside down on the driveway at any time. You're always standing up, upside up. So you still have the elevation from the ground to wherever you're standing. If you're driving, you still have elevation being having a reference point from the ground. So you're not like upside down at that point either. So I don't know why we would try to use any slope as a proof of curvature. I think the burden will be on you guys. You guys is the one that's saying that the Earth is doing something that we don't naturally experience. We don't naturally experience the Earth spinning around, flying around those suns. You guys have to tell us those stories. But nobody could actually say they experienced those things. Well, the burden would be on you guys, not us.
All right, let's get Penguins up to the mic. This looks good. I like the look of this. Penguins, penguins, penguins. The people are demanding penguins. I don't know. Just gonna sit there and stiff them. Oh. What kind of celebrity just doesn't want to appease his fans? Come on. Let's go. Up to the mic with you. You got all the energy in the world to text chat skank, which actually is more exhausting than just speaking. So let's not use silly excuses here. Come on up to the mic. Well, I mean, there is no level of awakeness to you. You think you're flying around on a spinning ball through nothingness. So, I mean, that shouldn't be an issue. I mean, you've been sleepwalking your whole life. I mean, what's the difference? Let's just go. Come on. Extremely recent data. Okay. Proves curve. Can you put the proof into some sort of logical format? Why are you wasting your energy typing? Wouldn't it be a lot less energy spent if you just used your microphone? You don't have any data that proves curve. I'll tell you that right now. That's my challenge to you. Because that would have to be data that proves, one moment, let me get the picture. If that data proved curve, it would then prove that that horizon is actually at 1.2 miles despite appearing further than 9.4. You think you got data that does that? Because that's a geometric consequence of your claim of a sphere, and it must be the case if what you proved is what you say it is. Go ahead. Expound upon your proof. Prove that there's a horizon at 1.2 miles in that picture that nobody ever saw. The one with the horizon further than 9.4, go ahead. It's going to be a necessary consequence of your proof if that proof is exactly what you say it is. I just can't wait to hear it. I just cannot wait to see you prove that this horizon is at 1 mile. Can't wait. Please, get on the mic. Come on. I got to hear this. The people are waiting. The YouTube audience is waiting. This is what they've wanted to hear for 5 years now. Come on. What, you're going to get right here to the conclusion finally of the matter. This is it. You're the guy who's going to be able to do it, to demonstrate what nobody ever saw, what nobody else was ever able to demonstrate, but you're just too tired right now. But yet you've got the energy to just skank around in the text chat. Come on. Don't play us like that. Let's put this whole thing to rest. Come on, get on the mic. Just clear it up for us. Give us your data and your logical argument based on it, which necessarily proves contingent fact that the horizon in that picture is actually at 1 mile despite appearing further than 9. I know, a paradox, a conundrum, but you're the guy who says he can do it, and I just have to hear this. I have to. I've been waiting for 5 years. That's why I'm goading you like this. It's been a long enough wait. Like, don't tell me you're tired. Come on. Get out of the VC if that's the case. Oh, now the story changes. First he's too tired, now there's people listening in. Yeah, I mean, I would be embarrassed too to make such poor arguments in front of an audience. I get it. That I do understand. You don't want to come across as a abject goofball in front of your company. You know, defending this goofy, crazy, pond scum flying through nothingness narrative that you believe in. I won't let off. I'm just going to keep going until you or some other numpty takes the floor.
Dude, you sound like a fucking girlfriend right now.
Your girlfriend's goji for globe proof? Somehow I doubt that. I don't know, maybe you date men. I don't know. Maybe that's just what you call a girlfriend. I don't know. I mean, you're already being toxic with your low IQ takes and your lies in the side chat, the endless vampiring in the text. You're already being toxic, dude. So, millennial, is that like a boomer now? Is that how you guys are using that? Well, no. It's not that I'm clever. I mean, it doesn't take much, really, to roast you guys. I mean, you kind of do most of the roasting yourself. You're sort of like self-roasting. I mean, I'm just trying to get you to speak for that very reason. Because as soon as you do, you're going to roast yourself. I mean, like that gets me off the mic. I can stop speaking. You'll just do the work for me. That's what I'm trying to get you to do. It's my job. You didn't cook anybody. That's for sure. Oh, wait. No, I stand corrected. Right, that's right. You did cook somebody. Yourself. Yes, that part is true. I concede that, yeah. No, you absolutely cooked yourself. What did you say? You said something like, well, you had this straw man that we claim a dome in the sky. And then you said, it can't be a dome because there would have to be curvature, even though, you know, a dome is obviously a curved shape. It was hilarious how the internal critique that you went with just completely collapsed itself. Your own straw man refuted your premise. It was absolutely hilarious. And there was a whole bunch of those. That was just one that stood out. I remembered that one. But you cooked yourself, like, repeatedly. I guess that's, I mean, obviously you're not talking after that. It's kind of embarrassing for you. I get it. You sound like a girlfriend. So if I'm toxic, why do you keep attracting toxic women? What is it with you? Maybe you're the problem. I mean, you're the common thread. Well, okay, then get out of here. Cut me off. Go. Beat it. Come on, tough guy. Put up your shield. Get out of here. Put up your force field. Cut ties. Run. Go. Block. Ignore. Hi, Sokar. How's it going?
Yeah, what up? Is everyone in here just asleep except for you? Like, what's going on in here?
No, we've got this scaredy cat. I like penguins. He's going off in the text chat, but he doesn't have the balls to speak on the mic, so he's just being a little bitch in the side chat.
Based? Yeah. What's he doing?
Well, just that, just being a little bitch. You know, talking about his girlfriends that didn't work out and stuff, and he's just a pathetic little sad case. How about you, man? What's going on?
Oh, nothing. I was just wondering what's going on in here. So I just go through the chat, see if anything's interesting happening. Saw that you were the only one not muted here, so I thought I'd join and keep you company.
Yeah, all right. Sounds good to me.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was just trying to goad this guy for like his proof of the globe Earth, but I don't know. He's just not confident enough in the idea that it is a globe to actually say anything, other than like, you remind me of my toxic ex, and I mean, because that's all he thinks about is the relationships that he failed. So I don't know. I don't know what we're gonna do here.
Fair enough.
Yep.
Well, I don't disagree with you on the flat Earth, so not sure if I can keep the argument going.
Yeah, well, goddamn, we're just gonna need somebody who's got the goods, I guess. It's not. I like penguins, unfortunately. So I mean, I had some hope for them, but it's all been dashed.
Fair enough.
Got to keep the fire lit for somebody who's going to come along with it, though. I'm waiting for him.
Fair enough. I want to join the chat below and see what else is going on. So
that's cool, man. Yeah, have a good time. Okay, maybe I'll try to harass. No, not harass. Politely engage in discourse with Rion. Oh no, he's in all the flat servers. Never mind. It's a Glober I seek. God, he just keeps blowing up my text chat like he's some fucking girl I can't get rid of. Why do you come here to disappoint us, I like penguins? You come in here with all this bravado, and it's like, okay, he's the man. This has got to be it. The globe Earth, proven. It's got to be done now. And then you completely flop. You make excuses and you stall, and I don't have the time right now. I'm tired. There's people around me. You remind me of my girlfriend. I mean, why say any of that stuff if you can just slap it down on the table and go, there it is, boys. There's the proof you've been looking for. I got it. It's right here. Anything else? Yeah, you could do that if that proof were actually in hand. It ain't, though. We know. Your bluff ain't fooling anybody. Well, I didn't exactly ask for evidence. I asked for proof. I want an absolute sound conclusion of globe. Hi, Free. How's it going?
Yeah.
Okay, good. So anyway, let's get down to the brass tacks of whether or not you can prove the globe Earth that you think you're standing on.
No, I'm okay. I've done it before.
Well, you haven't done it, and that's why you won't be doing it again, because it hasn't happened once.
Okay, it hasn't happened once.
No, it hasn't happened. Guaranteed.
Can I just out of curiosity, like, say the Earth was flat. Okay,
it is. Go ahead.
What would happen? Like, should we just revamp how we do like missile technology and everything based on this, or do they already do? Or are missiles not real? Or like, what's the point of the Earth being flat?
Well, everything is already set up to work on a flat Earth.
Interesting.
Yeah.
So the people who work on missile technology and stuff like that, they're also in on it?
No.
How do they do it then?
Well, they probably just don't really think about it and they do their job.
Do you understand how missiles work?
Well, you tell me. Since you got a positive claim for a globe using missiles.
Right, well, you need to send rockets in the air into the atmosphere, right?
Go for it, yeah.
Yeah, so they need to do calculations based on that in order to send the rocket into the atmosphere.
Do they?
So, okay.
Why are they calculating for something? Well, yeah, I'm calling your bluff now, aren't I? Why are they calculating for something that was never measured in the first place?
What are you talking about, dude? Do you understand how sending rockets into space? Or I guess you don't even believe in space.
I don't understand why they would be calculating for something that was never measured to begin with. Are they insane, or?
What do you mean?
Well, I mean, I'm not even grilling you right now on your claim that they calculate for curvature when they send rockets somewhere, right? I mean, I could do that, but more like the bigger elephant in the room is why in the hell would anybody be calculating for something that nobody measured in the first place? I.e., in this case, Earth curvature.
Okay, so I'm not sure. Even one of you guys sent like one of the rockets up to space, right? And he died. Remember that video?
No,
so that guy had to measure for something.
He's not
right?
in this chat. No. Yeah, I didn't do that. Nobody else here did. So no.
So you don't agree? So, but see, the thing is, he sent a rocket up to space to see if it was flat or not. Okay. Whatever, into the sky.
Well, how high?
He got. I don't know how high up he got, but he calculated it wrong because he measured for a flat Earth and he died.
Okay,
it's a similar thing with rockets, right? If we don't use a curvature and we use a flat Earth, the rockets won't hit where they're supposed to hit.
That's a lovely little tale you just told me. Now, can you show me the calculations?
Okay. No, I'm not a rocket scientist. I'm saying, I'm asking you, are these people in on it?
Okay, so you don't need science. This is math. These are numbers. Second of all, how would you know what his calculations had to do with flat globe anything since you don't even know what they are?
Dude, okay. Fine. There was no measures. You're right about the rockets. What's the point?
Look,
yes,
I got measures for you.
I agree. You're right. Now, what is the point of the Earth being flat, and why is every government lying to us?
I got it. Okay, I don't know. I can't get into somebody else's head and start speaking for them, but I can give you measurements. 1 sec.
No, but I'm asking you, what's the point of the Earth being flat?
Well, I don't know why. I don't know why you would grill me instead of the people that actually sold you that crap. 1 sec.
Well, aren't you the one making the positive claim that the Earth is flat?
Well, that's easy to prove. 1 sec. All right, I just posted 3 citations for water there. You see those?
Okay.
Right, water.
Bro, ChatGPT is right in front of you, bro. Like, you could just post these and then ask ChatGPT, is this correct? Am I correct on this?
No, we're not doing that. Why would we ask an AI chatbot? Let's just stick to the citations, the people who wrote the physics books, okay? And let's just see what they have to say.
Well, I'm not, the smartest guy to talk to about this, right? I'm not a scientist.
That's fine. You don't have to be the smartest guy. You're obviously competent enough to comprehend that water will always form a flat surface unless it is acted on by another force such as wind. Obviously, you can grasp that. Anybody can. That's not difficult, yeah?
Okay, is it... Let's see.
These are the physics of water. You know it. And one of these citations says, what does it say? This effect is part of folk knowledge, as is witnessed by the common saying that water seeks its own level. In other words, basically, this is just something everybody knows. Everybody knows this, everybody understands this, everybody experiences and observes this. Water seeks its level. Water's been used as the benchmark throughout all known human history for establishing level. It is the levelest thing in existence. Well, I guess any body of liquid, basically, is horizontal flat level over its surface at rest.
Let's take a look at this website. Let's see what they have to say about it.
Okay, you go ahead. I'm telling you.
Water.
You already know this, though. I'm just providing a citation for you of what you already know. So the thing is, dude, you went straight to, how do I debunk this? Yeah, I see what you did there.
It's a scam? How is it a scam?
It's a scam. They're just lying to you through their teeth nonstop about everything. Just, look, the physics textbooks tell you this, and you already know it. You experience it, right? Water seeks its level, yeah? It does, right?
Earth's gravity causes water surface to curve with the same radius as Earth on glass with a diameter of 10 centimeters. Okay. Like the demand that we prove water curvature in a glass. In reality, whatever the container, the curvature of water surface remains the same as Earth's radius. On a glass of water, it will be too small to observe.
Do you notice when you're reading that all he did was give a claim? Now ask them, what's the evidence for that?
Yeah, let's see.
We got evidence that's flat.
They have references here.
Yeah, okay. What's the evidence for that? They're just saying it. Who measured that? Who actually proved that? Because water is known to be the benchmark of level. It is flat, level, and horizontal, and it's practically used that way all the time. They want to go and tell you, no, it ain't really so. Okay. I think the burden then falls on them to back that claim up since it's inconsistent with what we all experience and know already. Yeah?
Okay. Dude, I don't know what to tell you, bro. I guess the Earth is flat, but
it has to be. I'm not trying to like preach at you or anything. I'm just saying, like, if the physics of water are what we understand them to be, it has to be. And you can do what you want with that. You can deny it. You can say no. You can go to that.
Did you go to college?
Yes, I got a degree.
You went to college in what?
Yeah. What?
In what?
In arts. It's got nothing to do with any of this stuff.
Okay, so did you take any classes on any of this? Why don't you like go and prove this stuff? Why don't you go like work in a scientific field and prove this and change the way we view the world?
Don't really need to. So first of all, it's not really a scientific inquiry. The science is really, the scientific method is about cause and effect, right? Trying to like determine the causes of phenomena in nature. And this is more just geometry, like is this surface curving or not? And so that would just be kind of a matter of measurement, geometry, surveying, stuff like that. Wouldn't really need science. So I am out here. This is it. I'm on Discord just saying this shit to people. I mean, take or leave it.
Do you know of any credible people who advise for flat Earth?
Yeah, these guys in here. That's what we do.
No, like I'm talking about like real people with like PhDs or something. Like something I can give merit to.
What do you mean advise?
Like as in they think the Earth is flat and they're in a field of some kind related to this.
Well, I don't know. There's probably people like that frequent this chat, but I don't really know. I don't know.
So you kind of just take this up on it doesn't make sense for the Earth to be round. That's your basis.
Well, because of the physics of water are what they are, where water seeks and it finds its level, it just cannot.
If you went into space or the sky rather, and you saw that there was space and there was a round Earth, what would you do?
Yeah, I would accept it. Yeah. If there was like an empirical demonstration of it, right? Something I could actually experience, right? Then of course, that's what I'm saying. What I'm saying is what I experience is exactly the opposite.
So you don't believe in gravity?
Well, okay, so what is it?
The force that pulls everything down to the center of the Earth, but I guess you don't believe in that. So how does shit fall down?
That's not what the modern conventional astrophysics lore is. They're not saying that. They're not saying that. They're saying that, they're going with Einstein, and he doesn't say it's a force of attraction. He says it's space-time curving.
He says that gravity is space-time curving?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's interesting. Either way, okay, so how do you think stuff falls down?
I don't know. I don't really care. I know that stuff falls down when it's heavier or denser than the medium it's in. I know that.
Really?
But beyond that, whether like there's some space-time warping or something is pulling something, how should I know? There's no experiment you could actually use to test that. It's all conjecture and mathematics.
Okay. That's interesting. So, okay, so the Earth is it infinite, do you think?
Oh, dude. I don't think so. But I wouldn't know. You'd have to explore it infinitely to know, and that's impossible, so paradox.
Interesting. So, the Earth is flat. It could possibly be infinite.
I doubt that very much.
Do you think there are lizard people?
No. I've never seen one.
So you only believe in what you can see.
Take this. I've never seen a lizard person the same way I've never seen a curving lake or ocean.
Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting.
I'm telling you. The flat Earth is the empirical one, actually. The globe.
Do you believe you have a brain?
Yeah.
But you've never seen that.
Well, I'm using it.
How do you know that?
I'm thinking.
How do you know it's a brain that's thinking, though? How do you know it's not like a soul or something?
Well, I mean, depends what you want to call it, I guess. But I mean, it's this organ in my head that does the job of
How do you know
processing
there's an organ
thoughts.
in your head?
Because human bodies have been dissected.
Okay, how do you know you're not different? You've never seen your brain. You've reasonably come to the conclusion that you have a brain based on other humans dissecting the brain.
You want to cast doubt on something that's basically absolutely certain, and that's going to do what to advance
Same with the globe Earth, dude. I'm sorry to tell you.
Yeah,
you've never seen a brain in person, just like how you haven't seen water curve.
Okay.
Fine.
How do you know that? I mean, I have seen people in accidents and stuff, and brains exploded over the side of the road and shit like that.
So that's how you came to the conclusion that you have a brain. Do you believe you have nerves?
No.
How did you come to the conclusion that you have a brain? Through reasoning, correct?
Well, partly, yeah.
Okay, same with Earth, dude. Maybe you haven't seen it.
Okay, what reasoning?
But people with a lot more credentials and experience and learning and
You're not being reasonable.
I am being reasonable. You're not being reasonable. You think the Earth is flat.
That's really ironic. Yeah, well, I gave you reason for that. That's really ironic because you were grilling me a second ago on whether I have a brain, whether I can actually know that, and then what you proceeded to do is not use yours and then outsource your thinking to other people you think are credible.
How do you know I have a brain?
I don't think you do at this point because of what I just said. Did you hear me?
Well, no. Through reasoning, we've come to the conclusion that everyone in this call, if they're human, have a brain.
Thinking. I'm telling you, I am. I'm using mine. You're not. You're outsourcing your thoughts to some nameless, faceless entity that knows something because it's credentialed in whatever you believe.
Okay, if what nameless, faceless? Are you saying that every person who works in, say, like physics or like space or anything, they're all like faceless? There's no entity to them?
No, I'm just saying that I don't think you could actually name anybody that you got this belief from. That you could
Neil deGrasse Tyson, like the easiest one, I guess.
All right, I stand corrected. Fine. Okay, now what did the great credentialed scholar Neil deGrasse Tyson do to prove a globe Earth?
Dude, I guess through peer-reviewed science and other ways he's come out and...
Okay, I'm going to need you to be out of the closet? What do you mean? I'm going to need you to be a little more vague.
Vague on what?
What you just said is just various...
Yeah, I'm trying to explain it to you, right? Like, he has credentials. People have given him credentials because he's done this and that, and he has these degrees. Versus you have an arts degree, which you are not experienced in, and you have internet.
That's hyper-specific. Well, I'm experienced.
Right, that's what I'm saying.
That's hyper-specific. He's got degrees in this and that, and he's done things. He's even come out of the closet. Okay, I guess, you know what?
So him being gay automatically makes him wrong?
Well, I mean, I'm obviously just, like, taking the piss out of what you said. I'm just joking. Right. But I mean, I think with what you've said there, that's a pretty firm case. We can call that case closed. It's got to be a globe. I mean, he's done this and that, and he's come out.
It's better than what you're doing, right? Like, internet memes and a bunch of guys who don't have lives. Let's come to the conclusion that it's a flat Earth.
Any meme.
I can say the same thing.
Point to any meme I've posted. Point to any meme.
Well, I don't know. Yeah, so let's go ahead and look in the side chat.
I've posted jack shit for memes. I've posted arguments, claims, questions, etc.
Right there, that's a meme. Bye-bye ball. Boats go over the curve for thousands of years.
Oh, well, it's kind of a meme, I guess. You're right. Okay, it's kind of a
It's not that I'm kind of right. I am right. You guys come to the conclusions
more than a meme.
based on garbage.
I mean, it's got the text on there. It's got the text on there, which makes it kind of
Sir, why do you or another scientist not go out and change the world, change how we view things?
I'm doing that right now. That's what this chat is about. So
this chat is nothing. No one here is going to change their mind.
Hold on. Yeah, I know because you're ingrained. You've already been inculcated. You're in the religion. You're in it. But look, what you're calling a meme, that's good. I'm glad you went through the chat to try to find me posting what you call a meme, because what you actually landed on there is an observation that refutes your ball.
Yeah, okay. Why don't you go? It refutes it, correct?
You're going to call it a meme because there's some stuff written on it, whatever, but that is an observation of a horizon 10 times further than what it could possibly geometrically be.
Okay, I want you I want you today. I want you today within this hour. Wait, listen. I want you today to go to a scientific forum, okay, a science forum on the internet, and I want you to post that.
Hold on.
And I want you to post that image.
Free, hold on. Why wouldn't you take a second to let that sink in? That's big. What I just told you, if it's true, right?
What? That it's and I just explained it to you. If it's an observation that refutes the flat or the globe Earth, go post that in the science forum. And come back and tell me people didn't make fun of you.
They've been doing that all over the internet, and that's all they do is they just make fun of you. They don't have any comeback. They
will refute it, and then they will make fun of you.
They've never refuted it. This has been up for years. They don't have a refutation.
This picture has been refuted for multiple years.
Tell me how.
All right, we're gonna post this in the AI chatbot, and we're gonna see how it feels. I think it's gonna laugh, actually.
My goodness.
The AI itself is gonna laugh.
So you know it's been refuted, yet you can't tell me how.
Well, I'm about to show it to you.
How do you know it's been refuted then? You don't even know how it would have been done.
Oh my God! Reality check. It says.
You see the level of blind faith that you possess right now, Mister.
It's not blind faith. We came to the conclusion earlier. Then you have blind faith that you have a brain. We came to the conclusion earlier.
We came to no such.
You've never seen a brain.
Came to no such conclusion. You deluded yourself.
All right, hold on.
Okay.
Look at this. Empty.
You believe there's some sort of refutation against this, and you haven't even seen it. You can't say what it is.
Sir, look in the side chat. I just posted a refutation that humans don't actually have brains and our schools are empty.
That's not even the
That's
top.
an observation.
Refute it. Listen, if you want to deny the human anatomy that's well known and understood, that's fine.
Same with the Earth. It's well known. We have, dude. It's like you don't hear yourself.
Look, no, I do hear myself. Human bodies have been studied and dissected.
The Earth has been studied and researched for thousands of years.
Fine, then provide any single demonstration of what you claim of it.
All right, we're gonna. Like I said in the beginning, right? Post this in a science forum, and you'll get made fun of. But for me,
so you're not
let's look at this. Let's look at this. No. Look in the side chat.
Okay, no, free.
This is what the AI bot that you don't accept.
Did you hear what you just said, though? Post this in a science forum. They'll make fun of you. Is that what intellectuals do? They see something you disagree with.
Because, like I said, look in the side chat. I posted a skull.
Religious
refute
they just make fun. Is that scientific? Is that rational? Is that intellectual?
Because is it rational? Listen to me. Is it rational to make fun of me for the skull picture I posted? Yes or no?
For the what? The skull? Well, it's stupid. It's a red herring.
Right. Same with you, dude. That's how we view you, because you're retarded.
We don't
look in now look in the side chat. Your meme got debunked.
Tantrum, dude. You're avoiding the topic.
No, because it's hilarious.
Okay, how did it get debunked? Tell me. How do you know that?
Okay, let's read it together.
What was the debunk?
Let's read it together.
Why don't we start with this? What are you debunking?
The meme you posted.
Okay, no, it's not a meme. It's an observation of what?
It is a meme. Even the AI calls it a meme. Come on, dude.
Yeah, so I can see first off that the AI got the heights of the rigs completely wrong. Right, yeah, that's not the heights of the rigs.
All right, what are the heights of the rigs?
The first rig is about 80-something foot above sea level, or 90, and then the second rig's is 70 foot above sea level, not what the chatbot said.
Sea level. All right, let's see.
Well really,
70 feet MSL.
You can look that up, right? And I also put the image into ChatGPT, right? And it says here what the image shows: observer height 1 foot, visible platforms, hill house 6.21 miles, habitat 9.41. It says the Earth is a sphere with 3,959 mile radius. The platform at 6.21 miles should be partially hidden with only the top structures visible, and the one at 9.41 miles should be well below the Earth curvature with 40 plus feet obscured. But in the image we can see both platforms clearly across the water despite the observer being nearly at water level, 1 foot height. And then it goes over, it runs all the math and the numbers.
My device just died a second ago. Go ahead. Sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, that's all right. But so it said differently to what your one said.
Post yours, and then we'll keep debunking this. Okay. And maybe within the next hour, just through ChatGPT, everyone in this call will leave.
This is what you've said a few times. We'll keep debunking this. I asked you, what is this? And you haven't said yet that it is that you're debunking. What is this?
Yeah, it's a meme, right? That's what it is.
No, it's not. What is the observation?
It's a meme, dude.
No, it's not. What is the observation? No, I'm asking for specifics. What is this?
I don't know what it is, dude. You're saying that the Earth, Earth can't be a sphere because we can't see too far. Like, dude, that's what you're claiming. It's so brain dead.
Because what? What am I claiming? Sorry?
We can't see too far. We can see too far.
Oh, we can. Okay. Yeah. Yes. We do see further than the geometric obstruction would allow us to of the curvature of Earth. Yes, we see further than that, much further.
Yeah, but you're just going to deny that there's light refraction, correct?
Well, you would have to prove that that's occurring on the globe.
There we go. Yeah. So there's no point.
What do you mean deny? I don't have to just take on board your chant, dude. Your religious chant. Okay? If you say that light refraction is occurring on the globe and something is there that we didn't see that was distorted by the optics, right? It would be on you to prove that. Can you?
Okay, I look, like I said, fine, dude. The Earth is flat. All these people are lying. Go prove this. Go post this in a science forum.
Go ahead, DJ. He's done this with me like 5 times now, so that's I'll take it.
It doesn't sound like it's going to get any.
No, you're right, dude. The Earth is flat. Everyone's lying to you.
Because he doesn't know anything about what he's talking about. Like, he's just kind of like relying on ChatGPT, which is giving him like, the wrong metrics.
Because if you use ChatGPT or any other AI. Or Google for that matter, and just see what other people.
I just read out that it says it's a massive problem for the globe.
Okay, all right. I can't help you guys. I'm sorry. Really.
You don't even understand what you're talking about when you say light refraction.
Correct.
Yeah, so you just believe the Earth's a globe because you were taught it, and you don't know any of our arguments. And you just want to like mock and ridicule when you're not, we probably know 10 times more than you about the globe that you blindly believe in.
Just leaves. Let's get Penguins on the mic now to make his last hurrah.
Penguins, you're up.
He typed some bullshit in the chat about using Photoshop to show 2 horizons or something. Two apparent meetings of sea and sky. That's super cool. How deep do the delusions run? So he's got an identity violation there. What did he say? Let me just get it verbatim. Not all horizons are the optical meeting of the sea and the sky. Okay, yeah, because some of them are land. So maybe not quite a law of identity violation. Let's see where he goes. Oh, I know everything about the globe, a lot more than you do. Another necessary geometric consequence of it is that it would have a horizon at 1 mile, 1.225 miles to be more precise, from a 1-foot observer height. I know that we see well beyond the constraints of that geometry. I know that. What do you got? The globe doesn't stand firm at all. It's got nothing to stand on whatsoever, dude. That's why you're not miking up. globe stands firm, he chants proudly from the side chat. It's pretty slim pickings with you guys out here these days, I gotta say. Yeah, blah, blah, blah. I'm not miking up because, yeah, let's just read the excuse that the liar's going to give this time. The third or fourth variation. He's given like 3 or 4 reasons why he won't mic up so far. Because of this and that and the other. Can't decide.
Biggest cope. It's crazy. Like,
first of all, he was tired. He had to sleep. He was tired. There's company, but he's tired. Now it's because something to do with me.
All right, I just put up an observation from 5-foot observation height, and over 21 miles, there's no horizon at all. How's that work on a globe, penguins? Where's the horizon at? What happened to it?
Notice that you're scrambling for excuses because you're a liar, right? You don't keep your story straight. It keeps changing. Yeah. I thought that was obvious, but I got to spoon feed you, I guess. Yeah, you're nervous and you keep generating excuses. You don't have any evidence. That's why you're dodging giving it to us. We keep asking you for it. I'm not sitting here writing every bullshit thing you type in there. Just get on the mic and respond directly to what I said. Look, we all know it's because you know you're going to get cooked, and then we're going to clip it and ship it out. Like what happened earlier. You're just trying to avoid a repeat of that. Oh, dude.
Incredulity is not an argument.
That's great. What do you have for an argument?
The proof I posted right up there.
Which is what? Proof of what?
You can read it yourself.
What is it proof of? You don't know? You had to get ChatGPT to generate this for you? You can't just tell me right now in real time what it's even proof of?
Do you even know what I'm talking about?
No, that's why I'm asking you. Proof of what? Do you know?
You should start looking at it, because maybe if you looked at it, you'd know.
Okay, well, this would be your claim of proof. What are you proving? Do you not know?
It's in the conclusion.
What are you proving?
You can read it, it's right there.
I guess you don't know what you're even proving. That's weird.
Do you not remember what the claim was, or what we were talking about?
The crazy thing is you don't seem to remember what you've posted in the chat.
I'm looking at it right now.
Okay, what? What's it proving?
Do you not remember what we were talking about?
Why can't you just answer what you're proving?
You don't remember, do you?
Who cares? Just say I don't. What are you proving?
Oh, maybe the conclusion will jog your memory. That was the thing I was holding to.
What's the conclusion?
It's right there for you.
Why won't you say it?
You're this scared of your claim, dude? That's sad.
You're free to engage it. I provided it.
Engage what? You're afraid to say, right?
With the evidence I provided. And,
engage what?
And the dumbed down talk too. I literally gave it to you on a silver platter. And you're
No, you didn't. I've never had this much trouble. I've never had this much trouble trying to get anybody to tell me what it is they're trying to prove, even. So no,
that is a projection.
Here, it's pulling teeth, dude. What are you proving?
You wear your heart in your sleeve and you don't even know it.
Okay, that's nice that you want to psychoanalyze me or whatever bullshit you're doing. What are you proving? I guess he doesn't even know.
I just like to point out, literally anyone else is free to engage. It's in the side chat.
What? What's in the side chat? What proof of what? Do you not know what you're posting? If not, why would anybody waste their time discussing it with you? Anybody else would just say, oh, yeah, here's the conclusion. A conclusion would be about a sentence long. What is it?
You're just trying to milk every second of me talking.
Okay, so of all the things that you've said that had nothing to do with the proof that you claim, you could have just said it.
Oh, I communicated it.
What? No, you didn't. You sidestepped it every step of the way.
Incredulity is not an argument.
Okay, what was it? What was it? It's not an appeal to incredulity. You literally did not communicate your proof. No.
I did. Everyone can see it there.
Say it on the mic. What is the proof?
I don't need to say it to communicate it.
Say it on the mic. What are you proving?
You're trying to milk every second. You love talking. You love hearing me talk.
Well, I mean, you look like a complete pathetic fool. You understand, right? And that is why I brought you up here. I think that you were at least, like, you had the wits about you to realize that you were going to make an embarrassing fool of yourself, but managed to goad you into doing it anyway. Well, that's good.
You say you brought me up here like you weren't seething at the fact that I wasn't here.
No, there's no seething. We're just trying to get a numpty to put his foot in his mouth, as you have done. Thank you. Thank you for doing as I asked. Thank you.
You were begging for me.
Yeah, I was begging for a numpty to come up here and make an abject fool of himself, as you have now done. Thank you.
For me, not that. For me.
Oh, yeah, because you were the only retard sitting here.
Anyway, anyone else can engage with the evidence.
Engage with what?
It's in the side chat.
Engage with what? Evidence of what?
This guy really wants to hear me talk, and I think I've given him enough. I don't want to spoil him.
No, you haven't given anything. You haven't given... Well, DJ, maybe... Let's get a second voice in here. Do you think he's given anything?
He won't even say what his claim is. I don't even know where to look, because he wrote a whole bunch of shit, so... I mean, it's kind of ridiculous. All this time, he could have just said it. Like, what's the argument? Something about Horizons or what?
Yeah, you're not impressing the panel, Penguins. It's a strikeout so far. Do you want to just tell us what your conclusion is? That's smart. Yeah, go back to not talking. That's the best option for you. You had it right in the first place. I know, that's on me for goading you into getting up here and acting like a fool. I did that on purpose, I admit it. No, like, you've been asked what you're trying to prove. Oh, here's a link to the evidence. Evidence of what? This is the stupidest thing I think I've seen yet, and that's saying quite a lot after the years. I was trying to encourage you to reach your
don't
best
drop out of
self,
school, kids.
but, yeah, I was trying to get you to kind of to reach your best self here, but I don't know, it might be a lost cause.
By bring out your worst.
No, I could get a lot worse than this. I don't know what you're talking about. So I was trying to get you to reach for your best self. Come through with the proof of whatever it is that you're standing for here. But I think you're relegated to just being an abject failure in this place. I don't know. I was trying to spur you on to do something, constructive with yourself in any way, shape, or form. But I don't know. You just keep failing abysmally. Maybe it's not me, and maybe that's just what you're cut out to be. And I guess maybe we just got to leave it at that. I don't know. I tried for you, but I think you're just going to keep being stupid.
Has anyone told you you're a bad liar?
What did I lie about? Badly about.
Actually, multiple things.
Okay, start with one. Don't gish gallop.
How am I gish galloping?
Well, I mean, you're leaning that way with multiple things. Just start with one specific example.
Me referencing multiple things. Sure, I'll bring up one example. So earlier, when someone else joined, you said that I was whining about my girlfriend breaking up with me. Never said that. And just now.
Oh, dude.
Yeah.
It was just color commentary, dude.
And just now you said you're trying to bring out the best person in me, and that's clearly a lie. So. I mean, you're insane. You're dripping sarcasm.
No, I think it would be a much better version of you that we would see here if you actually made any kind of honest attempt to defend the bullshit that
the tone you used when you said that was recorded and live streamed.
So that's the whole point.
So you're a bad liar.
Okay, no, but really, yeah, okay, all right, yeah. You think that you know what I sound like when I'm being sarcastic? Well, you're gonna have to spend some more time here, but
I think anyone can.
I do think that it would be much better to see you actually attempt to prove something that you claim than just avoid it like the plague, because I think that's pathetic. That's a bad look for you. I think you would look a lot better if you'd stand on all 10 of your toes and go, here's what I think and why. Like a man, So yeah, I am encouraging you to be a better version of you. Yeah, I am.
So how have I done that? You're saying I did that, but I don't understand.
No, you're being a little pussy. You're tucking your tail, and it's in there. It's in the chat. You won't. You don't even have the courage of your convictions to even say what they are. Even say what they are. You won't even say what you believe. You're so afraid.
You where I communicated to you what you're asking for.
You are so ashamed and so insecure in what you think that you won't even say what it is. I think that's pathetic, dude. I think it's absolutely pathetic, and I'm not being sarcastic at all.
When a coworker tells you that they left you a paper in the other room about a meeting, do you get mad and blow up at them for not proving to you that there's a meeting verbally?
My coworkers don't say that to me. That sounds retarded, dude. Anything else?
Okay. Well, I hope you don't have coworkers.
Yeah, because that's how it all works. Yeah, they leave papers in the other room and go, no, I don't want to talk about it. It's on the paper. Yeah, cool. Anyway, what did you want to say?
Yeah, sometimes people don't have the time to speak a whole memo to people individually. So, like, send an email or something. You don't get to dictate the way that they communicate things to you.
Yeah,
so, like,
the problem
so,
with
like,
that
also,
is,
if someone asks you for proof of like sexual harassment claims, you could send that through the email. And if you're going to complain to the lawyer and said, "Well, nobody said anything to me," and you still commit these offenses, then
this
you're
is
going
a
to
really lovely
whether you like it or not.
The problem with all of that is you've got plenty of time to sit in here and act like a retard. So I don't know what the issue would be with just communicating what your claim is.
Oh, it's because you're clearly dodging.
Dodging what?
You're not even brave enough to look at what you're dodging.
That's some pretty funny projection. I've been trying to pull it out of you like teeth. What it is you're even arguing for, and you've dodged that every single time. I've stuck to the point relentlessly, and now you claim I'm dodging? That's pretty crazy projection, dude.
You are definitely dodging.
Dodging what?
People are
Dodging
even posting
what?
this.
Dodging
People
what
are even
conclusion?
posting screenshots
I'm
of what you're
begging you
dodging.
to even tell me what it is I'm dodging, and you just keep dodging that. Dodging
Your
what
little
conclusion?
buddy even posted the conclusion himself.
Why are you
in the
telling me
side
that,
chat.
dude? Just tell me what the conclusion is. Do you even know it?
Are you visually impaired?
Yes. Now you have to tell me.
Oh, sure. Observed data aligns with the curved Earth model, demonstrating the presence of extra curvature affecting the laser's path, which cannot be explained by a flat Earth assumption. That's what I'm proving. There. Hope
Okay.
you're happy.
So conclusion is what? Globe? Earth curve? Demonstrated by what? Laser's path?
But it says his premise one is the Lagios satellite orbits at an altitude of approximately 5,899 kilometers above Earth's surface. So can you validate that to begin with, right? So you've got to validate premise one for us.
Yeah, you can just get a recording of a 0 degree zenith.
No, we won't get anything. You'll provide the data because you're the one who said you had it. Go on.
Oh, sure, I will. I will. But would that be sufficient?
No, not but anything. Just go get it. We're not going to decide if it's sufficient before you. No, look, we're asking for it so we can decide if it's sufficient. We're not going to tell you before you do it whether it is or not. The whole point in asking is to see if it is sufficient. So go get it so we can find out.
I was asking him. I know you love talking.
It doesn't matter who you're asking. Dodge harder. Dodge harder.
Yeah, let me go around. I can't be tied down.
Heretic said, right, we need to see the evidence first, right? So just provide the best evidence that you possibly have to validate the satellite is at
other
that
measurements.
altitude. No. You need to validate the satellite.
So the 0 degree zenith laser recording from a ground facility to that satellite would prove what its altitude is, because
grab your
at a 0 degree zenith it is directly overhead.
Why are you bargaining? Get your evidence.
Yeah, we'll look.
That would be evidence, right? Just making sure we're all agreement.
Well, no, we're asking to get it so we can tell if it is.
Yeah, we got to see the evidence first.
I don't know why you can't just
because we haven't seen it because you won't get it. Go get it.
It's exactly the same as the other evidence I posted, except at a 0 degree zenith.
Go get it. Stop talking and get it.
You haven't posted any evidence. You've just posted a claim.
But you admit that if P1 stands,
we got to see. You got to validate it. You got to justify it.
So if it stands,
your claim up now. Like what you've done is you've just made a claim,
stands,
and now
we
want to see.
So it's valid.
Now we want to see evidence of the claim.
Do you think that the argument's valid?
If the claim was all true, then yeah, obviously. So you've got to prove
the claims of the P1.
See, you're just going to stall forever, right? Because you don't actually have anything. Like it's just an endless bluff that's just going to go on and on and on. As long as we let you speak, you're just going to continue the bluff, right?
We let you speak. I'm gracing with my presence.
No, you're not. You're disgracing the airwaves, and that's the whole point. Let you make a disgrace of yourself and your globe, and that's what you're doing. You are making a disgrace. You're making a disgrace of your belief right now. Continue.
You complain about what you begged for. That's crazy. This guy's bipolar.
Yeah, I begged for you to make a disgrace of your religion, and you're doing a fine job. And I'm glad I did that. I'm glad I did that because look at all this talk you're doing that isn't providing the evidence that might substantiate your claim because you don't have it, because you can't. I like that. Thank you. Continue. Glad I begged for that. It was worth it. Whoever's listening right now just saw how little glow proof you have. None. Absolutely none. You had to sidetrack the conversation every which way you possibly could. Pressed on anything you couldn't answer. They couldn't even tell us what your claim was for about half an hour. Then when you managed to do that, of course, you couldn't provide any evidence to back any premise for it. Everybody heard it, and it was well worth it. I'm glad I begged. That's why we're here, is to demonstrate just how stupid you are. Thank you for participating. Here's a cookie for your efforts.
I think it's definitely the worst baller effort of the day, at the very least. Probably the worst I heard in the week, actually.
It's pretty bad.
It's horrendous. He does everything he can to just sidetrack from his claim. Right up to not even telling you what the claim is. I've never heard anybody deflect so hard before. Like, you gotta know that your claim is hot trash if you're that afraid to even say it. Like, you just know it's gonna get ripped to shreds the second that you do. Why even be here? I don't know. Oh yeah, Clipcord. Yeah, we got to go through paywalls and stuff to find this data. The data supports the curved Earth. The curved Earth that I was too afraid to claim for like the past half hour. This data.
Yeah, so right now he's going to try to prove a satellite in space like 6,000 miles away. Good luck with that. Like this, he doesn't stand a chance.
No, he doesn't. He's just believing stories and gospel and fucking folklore that was told to him. He's a complete idiot. There's nothing he could do to go out and demonstrate independently, verify anything to do with a globe Earth whatsoever.
I mean, he's going to have to validate like a containerless vacuum, a gas pressure environment adjacent to like a vacuum. He's going to have to give us pressure readings to prove there is such a thing as a vacuum.
There's orbital mechanics, which would be begging the question of the globe. So the globe would have to be proven in the first place. So he should have just gone to whatever that proof was, if that exists. Like, I mean, just a hot mess. Just layers and layers of stupidity and unbacked claims.
0% chance of him being able to prove anything to do with it.
I know. I think there's a near 0% chance of even getting him to even try to talk about any aspect of it. Let alone proving it. I mean, yeah. I mean, the whole thing is absolutely hopeless. That's pathetic, Penguins. That's absolutely sad. I mean, this is it. This is what this whole religion that you believe in with so much faith is. That's what it's riding on. Is this right here what you've given us? That's it? I feel sorry for you, dude. You're lost, man. You're lost cause. I can even sort of tell, like, you're not completely even fooling yourself. Like, you were afraid to even say what your claim was. Why keep it up? Just have a good cry and get it over with. It's not real. It'll be okay. We all did it. We're fine. Everything continues on. Life continues. You don't need the globe. There never was one anyway. You'll be fine. Welcome sign. Where do you want me to sign?
Don't say anything gross. Shouldn't ask questions like that in this server. Should know better. Hello, Miss Duff.
Hi. to new people. So we have laser tests, we have microwave radio tests, we have long distance infrared tests. We've got thousands of tests from all over the world. And we're trying to tell people that the earth is flat and they've been lied to.
Wow, that is crazy.
Yeah. It's so crazy, dude, that Congress. Do you ever watch C-SPAN, right? It's like that boring news channel where there's nobody saying anything.
Yeah.
And they just, yeah, so on C-SPAN, we got recordings of this, where the heads of social media were pulled up in front of Congress, and Congress asked them what they're doing to suppress flat Earth.
Holy.
Yeah, and it's because of us. So right now, what you'll find on the internet, if you go like Google flat Earth, you'll either find debunking videos, or you're going to find stupid fucking cartoons that make us look like a bunch of retards. And the whole point is so that people don't look and come talk to our group.
Wait, let me take a look at this real quick.
We have people from all walks of life, man. Like everybody from pizza delivery dudes and postal workers to academics and researchers and aeronautical engineers. So this isn't just like some ragtag bunch of dorks or conspiracy theory nuts. I'm here to tell you, we don't talk about conspiracy theory. It's not the reason we're here. We're here because we study the earth.
Yeah, because it's the truth.
Yeah, it is. It is. We understand the math, the geometry, and I could give you a short lesson right now about how the globe came to be and how people came to believe in it. It's a mathematical construct that came out of the sailing age.
Wait, all right, so how come the moon is a circle?
I think it's a ball.
Yeah, how come it's a ball? Like,
I don't know what the moon is, man. Listen, like if you zoom in on the moon, you're going to see craters on the curvature of the moon. Have you ever seen the bottom of a crater that's curving like the surface, like it's round? You know, because if it's like something that smashed into the moon, wouldn't it take a chunk out of it? How come the crater has the floor of the crater curving like a dome? I don't think those are craters.
I never thought of that.
Yeah, man. So we're given this entire story about the universe, the Big Bang evolution. It's all crap.
Yo, wait, are you guys spiritual? Are you like religious?
Some of us are, some of us aren't. I personally am. I'm a Christian, but we've got people in here who are like other things.
Yeah, we don't really use religion, to make arguments about the earth, right? We're more about empirical. Yeah.
The cosmology of the Hebrews, though, was taken from the Egyptians and Babylonians. Hebrew cosmology in the Bible was from a flat Earth perspective, though. So that's true. Even though the Bible doesn't say like the Earth is a flat Earth, the people used to believe it because they got their ideas from Egypt and Babylon, and they were.
But a flat Earth would make more sense, though.
Well, yeah, it's what you see, man. Like I've never seen curvature in my entire life. Have you?
I never, no.
Right. So how do you go find out if there is curvature? NASA's going to say you can't go, but we'll tell you it is.
Exactly.
We'll tell you there's curvature. So it's like, okay, let's find out if what NASA's saying is true. Can you send me what's called telemetry data? Yeah. What the hell is telemetry data? Telemetry data is the data that is sent from an asset, like an airplane, a boat, a car, or a satellite that gives its status, like its health status. Why don't you send me the telemetry data of your satellites? NASA's like, no, can't send that to you.
Oh, of course they are.
Yeah, so they're not doing that. We know the moon landing is fake. Like, listen, you could believe Earth is a globe, and you're going to know that the moon landing's fake. Go watch that shit. If you haven't seen that, like the actual videos that they say is true, go watch it. You're gonna laugh your ass off. Go drink some beers. Go smoke a joint or something. Go watch that. You're gonna be like, holy shit! I can't believe people bought this crap in the 1960s and 70s.
That, right?
Yeah. So anyway, I'm rambling. I like to talk. I've only got a few minutes too, so I'm like extra anxious. But you sound really cool, man. So glad you found us. I might have to step back.
Yeah.
Now.
I'm gonna need to process all this, yo.
Yeah, it took me a couple years of processing this before I was comfortable with it, because I used to work in aerospace. I don't sound it, but I'm almost 50.
Yo, no way.
Yeah.
So
I've been saying almost 50 throughout my entire 40s. So yeah, I'm kind of tired of saying it, but I'll be there pretty soon.
Yeah.
Shout out to T-Dub. Over the hedge. He's still in chat, right? Yeah, hey T-Dub.
Yeah. Hey man. I'm getting there.
Yeah. Yeah. So look, we're not like your typical Discord kids, right? I mean,
Yeah, obviously, because yeah.
Yeah, it's all definitely worth looking into because, like, you will find that it isn't what you would have thought or expected it to be, right? Like what we're saying. Yeah. That's the kicker. It's like, hang on a sec. It makes you do a double take and a step back and go, what? Hang on. No. How could you possibly have an argument for this? No.
Yo, look at T-Dub's PFP. Look at those freaking chops. Wait, those are sideburns. Love that PFP. Yeah, T-Dub, you're one of the dudes that, like, when I was brand new at this in 2021, I'd like log into 24/7 and lurk and go into the live stream. I'm like, oh yes, T-Dub's on. He's gonna freaking explain everything.
Oh shit, man! Thanks, man.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah. You gave me too much credit.
No, bro. I've been listening to T-Dub been flat smacking for like freaking since 2020. I've been listening to T-Dub.
Yeah.
Hey, T-Dub.
Yeah, you goated.
Are you a flat Earth believer?
Yeah, he's a flat earther. It's so you heard from Cheap Dog earlier. Cheap Dog piped in. He's like, it's not a belief. It sounds abrupt, right?
I wasn't there earlier.
No, it's okay. It's not like an insult or anything. Like, we use the word belief kind of casually around here. It's everybody does this. But really, there's a difference between believing something and knowing something is true, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you know that?
Yeah, because obviously people can like spend their whole lives believing something that's not true. So.
Right. And you can have a strong belief in something that's not true, and you could be totally convinced of it. So in our community, we're like, look, there's a difference between belief and knowing. If you want to know something is true, you got to directly experience it with your senses. You got to see it, touch it, feel it, hear it, smell it. You got to be there. So the scientific method was developed to give a scientist an experience. I'm totally serious right now. The whole reason for the scientific method is so that the scientist could actually have a real direct experience with the thing that he's doing. So he can actually know and not believe. You got me?
Yeah.
Right. So one of the tenets of the scientific method is that the scientist has to physically manipulate something that he thinks is causing something in nature to happen.
Yeah, not just like believe in something.
Yo,
just wanted to add, it's also to remove bias. That was the reason for the scientific method. You might have a friend that'll like agree with you out of spite or whatever, just to push a narrative. The method was to remove the bias.
Right. So the method is documented. So you can take exactly what you did and give it to somebody else and say, do what I wrote down. Go have the same experience I did and report back to me. And they'll say, okay, I'm going to go do it. I'm going to manipulate the variable. I'm going to see what happens to this other variable. I'm going to report back to you. And then I can validate that that happened. So that's science, right?
Someone's hot micing, whoever's hot micing.
Yeah, big time. It said pumpkin. So
pumpkin.
So anybody can be a
Check yourself on
scientist.
mute.
Anybody can. You don't have to have a PhD. Oh shoot, I have to go. I have to go, guys. I'm sorry. I got another phone call. Talk to you later.
Yeah, you're right, man. I can take over for a little bit, but maybe sheepdog's here.
Yo.
All
right,
I'll
Chad.
walk
I'm
you
gonna
in a
need to go
direction.
quick.
So here's the thing, Greg. You can so the shape of the Earth, right? When we're talking about the Earth being a sphere, it's not really a science question. It's more of a math question, right? Like we're dealing with geometry and shapes.
Yeah.
You don't have to science a shape. You can. There's things you can do to test like certain things in a shape to determine if it meets the requirements of a shape. But like when it comes to flatness, like there's really only one thing you got to look for, and that's deviation from parallel, right? So like if you were wanting to know whether or not a surface was flat or curved, like maybe you just laid the foundation in a building, or maybe your table is a little bit off and you just want to make sure that it's nice and level, you might like get down to eye level and look across it to see if there's any deviation. But like if it's a building or something like that, maybe you might shoot a laser over the top of it and then just go and look for any deviation from that level or from that laser on the surface of whatever you're trying to measure. And so if you wanted to measure curvature, what you do is you shoot a tangent line over a curved surface, and then you look for the deviation from that tangent line over distance. And if there is no deviation, then the surface and the tangent line are both parallel. And so therefore, if a surface is not curving, the surface must be flat, right? So that's all it really comes down to. It's not a whole lot of craziness. I know there's a lot of words involved, but I kind of was trying to make sure I touched on every point of why we say the Earth is flat. In reality, I don't even think any of us would say that we're really like flat earthers. We just say the Earth's not curving. And then we're kind of stuck with the Earth being flat, right?
Yeah. So like it's not that it's flat, it's definitely not round.
Well, it's not curving. If there was any measurable curvature, there wouldn't be any flat earther.
Yeah, so look, flat's not a shape, right? Flat's just like when we say flat Earth, we're not claiming that we know the shape of the Earth. We're claiming that when we measure over a large distance, specifically over the surface of water, right, it would have to curve if it's a globe, but it measures completely flat over huge distances. Like there should be hundreds of feet of curvature, but we're able to zoom across or shoot a laser across and hit the target on the other side, right? So it's not a globe. We could think of it like a topographical plane, right? We have 70% of the surface is claimed to be water, right? Then we got hills and valleys and mountains and things like that. But there's no curvature, right? There's no drop over distance. So that's what flat Earth means. Try not to think of it like an object, not like an object in the globe Earth version of outer space, right? Not like a flat planet floating around or something like that. That would be silly if we thought that. Wouldn't work. And we can prove it as well. Like we got tests that have been done, like hundreds and hundreds of laser tests. We've had teams of field engineers go out with a $30,000 laser, shooting it over 40 kilometers plus distances. We've had PhDs going out, doing all sorts of different tests, trying to debunk flat Earth, and actually becoming flat Earthers in the process because they couldn't find any curvature. Most people just blindly believe the Earth's a globe because they were taught it from a young age, or they repeated some textbooks at university.
My question is why? Why push that narrative?
Yeah, that's a whole rabbit hole in itself, right? If we can prove that it's not a globe, asking why, I think most people genuinely believe it's a globe that are teaching you that it's a globe. So I think most people aren't lying, right? Like universities, most people that work at the government, even most people that work at NASA, right? They're just regurgitating the information that they got taught at school and at university. And they've never actually questioned that or tested the Earth. So I don't think most people are lying. I think most people are telling the truth. This was something that was pushed into the mainstream over 600 years ago, right, by the Jesuits. So that's a whole nother rabbit hole in itself, right? And we could speculate all day long about why they might have done it, but we can prove we can prove 100% like there's no curvature. So, if you can prove a crime has been committed or a lie has been committed, motive comes second, right? Maybe you would have to ask whoever's lying, why are you lying? But we could speculate about that. It's a long conversation, money, control, power.
Here's something that'll wreck your brain, Greg. And this one is one that you kind of have to learn how to accept once you realize that there is no measurable curvature. It's like the surface of water at rest always measures flat and level and horizontal. So like a glass of water, the surface of that water is flat. Bathtub, the surface of that water is flat. Swimming pool, the surface of the water is flat. A lake, the surface of the water is flat. And then an ocean, the surface of the water is flat. Now there might be waves and things like that, but there is a median point, and that median point is flat and horizontal. If you've ever been to a beach where there's like decent waves, you'll look and you say, oh, that's like a 6-foot wave, man. But if you got down in a plank position and you looked out over the water, you would notice that wave really isn't 6 foot. It's just 6 feet of water was removed underneath it. Right. Yeah. So that's even more weird. Like you can see over that 6-foot wave and still see the horizon behind it. That's the most wildest thing ever. But what's more wild than that, if the surface of the Earth is not curving, then the surface of the Earth can only be flat. And if the surface of the Earth is flat, whatever is happening in the sky only happens over a flat Earth.
Hold on, I don't think I understand.
Huh? What were you saying, Greg?
It's a logical chain. So where you have premises that dictate an outcome that must be true, right? So if the Earth's surface is not curving, then it can only be planar in nature, as in flat, right? Hills and valleys, etc. But like for the most part, distributed horizontally, right? So it can't be anything but that if it's not curving into the shape of a ball, right? Now, if it's flat, right, then whatever is happening, whatever else you observe happening in nature above the surface or on the surface, right, is happening on or over a flat Earth. It cannot be happening over anything else, right? It's a logical chain. So no amount of looking at anything else in nature and using that as some sort of inference to the geometry of the surface is valid, right?
Yeah.
Like to insinuate that because the sky does these things in the sky do this or that, the Earth's surface must be curving. Well, if you've already established that it's not curving by direct measurement, then your hypothesis is faulty. You have to throw it out.
Yeah. That's wild, man.
Yeah, so welcome to Flat Earth, Greg.
Yeah, thanks.
But hey, don't believe us, man. Go out there and make an observation for yourself. They tell you from, how tall are you? You mind me asking?
6'2".
All right, so roughly about a 6-foot observer height. They say the horizon should be 3 miles away over water. And then everything else should be falling away from the horizon because it should be going over the curve. So just feel free to go out and make any observation over any large body of water and check it out for yourself. If you see the horizon, you're going to post something in the side chat here. We call this the black swan. The black swan is, do you know what a black swan means? What the reason behind a black swan?
Not really.
So if you have a hypothesis and you say all swans are white because you've only ever always seen white swans, right? And then someone comes along and shows you a black swan, well, then now your hypothesis of only all swans are white is now a null, like it doesn't work anymore, right? Because now we have black swans too.
Yeah.
You understand that premise? So if you say that like ships only go over the horizon when they get too far away, or because the sun is setting and it disappears behind the horizon, therefore the Earth must be curving. But if you can show that the measured curvature isn't where it's supposed to be, then something else is going on. So they tell us the Earth is a certain size. You know how big that is? You know how big the Earth
Yo,
is?
Chad, I'm gonna head out. I'm gonna head out right now.
You're good, man. Have a good one, dude.
I believe that Earth is a triangle.
All right, Greg. Catch you next time, bro.
You hit the triangle.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Here we go.
But you guys are living on a triangle.
Do you think that flat's a shape?
Hello, Dust.
All right, who are we gonna pick?
How many triangle heads are we talking to?
Just the one.
He's gone. Yeah, he left, I think. Who else we got? Sup, AV?
So, homie. Just having my lunch. Listening to Sheepdog. I saw Planet Peterson do a reaction video to Blitz PhD's stuff, so.
Yeah, that guy's a freaking clown, man. He was scared to join the VC when we had that event.
Yeah, he's calling you all kinds of stuff, man, on the reaction video.
Yeah, that guy's an absolute clown. He's got nothing, but he's just a troll. Like I'm not even going to click on it to give him one click.
Yeah, it was shown to me by Neil, and I was like, "What the hell is this?" And it was in Frontline Unfiltered, the server there. So he dropped it there, and I checked it out, and it was like he's just talking trash, reacting.
Yeah, he had nothing.
What's funny is that you can take a clip out of Planet Peterson's reaction video where Blitz PhD actually said that he was telling Indio that the neutrino experiment was proving that the Earth is a globe. And then when my interaction with Blitz PhD happened, he said that's not what it was proving, that it was proving that it's not flat. So he's talking out two sides of his mouth.
Yep.
On the reaction video. It was funny. I love it. Planet Peterson won't do an interaction with us, I don't think. I asked him to.
He did one before, didn't he? I think he did one with Indio. He got absolutely destroyed, but it had like the most views out of any video on his whole channel. So it's lucrative for this clown to to come and talk to us.
Yeah, but he has to come here though, because it's our content, not his. He can make his content here, but when we make our content, that way it's not like misconstrued or edited or something. Because even if he does his edits, we'll still have the whole copy of it.
Exactly. Yeah, we've got to do it that way. Absolutely.
How you been, DJ? You doing all right? You're holding up the fort?
Yeah, awesome, man. Yeah, trying to hold up the fort. Just about to head off, go watch some movies with the wife. So, good to see you, rocked in.
Yeah, go ahead, man. Sheepdog got this. It's in good hands.
Yeah, we had a few.
I don't have this right now. I'm actually at work. I'm sorry.
Oh, you're at work too? Damn it.
I need 2 volunteers. For what, Sergeant? I need one volunteer.
We got T-Dub and Says Who in here. We got The Earth is Flat. Who's that? Oh, that's Andrew Tate.
Yeah, go hang with your old lady, bro. We got this.
Cool.
Oh, Quetz, dude. I haven't seen you in a minute. Where you been, bro? Where you been hiding, son? Says who's in the house?
Hey, what's up?
You hide in the bushes over there, dude, thinking you're not going to get seen? Nah, that's not the way it works.
I was just trying to listen in the background, you know?
Yeah, no, that's not going to work, bro.
No, I see that.
Did you catch the interaction we had with that Blitz PhD character?
I did see it somewhere, like a week ago or something. Maybe when was it? 2 weeks ago? I don't remember now. I saw something about that, but I didn't watch the whole thing. No, not yet. How did it go?
Oh man, he got eviscerated. But you know, as it is with these academic types, they try to make it look good on their part by using convoluted language and trying to make it sound like something that doesn't have anything to do with the topic of their, proposition of the Earth being a globe. Has something to do with the topic of the proposition of the Earth being a globe. Like he was bringing up a neutrino experiment, and I think it's called the Minos test or something like that. And come to find out that the test has nothing to do with any practical test. It was run by an algorithm, computer generated AI. So it wasn't it wasn't like they actually did a actual test, according to like the sources that India was looking into this. So I found that kind of curious because that's what he was using to champion his point to argue against the Earth is not flat. Now, he was saying that in the fact that they were doing a test with this Minos test with this, they said that he had to have the beam angled downward in order for it to hit its target a distance away. But it was a simulation. How the hell was it actually shooting neutrinos off into the distance? Like, you know what I mean? So
not only that, Indio asked him how they determined which neutrinos were which, and he goes, "Well, they could turn it off and turn it on to see if it did that." Well, did they? And he just completely avoided that question.
It's bogus, dude. It's completely bogus. But then this is the way that they use their the many words to kind of like confuse the people that are listening. They don't ever speak clearly. They don't live in that realm that we do. Like we want to hear people actually speaking truth. They don't need to, right?
So he asked, Indio asked, "Well, what if because they were shooting through the core of the Earth at like a 3-degree angle?" And Indio said, "Well, what if there was a deviation of error or something like that? Some kind of an error in the degrees?" And the PhD was like, "Well, what kind of error are we looking at?" He's like, "I don't know, 3 degrees."
The same degrees he was talking about. It's funny, dude, because they come in here, they try to throw their weight around their PhDs and that, and these academics, dude, there's no foundation whatsoever of how they know the Earth is a globe based on academia. You would think that they would be the ones, right? Like, hey, I got all this education here. Let me tell you guys how it went down. Nope, nothing to do with that. Which was my point. I'm like, dude, you're not telling your audience how the Earth is an oblate spheroid. And sure enough, dude, he just kept rambling, and there was no coherent point. I mean, it sucks for him because he had the whole floor to tell everybody how he knows, being a PhD, that the Earth is a globe. It's an oblate spheroid. And he didn't tell anybody that. He's like withholding it or something. I don't know what he's waiting for. But yeah, clearly demonstrated another PhD not being able to articulate the point that the Earth is an actual oblate spheroid with any academic means. It's just how it is.
Yeah, I'm anticipating the same from this next one. It's going to explain how things in the sky. Isn't there supposed to be another one happening tonight?
Here?
That's what I thought. I thought Indio was invited to speak to another PhD at 8 p.m. Eastern time, East Coast time.
Okay. All right. In here, right?
That's what Sporadic said. Yeah, in here.
Okay. You going?
Yeah, I'll be there. I'm usually on. So I'm not sleeping. I'm on. So.
I don't know who's going to be on, but I would love to be on there again. It's the same thing, dude. We're not asking them anything different. Tell us how the Earth is a globe. That's exactly the same thing we'll ask anybody, every PhD or not. This is what we're asking. They don't give us the answer, dude. That's what and I'll press them because I'm good at that. I'll press them to. They can't still say uncle, no, I don't know, whatever. But that's what we want to know. Do you know or not if the Earth is a globe, an oblate spheroid, whatever it is you think it is, a pear shape?
Yeah, at best they could tell you why they believe it. They can't tell you how they know because they don't know. That's the problem. That's the whole problem.
Yeah, and
they don't know.
Dude, what we're trying to show everybody else, whoever clicks on the video or listens to the podcast or the whatever live stream, is that they're hearing it from the people they appeal to. Well, they're appealing to these professors, these academics. And then when we ask them straightforward, do you know if the Earth is a globe? Well, we believe it's this and that, and it's our best guess. And it's like, how does anybody be able to appeal to them after this? After they get exposed and they don't know, and we keep going to the next guy and the next PhD and the next academic and then whoever, they don't know. I never get tired of that.
All they can say is it's too big. All they can say is it's too big. That's all they ever say. Oh, it's just too big. That's the main reason why we can't measure it. And then they tell you, oh, well, based on what we see in the sky, we could infer. You know what I mean? Because it's the best explanation we could come up with.
Yeah.
Without exhausting all other explanations.
And he just popped in there. Indio, were you going to do a debate or something with some academic tonight?
It wasn't designated a debate or a discussion. He just said he was going to bring some astronomy PhD in there or something.
Oh,
I got his name. I can post his name. I'll post his name in the chat. You guys can look him up.
7 my time.
Is it in this server or the other one?
He might not show, dude.
Hold on. The smartest guy alive texted me, so it's not exactly 8. It's going to be whenever he's free. The guy. He runs an observatory from 8 a.m. from 8 p.m. to 2 a.m. or something. I'll post a screenshot so you can read it.
Whenever he's not busy looking at the red planet and looking at the polar ice caps and tell us how it has a nickel iron core, that kind of thing.
Yeah, whatever. Whenever he isn't, I don't know, going, ooh, look at the dot of light.
Yeah. That's 2 pixels there. You know what that means? No, we don't.
You got to use your imagination, maybe.
Yeah, I'm ready to cook, dude. So if we got another one on deck, if you want to take the first swing, whatever.
No, I just happened to be in there when he came in there. All he said was, "Where are you guys?" He said, "I came in here the other night with this astronomer, and no one was in here." He said, "Will you be here in like 2 weeks on a Friday?" I said, "Yeah, we will now."
Yeah, make it date.
So it's a politics server, not in this one. So.
Oh, politics. Okay. Well.
Okay, good. So yeah, that's what sporadic was mistaken about. Sporadic thought you were doing it at the hub, so at least we know where it's at now. Cool.
Yeah,
it's in.
Sure.
Look in the side chat, Av, if you read it.
Okay.
Well, I can't wait to hear him tell you about how he knows about the Earth's surface based on staring through his telescope.
Yeah. Well, I mean, he's basically.
I warned him. I said he ain't gonna do much better than you, man. Like he's gonna be like just like everybody else, learning on the fly.
Yeah, he's okay. So he's got a powerful telescope to look away from the Earth, not at it. Like what the hell? I got a strong telescope. Well, that's good. How far can you see? Because you're not looking at the thing that supposedly you think is a globe. Duh.
Yeah.
You're looking at the rock you're standing on, bro. Like not out there.
Dude, but these guys delude themselves. It's like the guy was like, "I'll get a PhD astronomer. He'll know." He ain't gonna know anything as usual. You know how it goes.
Yeah, he doesn't know his ass from a pipe wrench. But I think most of these guys lean on those people because they think, oh, they would know. Yeah. And no, they don't. They know less. The average Glober actually has looked into the argument online. So they're a little bit more prepared than one of those guys are. Because the other guys, they don't have a dog in the fight. They don't really care. They're just teaching a specific curriculum. So for them, whatever they say is all they know. And then you're going to ask them something that's out of their wheelhouse. They're going to be like, well, that's not my speciality, and I don't specialize in that, and bullshit, and blah, blah, blah.
Yeah. So, obviously, if he's an astronomer, he never questioned the globe. He bought that hook, line, and sinker and was like, oh, my God, I'm going to study the other planets. And, he like these guys they bought it earlier. You know what I mean? They had the solar system mobile over their crib, and their parents are like, we're going to go to Mars someday. And he was like, I know, Dad. And, a bunch of crap.
Hey, do you know a little tidbit of information you may or may not know? Planet Peterson did a reaction video to yours and mine interaction with Blitz PhD. And it's stupid. I mean, I saw a little tidbit of it because Neil put it on the DM to me. And, it's just him grandstanding on his platform. I don't really care. I mean, people can click on his video and listen to what he's got to say, because when we have our interaction with Blitz, it's no better. It's like you can't extract like something of a knowledge that the Earth is an actual globe. He basically was just back in Blitz PhD saying that he was just there to show him that the Earth is not flat based on the Minos test. Like, you freaking idiot, dude. Even Blitz was saying that they were using information that presupposes the Earth as a globe. That doesn't mean they're testing it like a globe. It's like he came out of his own mouth, dude.
Like that little video I made.
Yeah, and he did say that at the beginning that the Earth was known to be a globe based on the Minos test. And then he basically walked it back when he talked to me. Oh, I'm not here to prove that the Earth is a globe because of this. the neutrino test. I'm just saying that it's not flat. I was like, dude, no, you weren't saying that. He's like, yeah, So yeah, he was, because that clip that Neil got him on was him actually talking to you, Indio, and he did affirm that.
Yeah, and
Yeah,
the
I've been
crazy
watching
part.
it, but I really haven't had time. I've been super busy, so
Yeah, dude.
so I'll check it out. I'm sure it'll be
Dude,
underwhelming.
it's severely. Well, I mean, you were there because you interacted with him, but yeah, he did tell you that he was trying to bring the evidence that the Earth is an oblate spheroid based on the Minos test. And then when he had his talk with me, he said that's not what he's trying to prove, and that's a bullshit, bold-faced lie, bro.
Hey, Indio, did you ever send him
Also, hold
that
on a
piece
second.
of information that was going to lead to the concession?
Say it again. I didn't hear you.
Did you ever send him that piece of information that was going to lead to his concession that the Earth is
No,
flat?
I'm working on it, dude. I've been freaking mad busy, man. Obviously, yeah, I'll get to it. Like, the dude's he's not high on my priority list.
No, I understand. I know. I wouldn't be worried about it either. I got plenty of real life crap going on myself, so totally understandable.
Well, what was I gonna say? Oh, AB, he was also waffling between making truth claims and not making truth claims. He waffled back and forth between that. He said truth a couple times. He said proof a couple times. So, but then he says he actually doesn't believe in proof or truth or anything like that. Yeah, he's just someone that's trying not to embarrass themselves, and he didn't succeed. He still embarrassed himself. I see it as damage control. Whatever Planet Peterson put out was just damage control. Because in case you didn't know, I have Planet Peterson clipped and up on podcast. And I don't know if I clipped the one that he did. I talked to him twice, dude. I clipped him both times. He's so mad. He rage quit the last time.
Yeah, and then we had Goat, what's his name? Goat something or other. And he was full on white knighting for Planet Peterson and pushing, like he was posting the video link. And this is in politics last night. And then he eventually came into the VC, but I checked out. He's like, you'll watch this if you're honest and you'll admit that you're wrong and all this crap.
Yeah, the Peterson review of that totally just like smacked himself in the face. Like he agreed with Blitz that you can have no hands. Apparently, like he was just like bold faced. Flat Earth. I can't believe Flat Earth is just you can't have no hands. And it's like what? Like that's just like on his face. I just want to show that video to my friends, right? Like, hey, do you agree with this? Like, do you agree that like you might not be talking to me right now? You know, could be a dream. Like, oh no, I'm talking to you right now. I'm like, all right, look at these people. They think this could be a dream right now when you're talking to me. Like,
we've already talked about it with people in here, like normies that come in, and they're like, no way, bullshit. Like, you know, like, because we're telling them, no, this academic, this so-called PhD, telling you that you can't prove you have hands, and they're like, that's stupid. So he's already doing so much damage to Globe Earth.
Give them enough slack and they'll take care of the rest. All they need is enough rope. It's really all you have to do is just spit back, tell the truth, and watch them spiral.
Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord.
God damn, brother.
Hello.
Hello. Do you think that you can prove you have hands?
Sorry.
It's okay. Welcome in. Welcome in.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'm curious that whether the flat earth society also do not believe in the World Health Organizations and other organizations like of the
That's off topic.
international level.
So that's off topic and more of a subjective opinion thing that you can discuss in other platforms or other channels or whatever. Not here though. Sorry, we're not going to go into medical things like that. But I will tell you one thing, right? We're not the Flat Earth Society, not affiliated with them. They're a mockery group, right? A satire group that is designed to ridicule the idea of Flat Earth, not support it.
Yeah, I know,
We're not-
like the propaganda that is happening on the YouTube and other media, and trying to prove that the flat earther are a kind of a bunch of non-scientific people. Yeah, I know this, but like I'm curious. I know that there is like a small amount of truth because it may not be like very much clear to me up to this point. But I know that the Earth is like not a globe, but it's definitely not a flat. It may be something that we do not know already. But I'm very curious, like because the flat earther, they kind of do not believe on the NASA and like what kind of evidence and photographs they are actually providing. Also, there is like the International Space Station, and they also provide the videos and pictures, but nobody from the flat earth actually believe this kind of major international, I would say, organization. So I was very curious whether the other international organization are being trusted by the flat earthers or not.
We actually do believe it when they say that the Earth is flat at that altitude, that you would not see curvature.
No, but they do not say this, and I mean that. Sorry?
They absolutely do tell you that you wouldn't see curvature at the altitude of the ISS. Do you know who Neil deGrasse Tyson is? The scientific communicator, the influencer within the community. He did the math, and he says that you wouldn't see curvature of the Earth from the height of the ISS, or the Red Bull space jump, which was the edge of space jump that's supposed to take place at the Kármán line. Said you wouldn't see the curvature there either. So we do actually believe them when they say that. It's kind of a
No,
straw man.
he
to say that
said
we don't.
that you cannot see the curvature from the ISS.
Yeah, Neil deGrasse Tyson said that.
Where he said this?
There's a
Can you
video.
have the link or a video or something?
I'll have to find it. I don't have it readily available.
So when will you be able to see the curvature? Because ISS is, I think, is too far up.
They use a wide-angle lens, which curves horizontal lines.
Yeah, but like I'm just asking, on which height would a person be able to see the curvature?
Nobody can see it. It's not there.
But there must be some mathematical models that could show you a point where it could be like seeable up to the lens of a person's eye range.
How are you gonna see something that is not there? Can you see something that is not there?
Yeah, he's using his imagination, Jimsy.
I mean, you can imagine reality. You don't have to imagine fantasy, because you can imagine Superman, Star Wars, cartoons. You can imagine the Earth as a spinning globe in a vacuum of space. But is that reality? Nope.
Why do we see the other planets to be like circular and possibly spherical? Like
We do see the phenomena. We from the ground that we're standing on, you and I, we have our eyes. We open our eyes, we look up, and we see the phenomena that we label planets, planetas, wandering stars. But that doesn't determine that the ground that you're standing on is one of those things up in the sky.
Exactly.
Earth, Terra, the ground below your feet, is not a celestial up in the celestial realm.
Right, it's below your feet. Those things are up. Earth is below. But you've already put Earth. When you say the word other, when you say other planets, you've already put Earth into that category without establishing that it shares any similarities with those things. Why? Why have you done that?
Do you believe
Because of what?
This.
No, listen. I'll tell you what you're doing, that sir. I'll try to make you think about this logically. You're thinking about it like Alpha AB said, because you imagine it in a certain way. When you think about the Earth as an older planet, in your mind, you're seeing like the cartoons that you see in the TV, that there is the solar system, and then there is the big sun, and then tiny planets next to it, and you have Mercury, Neptune, and then the Earth, right? The third circle from the sun, blue and green, and it has the word Earth above it or below it or next to it, and you say that's the Earth. That circle that I see in my mind or I see on the paper, that's the Earth, and therefore is one of those planets. But the Earth is not that thing that you have in your imagination. Not that. Not the cartoon that you see as a third rock from the sun. Not that thing.
But you can actually see the other planets, not Earth, but you can see the other planets, the moon. They are circular. You can see it.
Yes,
by
we can
yourself.
see the phenomena, but that's
And why?
not the Earth.
And why they are circular?
Oh, why? Why?
Like
You're
in
gonna have
nature,
to.
you
You're
can
gonna have to
see.
get on your knees and pray to God and ask Him, why do you do it that way? I don't know why. That's the way they are. But listen,
Why are like all the huge bodies are circular? Why?
but you adding in your premise other, like you already including the Earth is in your premise. You're already assuming that the Earth is one of those things, but the Earth is not one of those things. So when you see those things up in the sky, those circular things that you're describing and observing, when you draw the Earth as one of those things, that drawing of the Earth is not that. It's not one of those things. The Earth is not the imaginary thing that you have in your head. Separate, not the same. The Earth doesn't look like those things, doesn't behave like those things. Those things are circular, are moving. Or you're saying spheres up over there moving across the sky. The Earth is not doing any of those things. Not curving, it's not, it doesn't look circular. It might be circular, but a circle is flat, it's not a sphere. But the Earth is not in motion, and those things are in motion. The ground below your feet is not moving like those things are moving. So not the same. You get it?
Could be.
Because those things you think them as spheres, right? When you imagine it, those are spheres up in the sky, right? Spheres moving. That's what you're thinking, right?
Yeah, everywhere spheres.
Okay, so the Earth is not curving and it's not in motion. So not like those things.
And what do you think about the alien stuff?
Aliens, the meaning of the word alien means foreigner, people from other lands. Like if you
Yeah.
go to a different country, you are an alien in that country. It's a legal term as well for immigrants, right? And that's used in the real context. You can also use the word alien for a fantasy, science fiction, fictitious context, which is will be like in the movies when you see in the movie Star Wars and the guys travel to like imaginary places in outer space and they meet beings that are like slobs of goo or kind of like monsters. Those
Yeah.
aliens in the movies, that's not real. That's fantasy. So you gotta make a separation between.
And why is why are they making it up? Why they are projecting willingly or unwillingly a wrong shape of the earth? Is it a willingness to do it, or they are like doing it without having a purpose behind it?
It started with the ancient mystery schools like Pythagoras. He had a idea that everything in the universe is like a perfect sphere. So it's rooted in that ancient mystery schools. That's where the basis of the idea comes from, and then
So like
outwardly
there is no conspiracy.
it gets
You
what?
you mean there is no conspiracy? It is like a natural process that it
Yeah, what
came
do
to
you
this
mean?
point.
Because it's the idea that people believe things that you're being told without any evidence is, it's very clear. It's also, you could say that about yourself, right? You believe that the Earth is a globe without any evidence of it being a globe. You just believe it because you've seen pictures and videos and all that. Because when it comes down to it, if we were to say, okay, let's challenge you. You say you saw videos, you have some pictures. How do you know those images in the video are true? You would say, well, I don't know if it's true or not. So at the end, you can't validate any of that.
My connection
Yeah,
keeps messing up.
that's true.
Go
But
ahead.
like, I'm very interested to know whether there is a hidden agenda that these people are portraying upon the humanity.
Well, there are agendas all across the world for many means, many different things that people make agendas for. So yeah, there are agendas, sure, and many agendas that you don't see. There's many
Because
agendas,
like,
and in this one, I mean, yeah, there is information. There is people on the top that know things that people on the bottom don't know.
yeah, like the people, the community of the flat earther, they say that NASA is faking those videos, imagery, and everything. Like they are
No,
faking that.
NASA tells you, NASA tells you that they are grabbing data and they put all the data together and they give you an image. It's like they build the image that you want to see. It's like
Yeah, but
Disney,
like
Disney, like that.
they are doing it on purpose. NASA knows there is no space, huh?
No. Now hold on a second. Yeah, people are doing things because they all believe the same thing. So if you believe what they believe and you work for NASA, that doesn't mean you know. It just means you believe like everyone else. So
Yeah.
that's why.
Yeah, when someone is drawing like a black hole or an exoplanet image, when NASA is drawing that stuff and they tell you 17 million miles away from the galaxy, there is this planet, and they show you an image, they believe that. They believe that's the case. But they don't know. They believe it.
And do they believe they have gone to the moon?
Many people do believe it. Yes, many people believe it. Yes.
What was on the Apollo mission about?
That's in reality, that's like a movie set, a stage. The actors go and they pretend to do something and they sell you imagery. That's what it was in the realist level. But then people looked at the TV and they saw actors, but people didn't know they were acting. There was just people being recorded doing something in a place, and these people communicated that they went to a violation of natural law, violation of the second law of thermodynamics,
So
outside of
you are
reality.
actually so this actually advocates that they were pretending, they were doing it on purpose.
Well, even Globers will tell you, like, not people in this community. Globe believers will tell you, and there's many documentaries from Globe believers that they don't believe in the moon landings. They'll tell you that stuff is Hollywood, Disney,
So
Hollywood.
this shows that there is a conspiracy.
Well, isn't that what governments do? Conspire?
Yeah, like there is a conspiracy going on because they are doing it in the movie sets and they are showing to the people like they have actually gone to the moon.
Well, there you go. You figure it out.
No, but like my question starts from here. If they could conspire on such a large scale to mislead the normal populace, what else could they conspire about? For example, like the Planned Parenthood, the WHO, the masturbation, thing they have put it. Another thing. Do you think these all things are part of the conspiracy?
I mean, I guess all of those things happen. So part of whatever branch of the tree of the things that happen in the world. Yeah, many people get together and do different things. So Some people go fishing, other people go shopping, other people do other things.
People conspire to do things all the time. That doesn't necessarily mean what they're doing is evil and nefarious. Just means that they're doing
Yeah,
things.
but like we are here referring to a conspiracy that is willingly planned to mislead people.
It's like a belief that's passed down like Santa Claus. Meanwhile, the horizon is not conspiring against you.
Have you ever seen people being scammed and people tell them, "Hey, you're being scammed," but they don't believe in the people trying to warn them. They believe in the scammer, and the scammer say, "Just believe." People people believe the scammer, and they get scammed.
Especially the young and naive and the elderly who are too old to think straight. It's very easy. But there doesn't need to be a conspiracy for people to honestly believe something and pass it down.
Yeah, think about it. Is Christmas a conspiracy against humanity? Is Santa Claus? Is there a conspiracy against humanity about Santa Claus?
Yeah, I can see that, but
Okay.
Like if you are collecting taxpayer dollars and you are creating a set and you're projecting it on live television and showing it
Bro,
to the
you're doing
people.
that. Everything you just said, they're doing it in Christmas time. Everything you just said. They're collecting taxes from all the Christmas things that you buy and presents and all that stuff. It's exactly the same.
Yeah, but they are not proclaiming that the Santa Claus is real.
Yes, they are. Dude, they have a Santa tracker that NORAD uses that tracks Santa Claus in the sky, just like the ISS. Same thing.
But it's for children.
Yeah, and so the globe is for adults. It's the same thing. It's a tradition. We're trying to highlight that part.
Mm.
It is what it is, dude. Like, I mean, you
Yeah,
can't
so
fight
like
against something that's a tradition like that. You just got to be like, yeah, I guess so.
could there be any such dramas going on?
I mean, if there is, nobody's hip to it. Nobody's like, oh man, they're in the conference room trying to, thwart the efforts of human progress. Nobody's like, you can't prove any of that. You just sound like a nutcase. All we can say is that the evidence doesn't show that the Earth is a globe. Like, that's it. Whatever they show you after that, images, videos, and all that stuff, it's fantasy. It's really not that hard. You just got to take a look at like what's being said.
Yeah.
But that goes along with everything. So it's not regulated to this one thing. It's everything else. You always got to put
Yeah,
it in a camp. Is it true or not true?
yeah, this is what I want to know, like whether there could be other things of such nature like globe Earth.
Real quick, Rob Simmons did not know that anybody was going to believe that that image was real. In fact, he said that it's Photoshop because it has to be in its Earth as he imagines it to be. He didn't even see it published until it was on the iPhone. When he went to go buy a new iPhone, it was the wallpaper. Nobody told him what they were going to do with that image.
People want to believe, dude. That's just human nature. They want to believe in things. Like stories they're being told. Sometimes fantasy. They want to make that stuff real in their mind. So they'll go to great lengths and create lore to build a story around things that are not real.
Yeah, but this this revelation that the globe Earth may not be true is not just like a single revelation. There could be like
Yeah.
a domino effect. Like there
Well,
could be many
it
other
started,
things.
yeah, it started a long time ago, of course. Like I told you, the mystery school religions had the idea that the earth it could be like a perfect sphere based on like the idea that sphere is the most perfect shape. And Pythagoras cult believed this. So there's many other different cults that would follow to say that that's the most likely scenario. So it's all built on just people's guessing and, you know, their ideas. It's not built on facts and real knowledge. Otherwise, none of us would be here. Like, we're not here just because we're saying the earth is flat and we just believe it. It's because it demonstrates itself that way. Like the earth, it's a horizontal plane. Sometimes it takes a person a long time to actually like come to grips with the fact that what they've been told is not real. So you kind of wrestle with that for a while. Depends on who you are. Sometimes the belief is so strong that you can't let it go. And most of the anti-flat Earth guys that come back and keep arguing with us are those types. They're ones who have not let go of the idea, and they want to force the illusion of the Earth being a globe as something that it's reality, and it's not. They go so far as to, like, a PhD that we just debated will say that you think you have hands, but you don't really know. Like, it gets so far off into the weeds, the dark mindset where somebody can't even, they question their own reality. So yeah, it's really bad when you have that idea where fantasy is reality when it's not.
And what do you think about the dinosaurs and ice ages and that kind of stuff?
Well, remember I told you in the beginning, every time you think about a question or things to think about, what we ask in here is there any evidence that will give us the knowledge that stuff is real? It doesn't matter what it is. It could be dinosaurs, it could be the atom, or anything. Anything you ask a question on, how can we find the answer to it? Is there any evidence that gives us that information that we know for a fact? Or is it just our best guess? How do you think the answer will end up? The one with you just asked with the dinosaur. Is it our best guess? Or do we actually know? Hello?
I don't know.
Oh no, that's I mean, you can ask the question, but I'm going to give you the same answer to every question you ask, just like this one. Is there any evidence that gives us factual data that we could find out, like, for ourselves?
No.
Or is it something that we just all believe collectively? I mean, like, you could say that it's, paleontologists came up with this idea, dinosaurs have scales or whatever, but how could you test that out? There's no way to know that.
Yeah, there's no way.
We're just realists, dude, at the end of the day. Like, we want to know the information, where it leads, if it's true or not. And if it's not true, then it's not true. We're not going to sit here and be like, well, it could be true. I mean, maybe. No, there's no point in doing that.
But on this token, this could also like invalidate the religious scripts.
Yeah, but see, faith has a little bit something different than what we're asking for. Faith is something you have, like, towards a creator, right? Like in your holy book or whatever it is that you believe, what religion you belong to. That is a separate category. You know that stuff is your faith. You know it. It's a faith base. It's not something that you can say, oh, here it is. And with the earth being a globe, they're saying that, oh, here it is. It's a globe. So you get me? It's not in the same category. With the earth, they're telling you that it's not your faith. It's an actual evidence that it is an oblate sphere.
Yeah, but the stories of the flooding. Yeah, but like the flooding of the earth, the story in the Bible and in the Quran and other religions.
Once again, dude. Once again,
The ball of religion.
Most people where you live in your country usually just believe things, don't they?
Yeah, but like belief is a very like a solid thing. You don't just come up
No, it's
to a
not solid,
belief.
bro. It's yeah, dude. Belief is the opposite of something solid. It's accepting something without any evidence. It's not solid. If I'm asking you to believe me, I'm asking you to trust me, not that you know, just to trust. What I'm saying is true. So it's not something solid.
Okay, bros. Okay, bros. Good night. Good night.
Good night, man.
Phoenix.
no, the earth is flat. I'm here again. The earth is flat. Bro, does anyone believes in Illuminati? Hey, sheepdog, do you believe in Illuminati? Maybe he's asleep.
For one, Earth is Earth-shaped. Flat's not a shape, and none of us believe in a pizza planet space frisbee floating in outer space. What we talk about here is incompatible with the heliocentric religion. You can't replace the third rock
Hello, welcome to the room.
space frisbee and try and make that work, because that's not what any of us are saying. Hello.
Right.
Yes, hello. Hope you're having a great day.
One of my favorite ways to put it is the horizon remains horizontal regardless of altitude. And until we see otherwise, that is what it is. Even if I saw otherwise, that's the thing, I wouldn't care because Snell's window exists. So if one were to go to a high enough altitude and see some kind of optical phenomenon, I wouldn't be surprised at all. That does not mean that the Earth is round. This all can be done over a horizontal baseline, including like a circular appearance to something as seen from below, looking upward through Snell's window. But no, there's absolutely nothing anybody can do to change my mind at this point. One would have to debunk optical phenomenon, and I don't see that happening in the near future.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, the horizon is the standard for horizontal provided by nature.
Yep. It's kind of weird too when you tell folks that that's the limiting circle of your vision. Like it's the reach. You pivot your head, you turn your body. You stand in one place and just turn. That's the circle, whatever you're looking at. The circle is the furthest reach that you can see. It's an imaginary circle. It's not a physical circle. The optical phenomenon. It's an optical circle inside of your head. Same thing with the kind of celestial sphere. It's a matter of perception, perspective.
Hello, welcome to the room.
It's based off of reality. There's no sphere, it's just the empty space by which light moves through. These circular patterns created for Branders think that there is no actual sphere.
That's great to learn. So, what brings you into the Flat Earth room today?
I was hoping I could listen to some random people arguing.
They're just circuits.
Oh, yeah, we're short of that right now. Nobody arguing. We've all been sitting here waiting for someone to present some globe evidence or to ask some questions about how we know that the Earth is not curving anywhere.
Okay.
How the world has no curvature.
Yeah.
So if you have any questions, go ahead and ask.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Otherwise,
it's funny
we're going
to me when they invoke the
join
word
us in
we as though
a
we
moment
have
of
done
silence
this, we've
for
done that, we went to the moon, we mapped out the Earth.
that no longer
I don't
is
recall
believed
ever
in
doing such a thing.
by this lot.
Not me.
Okay.
We've been to the moon. What, was I asleep? Damn, somebody forgot to tell me. Should have woke me up while we were there.
Yeah, hey, I wasn't invited. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, you don't want to say we. Some men claim to have gone to the moon. Some men. Not we.
Very
That's not correct. Yeah.
The rockets aren't noise propelled, so I didn't get an invite.
Welcome. Jerry's muted. I wonder why.
Jerry. Oh, it's Jerry.
Welcome, Jerry. I just unmuted you. How's it going?
Jerry.
Go ahead and copy that user ID just in case.
Yeah.
Yeah, welcome.
Hello, Jerry. Flat Earth to Jerry. Do you copy?
Bueller. Bueller.
Welcome, Kingsley. The Jerry dude left. Oh well.
Uh-oh. Now he's unmuted.
No. Oh well.
So Valino hasn't spoken up. Don't be shy, guys. This is a good opportunity if you are learning English. It's a good opportunity to practice what you've learned. We'll be understanding about the difficulty that you may have expressing your words in English. Don't worry. You will not be made fun of.
Yeah, we're charitable.
Yeah.
In our interpretation, we understand because we have members of our community who are bilingual. So it's all good. Not only are we here to talk about Flat Earth, but we're here for y'all to practice speaking English with. You're welcome.
Catch your Toby dog.
Well, sleep EMFs. When it comes to the theoretical physicists, astrophysics crap, these people openly admit how very much off they are, how very wrong they could be. They acknowledge that they're just speculating.
Yeah, they have come out and publicly announced that as far as they know, they're 97% dumb about the universe.
Michio Kaku, when talking about gravity, straight up says, "We lied to you." Now, I know the question's often asked, why would they lie? But my question would be, why would they tell the truth about lying? That's kind of weird.
It's almost like he's doing some damage control, right?
Well, it's because the same thing with what Neil deGrasse Tyson said. what it is? I don't know. And they're trying to admit that nobody knows what gravity is. Meanwhile, the rest of society doesn't like that answer. So it doesn't matter who gives them that answer, they don't like it. We Glover give them the answer or one of us, and no, they're going to reject it. They want to think that they know what gravity is. And they like the idea of thinking that people who don't believe in gravity must be stupid. It makes them feel like they have some sort of intellectual superiority.
Yeah, they have a couple of values that they use in some fancy equations to predict motion of things, blah, 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 whatever, you know, like. And the thing is,
man, like maybe barely graduated high school or high school graduates, and they think because they can regurgitate some shit and they pass the test, that means that they're intelligent. And it doesn't mean shit. It don't mean fuck all, because a fucking parrot can parrot exactly that. You can teach them to answer every question on the test correctly. You can teach a chimpanzee to answer questions on a test correctly.
Right. And my point was that those values that they have were back engineered from observations. They observe things happening, right? Attributed some values to be able to, like, you know, say that, oh, this motion, this and that's going to happen. Oh, look, yes, we're right. But the thing is that the idea that they associate with those values, the thing that they think is responsible for those values, is wrong.
Yeah. And they're forming post-dictions, so anybody can do that and wrap that around any graphical user interface, and all of a sudden you've got a model for whatever the hell you want to model. That's why, to me, the model thing is absolutely useless and meaningless. It doesn't mean anything at all. I can make a model of something in my imagination. It doesn't mean the thing's real.
Exactly. Like you could literally make up any story and say this value that I'm using to predict the motion of this thing, right, is represented by, you know, whatever, like pink invisible fairies, you know, that ride unicorns, blah blah blah. You know, yep.
And it doesn't have to look like anything scientific. It can look like the most childish bullshit, but that little scribble is a model. That's how insignificant this thing is in this conversation. But people think you gotta have a model. I'll believe what you're saying when you give me a model that works. You realize the globe doesn't work, right? It's funny because there's so many little tweaks and there's things they do to bypass certain stuff in order to make the globe model work. And there's examples of them doing this all over the place. And one of the prime ones is on Google Maps when you go to the center of Antarctica and there's this weird circle and all these kind of triangular lines that are going towards that part where they're weaving together the maps so that they can make Antarctica look like it makes sense, even though when you zoom in, it actually doesn't.
Oh yeah, on Google Earth. I mean, man, like, what? Okay, so if something's been over the top of that and just snapped it in one shot, then just show that. You shouldn't need to. There shouldn't be any stitching involved at all.
There's hundreds of little pieces of patchwork quilt Antarctica map there, and it makes it real weird. And then the fact that that one kind of wonky looking circle's right in the center of it, that's even more peculiar. What the hell is that? What's there and why?
Right.
I already know what it is. It's no mystery, but then comes the why. Like you said, you should be able to fly over and snap a picture of it.
Yeah, that used to, you know, that used to space me out before I looked into flat Earth, like years ago, decades ago. I was looking at that and going, "What the heck is this? Like, why is it all stitched together like that?" Like, it doesn't even make sense. This part of it's not even taken at the same time. It's a different color to the thing right next to it. You're like, what's going on?
That'd be from different seasons. Or different winters, different summers. They'll like try and line it up, but it still doesn't match right. The thing is they already openly tell you that it's just artist stuff. It's artistic renditions. And then you have these companies that they write articles and shit. Scientificism or scientism. It's not actually science. And they'll take this info and they'll twist it a little bit and write a really fancy article about it that more caters to the imagination than reality.
Right.
To have a tendency to be read because they're more interesting than the ones that just stick with the facts.
Yeah, it's a visual toy. It's like this solar system model I used to play with when I, going back a few years, and I'd line, I'd take it back to the day I was born and other people the days that they were born, family members and whatever, and like see how all the planets were lined and stuff like that. Like it was like, man, I was so fucking delusional. Sorry, excuse my language. I know I'm supposed to be keeping a tight rope on the language. Sorry.
I absolutely suck at controlling my language. I can control like insulting people, but not the random words that I use as like part of my normal dialogue. It's difficult.
Right. Discord has been a bad influence on me.
Like it means the etymological meaning rather than anything else. And I'll use the C word like an Australian, so I don't know what to do at this point. You're right, yeah, it's Discord. I blame Discord. It's a bad influence.
Yeah, I barely swore going back a few years. Like, 5 years ago, I barely ever swore.
That's the thing, though, is part of it for me is I've looked up the etymology for all these words that we consider to be curse words or swear words, whatever. And when you do that, it disarms the word. Like, imagine it's an arrow, but they take the tip off of it. It's not nearly as dangerous. It's doing that with words, so then words can't be used against me. I try and actually encourage other people to take that into consideration, too. When folks use certain words, if you know the etymology of it, it makes it funny. One example would be the word whore actually means deer. And if you think of a whoremonger as somebody who would sell somebody who's dear to them, they're making trade in flesh, kind of like a fishmonger would sell fish. The whoremonger is evil. The whore is the victim.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, that's to me, and it makes sense because just the history of humanity. The fact that the slave trade type thing is an international thing that everyone's ancestors participated in or were victimized by. And it's exactly the same sin that it's always been.
I mean, like, yeah, I think that there's a lot of, like, yes, there was probably a period in time when people were forced against their will to participate in activities for less than minimum wage and whatever, and treated harshly and basically held prisoner, right? So that type of slavery. But I think in ancient cultures it was kind of different. It was almost like employment. You know what I mean? Like you hoped someone would freaking buy you at the market. That's you were being bought. People don't realize today that they're basically a slave. You are on the market. Your time, your energy, your services are on the market. People are looking for your services, right? You will serve.
Free-range enslavement thing where just let them go and do whatever, and everybody has the mentality that they are free because the borders of where they are permitted to roam are so vast that they don't just readily see the edges of it, especially in America.
Right. I mean, if you're providing a service to someone, like this is the way they've reworded everything, makes it sound like it's not that thing that it used to be, but it literally is. I mean, you're providing a service to somebody, okay? So you will serve somebody. That means you're a servant, which was what? Another word for servant is slave.
Whoever, it's the golden rule. He who has the gold makes the rules.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, like there's stories from ancient cultures, right, where you if you're lucky, you got a good master. Like he treated you well and paid you well, fed you well, housed you well, right? And as long as you provided a good service, you know what I mean?
And that's the thing I was trying to say before is slavery has never had anything to do with this modern racism, idealism bullshit. Nations clearly are involved, but it's always been brother selling brother or cousin selling cousin slavery. It's always been families doing it to themselves. And no matter how far removed you are from that family, you are still related to your brother next door.
Right. Yeah.
Folks don't want to think about that, especially those who enjoy engaging in war. But they're sending folks off to go and kill their cousins, whether they like to think about that or not. And that's evil. We're all related. We're just a huge ass family that people have lost themselves in, forgotten about. Stop being weird and go home. With all this modern warfare bullshit that they're pushing now, trying to encourage folks to hate one another.
Well, I mean, sleepy MFS, right, and that's been going on for centuries, if not millennia, where groups exploit the current held belief systems of a particular culture, right? There will always be those types of people, and it gives them power, doesn't it? Really, I mean, but it's not that they're hiding. Nobody can hide the flat Earth from you. I mean, it's right outside, waiting for you to just go and have a look at and experience. Like this whole time you've been alive, you have been experiencing a flat and motionless Earth. You use it that way. You measure it that way. Every time you establish level, right? If you've ever held a level in your hand and tried to balance something, right, so that it's equally, so that an edge of something's equal distance away from something else, like the floor, right? That's you measuring the Earth flat, basically. That's horizontal is parallel with the plane of the horizon. The horizon being the place where the land and or sea appears to meet the sky, right? There is no hiding that from anybody, right? It's just a story that is attached in the back of your subconscious, right? That's been imposed upon you since birth, which you hold these two systems of belief, right? Well, these two systems of understanding, right? One is your direct experience of reality, where everything about it is just telling you that you're on a flat, motionless plane, and then you've got this other thing in the back of your head, which is from education and TV and media and family and friends that have told you that you really are on a big spinning ball in something called outer space, right? So that's a cosmological belief system, right? And there's been cosmological belief systems for centuries where people try and explain things that they don't understand, right? They try and make sense of it. They try and make sense of things that they can't know about. Right? We can directly interact with physical reality here on the surface. And a lot of things about reality, like the observable reality, like things in the sky, we can't interact with. So we're only left with imagination to go by. And modern cosmology and all the stories that you've been told about the Earth being one of those things in the sky, that's all just imagination. right? And then there's people that have come along and exploited that belief system that existed way before there was anything like space exploration, right? So people have come along and exploited that belief system.
Yeah, you know that water thing where
found ways
somebody's
to
got like
take advantage
water.
of it.
The teed up. You see the video where somebody's got water? They got this thing where water's going down the drain on one side, and then they go across this little line, and then they have the drain in the other way on the other side. And it's this weird parlor trick that they use at the equator to play off of the idea that, I guess, toilets flushing in different directions depending on what side of the equator.
Right? Yeah, they're literally
exactly
scamming
like that.
people.
Yeah, and you know, like it's obvious. Clearly, everyone knows that that's a scam. But when you scale that up, all of a sudden it's not. What the hell's that? It's bullshit.
Right? Exactly.
It's like even on the globe thing, there's no freaking way that walking a couple feet is going to change the direction of the flow of water. It's a damn roadside attraction. Tourist trap.
Yeah, there's nothing productive coming from like astronomy, astrophysics, or anything NASA claims that they're doing, or ESA, any of the other space agencies. There's nothing productive coming from it that's benefiting your life and making your life better in any way or easier. Nothing.
Tempur-Pedic mattresses. Special space pens. And I don't know, I can't think of anything else.
Yeah.
They do that stuff there, then that's effectively a company that the government uses to hold patents.
Yeah, and they just keep piling on the stories. I mean, so before NASA and all that, right? People believed there was outer space stories in comic books and fiction novels and TV programs, radio programs, right? Like War of the Worlds. Yeah, people didn't need convincing. Right? Like, it wasn't like they had to go to space to convince everybody, right? People already believed it, right? And then they added to the story. Now they accept that those people are doing what they say they're doing, going in tin cans up into the sky and floating around and stuff like that, and visiting the moon, right? And sending probes out past the solar system and on all that sort of stuff, right? They keep adding to the story. Now they tell you that it's raining sideways glass on some exoplanet far, far away, and in another solar system, light years away. Like things like this, like it's just getting ridiculous, and people will just keep accepting it to be true, right? This is how silly it's gotten.
Appealing to false authorities. Appealing to a real authority is okay because they actually do know what they're talking about. But when it's like a pseudo authority practicing pseudoscience and they're going out there proclaiming to be scientists. The way I see it, everybody's born a scientist, and most folks forget how to do it. They forget what it actually is, and they stop doing it. And that's
right. We have
their own knowledge ceases.
Exactly. Yeah, we have a natural curiosity to want to understand our reality, right?
Everybody begins in more of an autodidactic state. And they're taught to learn the way that the system teaches us to learn. The prime example is just how babies behave, how they learn. Oh yeah, I had a point that I was going to make about the slavery thing, but I forgot. For one, the origin of that word isn't where people think it comes from. Just look that up. That's interesting. But the other is just, it's always been family, so to cousins of the same family because everybody's related. Anything beyond that ends up being divisive rhetoric. On a fundamental level, it's just brothers selling brother to slavery or cousins selling other cousins, same family, all bought by another group of cousins.
You're cutting out there, Ethergrass, or something's wrong with your mic there, mate.
Is that better?
Yep.
I was just saying that it's basically been a group of cousins being sold into slavery by another group of cousins to be bought by another group of cousins. It's just family dynamics and on a really effed up level. The entire
That's you got your mic's gone bad again.
doesn't matter. I'll just digress. Okay, chill.
Hey, bro. They won't even let you try and fend for yourself anymore. I mean, you're basically not allowed to. But some places, you're not even allowed to be homeless. It's like against the law and stuff like that, bro. They will not allow you to have a child that is not registered, that is not known about. That's not freedom, bro. That's slavery.
Yeah,
A while back, Australia issued a big thing on the front headlines of the newspapers and everything. 700 children unaccounted for in Australia. Like they know that they were born, and they don't know about them since. They never got a birth certificate or anything. 700. Like, they do not want people that aren't accounted for, right, on their systems. You must have a number. You must have a birth certificate. You must be registered. You must be basically, right, the equivalent of, chipped and tagged like a dog.
Yeah.
Actually, considering the nature of some of these demons, unregistered humans probably would be better off for them.
Yeah, there probably is a bunch of them out in the hills, living just like off the land and,
Well, I was just thinking along the lines of Hollywood. That's all.
Oh, Hollywood? Yeah, right. Yeah, I know what you're saying there. Yeah, yes, there's that too. Yeah, I know. There's a certain amount of, safety is being part of society, right? Like, at least there is a level of protection, so to speak.
From their side, with the unregistered persons or childbirths, that would be quite convenient for them.
Oh, right. Yeah. Well, yeah. If they find them, then they say, yeah, we're not actually going to tell the world we've found you. Is that what you say?
Yeah. So we can do whatever we like. Isn't there something like about 700 kids that go missing a year, anyways? Minimum? It's actually higher, but there's some crazy high number.
Yeah.
So 700 born a year that aren't registered. Yeah, I could actually fully understand why someone would not want to have their kid born into the system.
Yeah, and there's like even just people in general. I mean, like it's hundreds of thousands a year. It might even be in the millions now. I don't know. That just go missing, and a large percentage of them, there's no. The person didn't show any signs of like mental illness or anything like that. They're just gone. They're just gone. Like nobody knows where they went. They're just gone.
Hello. Is there anyone?
Welcome in.
How are you doing?
The room is empty or someone is there?
Oh, we're here. How are you doing today? What?
Oh, might come back again another day.
Mic check.
Yeah, still not good, mate. Yeah.
No, I just changed something. Is that any better?
No.
Well, I'll update it. See if this is any better.
I can just make out what you're saying.
I'll leave it right. There we go. This should work.
Ah, that's much better.
I'm gonna take care of some stuff. I'll be around. I'm gonna just idle.
Welcome in, Safe Eldon. How you doing, Safe?
I'm good. What's about you?
Awesome. Good. Good. Thanks. Very good.
Where are you from?
I am in the land of Australia.
Nice country.
Thanks. What about you? Where are you from?
I'm from Egypt.
Nice, Egypt. Hey.
Yeah. Sorry, what did you say?
I just saying that's cool. That's good. Yeah, nice. The land of the pyramids.
Thanks. Yeah. Are you watching football?
Not a big fan of sports. Not so much. Occasionally, I'll catch a game. I don't know if Matrix might be more of a footy fan than I am. Not sure. And it depends too. Are you talking about rugby league or gridiron or soccer? You're probably talking about soccer, right?
What team do you support? That might make it easier.
Yeah. What's your favourite team?
Sorry, my internet is so bad. My favorite team is Liverpool. Mo Salah. If you know.
Soccer.
Yep, we're talking about soccer, yeah. Yeah.
Soccer.
Nice. And I've got some soccer cards. That's about it. I don't have any good soccer cards yet. I haven't come across a one of one or anything like that. None. No. What's his name? Who's the famous one at the moment? Everyone loves. Can't remember his name now. Yeah. Well, yeah. Anyway. Messi, that's it. Messi. Yeah.
Ball of
Sorry, go on.
Messi, yes. Why is a ball of football sphere not flat? Do you know?
Because then it'd probably be called frisbee instead of football.
No, because the Earth also sphere not flat.
Well, I don't know about that. I think that the shape of a ball is just easier to kick around, right? I don't think it has much to do with the shape of the Earth.
I'm kidding.
Yeah, I know. You'll notice that the fields are pretty flat. There might be a little bit of a grade to them so that, they've got water runoff and things like that. But typically, you don't want too much slope happening on the field, do you? Oh, and he's gone. Wow. Okay. We know that Earth isn't a globe or isn't a ball, because if it was, all the cricket players would be constantly rubbing their crutch on it. That's my bad Australian cricket joke. Sorry. Well, if something doesn't start happening here soon, I might have to go and check out some other channels. What we got happening? Oh, Peanut dead. Yep. Oh, jeez. Looks like Heretic might have something going on over in. Oh. Yes, he just. I was watching. He got muted.
The red flag's a giveaway.
Yeah, it wasn't there a second ago. So something must be happening. Oh, he's unmuted. I'm gonna go check this out, man. I'm gonna go check this out. AG, do you mean to have your camera on? Mythagras?
I mistook it for his camera on as well, but it looks like it's just a screensaver.
Alright, yeah. I'm just wondering if he's meant to do it, or maybe pocket hit it or something accidentally. Just don't want him accidentally sharing any sensitive info or scenes.
Did not mean to do that.
Oh, all good, man. All good. It's easy to do.
I don't think we should even have cams enabled in this channel. Nobody needs them.
Right, it's like, hey, I have a good idea. Let's put the camera button right next to the mic button.
I was just picking up my phone and it bumped it. I wasn't paying attention. You get what you pay for. Yeah.
It's like the comedian that jokes about, they're in the conference room talking about, charger cables. And they're like, well, we're going to make the standard one about 2 feet long. They're like, what if somebody wants to sit on the couch? It's like, that's stupid. If they didn't, they didn't bother to charge it earlier. That's their own problem. Meanwhile, we're going to make a car charger that's 10 feet long. It's like, they just don't make any sense.
Damn.
Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Gravity is not a force.
So yeah, even the side chat for me, I click on it, it's just blank. Type something in there. No, it doesn't even bring it up. Just can't see anything. Stupid. Oh.
Same thing happens to me. I was just going to suggest try leaving and coming back. Or on the bottom right corner of your phone, there should be a way to open up all the windows that are open, like different apps and whatever. And if you just swipe up, get rid of all of those, and then open Discord back up, it should resolve it.
Yeah, I just logged out and back in, and I've got the side chat back.
Awesome. Yeah, Discord's been wonky lately. I mean, it's always been that way, but it's even weirder now.
I've noticed it's worse when you go onto servers with more people. If you go on a real small server, no issues. You go onto larger ones, and yeah, it starts doing weird stuff.
Yeah, it's only since the update, right? Because I noticed I had like 20 updates waiting or whatever, and I went, I just hit update all, and like Discord was amongst it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The most recent update made Discord even worse. The PC version works fine. It's just the mobile keeps getting worse and worse.
Yeah, sometimes I just don't get like their reasoning behind some of the differences between desktop and mobile. Like, I understand there would be some limitations, but things like disabling of notification sounds, that should be standard across every freaking device. It shouldn't matter. Like, you should be able to implement that for whatever you're using, tablet, phone, laptop, desktop, whatever. It should just work. Like, you should just be should be an option to do that. But I can't. It's not in my settings.
And it should be tethered to your account, so no matter where you go with that account, it'll still apply.
Right? Exactly.
Welcome to whoever just joined in.
That was Liquid. Welcome in, Liquid. Well, welcome back, I should say. Okay. Bye, Liquid. Guess Liquid is seeking level at the moment. Apparently didn't find it here. Hey, Berserker, do you know the method that they used for that? You know how they did that? They're just
I have
using
no
like
idea.
Yeah,
I got it.
That's pretty cool.
I got it from DJ.
Okay.
You know how do you do it? How do they do that? Which software do they use?
I don't know.
Oh, so you were asking. Okay. Didn't know by yourself too. Maybe you can ask DJ. DM'd me. Nice, huh?
Like, I'm not surprised these days, like that. You know, you can just download something and get AI to help you out, and bangs. You know, like even as far as 10 years ago, you know, would have been easy to sort of replicate that scenery. But gone back.
When you say you're not surprised these days. Yesterday I saw a video on YouTube. I'll upload. I mean, how can they do that? Is that AI? Wait a minute, where is it? Star Wars Bomba Clap. Someone made a video about Skywalker, Luke Skywalker, the original Luke Skywalker, Mark Hamill, and Obi-Wan Kenobi. I am uploading the GIF. You will see it. It's unbelievable.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I know that they had their ways even back in like the late 50s, early 60s. You know, they were using certain tricks to give the appearance of like zero gravity or whatever. But like, I can't imagine that it was as like easy.
Yeah, but I'm talking about something else. I'm talking about, you know, Star Wars, right? You know, Obi-Wan Kenobi.
All right, okay,
original
cool.
one. Yeah, I think my internet. I think my internet has lags, so that's why the video is coming slowly up. So someone made a video with Obi-Wan Kenobi. I mean, it's his real face. Can you take a look in the chat box? It's unbelievable. Chewbacca. Of course, the video is much longer. I had to cut it so the GIF would not be very long.
Okay, yeah, that's pretty cool. It's funny.
How can they do that? It must be AI, right? There's no other way to do this.
Yeah, they use AI scripts to do it. Yeah.
Although that's weird that it's wonder what which one it is, because someone was saying how, I think it was Sporadic, was saying how he's tried to get prompt certain AIs when he's trying to make music to sound like a particular singer or band or whatever, right? The style even, and it says no, I won't do that. Copyright, blah 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 blah. Right?
Really?
But these right. But these videos, you can just prompt it to use imagery from a movie that's copyrighted, and it's like, oh yeah, no problem. That doesn't make any sense.
The AI doesn't understand, it just sees pixels on a screen. That's all it sees. It doesn't see a particular image and then go, oh, that's an image of so-and-so, I'm not allowed to do this. Whereas with the audio, it's looking for very specific traits, and it'll just go, if you say, I want Johnny Cash style, it can't do that because it goes, well, Johnny Cash's registered trademark, can't do that. So it knows that when you put that prompt in, that it can't do that. But when you're doing the actual video stuff, it just sees individual pixels on a screen and aligns them in patterns. That's all. So yeah, it's really odd.
Okay. Yeah, I have to play with AI. I have never played with AI. I have no experience, no idea how things work there.
As far as doing the movies go, one of my mates was having a play with it. He took a still photograph of himself and got that to move, and it lasts for all of 5 seconds. And he said with his PC, it took him nearly an hour for it to compile the thing and put it together, only because he's got a low-end graphics card. So if you've got some high-end material, yeah, you can do it at home quite easily. And he said with his one, off the still photo, it's just basically him sitting in front of a cabinet or something, and he basically turns his head. And only, like I said, only goes for a couple of seconds, but he was telling me about the processing power required for it. All the newer high-end graphics cards can do it, but he said you're shelling out some money, so if you
we know he isn't mining Ethereum.
Matrix, what do you call is GTX 1060 a middle class or a low class? It's old now.
A 1060.
Yeah, 1060.
Mate, the 1060s were great, but when you compare them to the latest and greatest stuff, they're old.
Yeah, of course, I know.
There's nothing wrong with them. They're a good card. Like, I'm not going to bag them out. Like, I've got a Radeon V2, so I'm not giving that up just yet. Not until, well, the latest cards are nearly double the performance of my card, but the difference being the latest cards are nearly $3,500 for me, and the card I bought was only $1,100. So as much as I'd love to have the latest and greatest card, also for me to buy the latest and greatest card, I've got to upgrade my motherboard, and if I'm upgrading my motherboard, I might as well do CPU, RAM, and everything else with it. So
yeah, of course, you have to upgrade everything, motherboard and the RAM.
My little thing at the moment is my CPU doesn't allow Windows 11 to run.
Really? It must be very old.
Yeah. No.
What CPU do you have?
It's Intel 5, but it's not that it's old. Like, it's fair age now, but it's not old. But it was just the architecture at the time. It was just a different pinned motherboard. You know how the motherboards have different pins for the CPUs, and they'll say this socket has X amount of pins. Well, the one that I've got just happened to be one that they tried out and went, hey, these are great, and then went, no, they're not, and they decided to go another route because they found that whatever it was working better, or they sold better. So on my motherboard, I've got the CPU in the middle, and I've got 4 slots of RAM either side of my CPU, whereas most CPUs just have either 2 or 4 on one side. So it was designed more as a workstation/server board, and the particular CPU in it doesn't like Windows 11 because there's something on the CPUs that Windows 11 requires to basically lock all your ID and everything to you, and this CPU doesn't have it, and I don't want to give that up. Because I always get the message, oh, you should upgrade to Windows 11. And not that I want to anyways. I purchased a copy of Windows 10 legitimately, so I'm not going to be jumping to Windows 11 to have advertisements jammed down my neck. I get enough shit from TV and just driving to work.
Wait a minute. Why do you pay? Why did you pay for Windows 10? I mean,
because Windows 11 was coming out. Not a berserker. If you've accepted Windows 11, for example, for free, you are the product. Anytime you get something for free, you have to ask what the product is. In this case, it's you. They are mining you for information. And they have been used. Anytime someone uses Google, oh, Google's for free. No, it's not.
Yeah, I know. That's why I still have Windows 10.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm running, Win 10 Pro. So when Win 11 first come out and everyone's computers started updating Windows 11 for free, Windows 11 upgrades, I went, hang on a minute, I'm buying a legit copy. Before that, I just used whatever. But in all honesty, mate, I've only got like 3 games that I play now that require Windows. All the rest of them are Linux compatible. And as soon as those games get ported across, or I get bored with them, the next round of Windows, I won't even bother. I'll just run Linux. So,
were you the one? Were you the one who told me nowadays you can play almost everything on Linux or Linux?
Yep. There's a really simple version called Ubuntu. Plug it in, give it a try. You can actually run it off a USB stick and test it out for yourself, and see if you like it. But yeah. Discord runs
Yeah,
on
but
it.
Ubuntu, sorry for interrupting you. Ubuntu is not new. It has been around for 10, 15 years.
That's right.
I mean,
it's been around for ages, and it's free.
Yeah, I'm trying to say I know it. Yeah. Okay. So Ubuntu.
Yeah. So,
at the beginning, you couldn't play. At the beginning, you couldn't play with it games. So nowadays, you can play everything with it.
See, the reason Windows has got the lockdown on it is a thing called DirectX. So they had the rights to that.
Yeah.
However long, I don't know, and they won't give it up. So the older formats, OpenGL and a few others, are open source, so Linux can just use them. So anything that's DirectX that hasn't been ported across yet, Windows has got the rights, basically rights to. They're locked to that operating system. So yeah, it's not that it's exclusive to them; it's exclusive to DirectX, and most of the people that write games use DirectX. So if they stopped doing that, if they started doing their own thing and going, hey, we can use the processor to do this, the graphics card to do this, and go back to old school programming, they'd probably find that, yeah, they'd be better off. There's a lot more of those games to be somewhat more efficient.
Talking about GTX 1060, I know it's old and yeah, it's not as good as the new ones are called RTX, right? RTX 3040.
RTX something.
Yeah. But it's not bad. I can play with the GTX 1060 almost all games when I like. For example, Call of Duty, Warzone, Doom Eternal, Doom, yeah. Almost everything. Witcher, Borderlands 3.
But yeah, there's quite a few of them. If you use Steam, you can actually look on Steam. It shows you, there's a little penguin there, it shows you which ones are Linux compatible. So you can
of course.
Just zip through that, have a look what's compatible, and you'll probably find you've only got a handful of games that are not. So yeah, that's where I'm at the moment. My computer's old enough to be upgraded, but it still runs. So yeah, if it ain't broke.
Yeah, why do it? Yeah, of course, I use Steam and Epic. I started using Epic, even though I hate Epic. Because, yeah, it's very slow in downloading. Steam
they actually barred me.
Yeah?
I years ago when you've heard of the game Fortnite?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, it's exclusive. Epic. Right. I started using Epic because of Borderlands 3. The first 6 months of Borderlands 3. Yeah.
Fair enough.
The first 6 months of Borderlands 3 was Epic exclusive. Sorry for interrupting you. Go ahead.
And with Epic, I first installed Fortnite. And I played it for about all of, 5 minutes and went, this is shit. I'm out of here. And uninstalled it. Then later on, there was another game that I was playing that was through Epic. So I've installed the game, played it, loved it, had a great old time. No issues, because I already had the Epic account. Anyways, one of my mates has been playing bloody Fortnite forever. He jumped in before I installed it the first time. So I reinstalled it, jumped in there, signed in. I'm sorry, your account is locked. Okay. Send him a message. Why is my account locked? Sorry, I can't give you that information. Your account is locked because of breaking one of these rules. And they send me the TOS for Epic and it told me that I've broken one of the rules. And it's like, hang on a minute. What? I sent him another message. What rule have I broken? If it's something that's been hacked or someone else that's jumped into my account, I would like to know, because that means my computer has been compromised or my account has been compromised. Which rule have I broken in this problem here? I'm sorry, one of these rules, and they send me another copy of the TOS. One of these rules has been violated. That's why your account's been locked. And Another message again. You're not being very helpful. You sound like AI. I'd like to know what reasoning I'm being locked out of my account. And the reason I'm asking this is I've played Fortnite for all of 5 minutes. I just turned the game off, uninstalled it back in 2016 or 2015, whenever it was. And that was it. I haven't played since. So if you're claiming my account has been locked anywhere between 2016 and now, I would like to know why and what happened. And they sent just same old bland message again. You've violated one of these rules in TOS. Sorry for any inconvenience. You're permanently banned, not just locked out for a small amount of time, perma-banned. So, right. So how's this? I said, you know what? Screw you guys. I'll just create a new account like everyone else does. Create a new account. Started playing Fortnite with me, mate. Then, 6 days later, they send me an email. We have unlocked your account. Please do not violate any TOS rules or you will have your account permanently locked.
Wow, stupid.
After I created another account. So maybe someone did look into it and went, holy shit, this guy hasn't played between X and Y. We better sort this out. But I don't play it that much anyway, so only when my mate's on. And the last time we were on, we had a mad blow up. So I haven't played it for probably 2 months.
Yeah, I heard. Is it true that there's lack of hackers in Call of Duty?
Oh, all of the games, mate. They call them hackers, but I call them script kiddies because a lot of them just go out and buy scripts and then just run them, and that's it.
Okay. Yeah.
They're not hackers as in the old school sense of hackers. They'll get on YouTube and they'll look up, this is how to run this script, so they'll install it, run it. It might give them the ability to see through walls or something shit like that. But
yeah, sometimes to shoot through walls.
Yeah.
Yeah, I hate it, mate. I hate it when they give you an answer like just like you're talking with a robot.
Yeah. So that was my little epic debacle. So now I've got 2 accounts, one of them specifically for playing Fortnite and one of them for doing all the other things, Rocket League and all that kind of stuff, which I find interesting. And this is the bit that I even put in there. If my account's been banned from Epic, why isn't I still allowed to play all the other games and I'm only locked in Fortnite? A game that I don't even play. And it's just like, I'm sorry, we're not allowed to pass on such information. You have been banned for violating one of these rules. And they post up their rules again. And it was getting old.
Yeah, and about Fortnite, I installed it and played it a bit just because a friend wanted to play it.
Yeah.
Wanted to play a co-op or however you call it. I hate actually Fortnite. I always like computer games with as much realistic graphics as possible.
Have you played Arma?
Yeah, I heard it's very realistic, but the graphics are not realistic. I was a great fan. I was a great fan about. I was a great fan of Crysis 3. Do you remember Crysis 3?
Crysis, the computer
Crysis
killer.
3.
Yeah.
Crysis 3. Yeah. The third edition, not the first one or the second one.
So the kids were always trying to get me to play Call of Duty, and I just wasn't into it. Like I just Battlefield was my thing, right? Like the kids just played Call of Duty, I'd play Battlefield. And they'd join in with me sometimes. Nice. They weren't, but they didn't appeal to it. It didn't appeal to them as much as Call of Duty did. I don't know why.
Yeah, I also like
for free. I spent hours on that.
Yeah.
What, Battlefield?
There was another dude.
There was a couple of Aussies that used to get in there, and there was one fella, Birdwatcher, myself, under this name. I can't remember the third guy, and we would just get on in our times and just absolutely destroy. We'd all just sit back as snipers, perch up everywhere. And what was really fun was when we'd all get put on the wrong teams, and then it was just absolute mayhem because you'd be looking out for this bastard that you knew was out there, hiding up in a building or some shit.
Yeah, I like Battlefield also. I like Battlefield much more than Call of Duty.
Yeah, it was more fluid or something, right? It was just
I think a year ago or 2 years ago I bought Battlefield 2040 or 2042. How's it called? I played it a bit. It was not that good.
I loved. I did. I got to admit, I loved the zombies, whatever they call it, on World at War. But only World at War. The kids tried to get me. They said, "Oh, you like the zombies on World at War? You love this," and they tried to get me to play it on like Black Ops 3 or whatever it was, like different maps and newer graphics and stuff. No, didn't like it.
Mm-hmm.
I just was like, "No, give me that old school zombies." Yeah, that was fun.
Have you played Evil Within?
May have seen the kids playing it. Yeah. I don't think I really got into it.
It's from the Japanese guy who made Silent Hill. I think the games of Silent Hill. Yeah. So the games which I played, I can count them on my hand. Yeah, Crysis 2, Crysis 3, Borderlands 2, 1, 3, Doom. But the Doom from 2016 or 2015 was it? I think 2016. That was the best Doom. And then Doom 2, that was Doom Eternal. Yeah, I think. Yeah, and Evil Within, The Witcher 3. But only a couple of levels, Witcher 3. But Matrix, that soon we will not get updates for Windows 10. We have to. I think in a couple of months we will
All
have to
it means is that Microsoft will not support Windows 10 anymore. That's all it means. It doesn't mean it won't keep working.
Yeah, but the problem is that after a year or two, when you buy, for example, a new Bluetooth headset or a device, could be possible that they will not be found by the operating system. They will not work
unless they change Bluetooth. It'll continue to work. So if you buy a device that's got Bluetooth 1.2 on it and you're still 1.2, it'll still work. Same thing happened with Windows XP. Oh, we're going to stop doing Windows XP. And then they extended it because so many people were using Windows XP. It doesn't mean it's going to stop working. I know people that still use Windows 7. And I don't have a problem with that. I think that's great. Because I liked Windows 7.
But why they are using outdated system even till now?
The reason they still use it is because they use very specific pieces of software and it still works. They don't have to change anything. They don't have to modify anything. They turn their computer on. They use their specific pieces of software. It does its job. That's it. until the computer blows up or stops or whatever. They will continue to use it. When it does stop, then they'll put the latest version on, and then they'll do the same thing again until it stops.
You know what? Few seconds ago, you were talking about some Bluetooth headset that they are not connecting with some Windows system or something like that. It's happened with me also.
Your volume is too low, a bit low.
Yeah, I was going to say, this dude is super quiet.
I'm talking about that. Guys are talking about that some Bluetooth headset are not connecting with some like Windows XP
No,
or something.
he was using it as an example. You know how Windows 10 is getting stopped being supported soon?
Okay.
No, he doesn't want it. Yeah, so Windows 10 Microsoft is going to stop supporting Windows 10 soon, and he was using the Bluetooth, if he buys a new Bluetooth, as an example that it may not connect.
Okay, I'm mistaken the point. Sorry.
No, you're good, man. He only just dropped in at the end.
Yeah, that was the reason why I changed. I jumped from Windows 7 to Windows 10 because I liked Windows 7 more. But after using Windows 10, it was not that bad. It is not that bad.
Win 7 and Win 10, there's only a couple of little things that are different.
Yeah,
There's not much of a difference. Yeah.
They tried to butcher Windows 7 by Windows 8, and it didn't work. So they had to get Windows 8 closer back to Windows 7.
They were trying to link.
10.
They were trying to link their mobile phones, the software on the mobile phones, to the computers, so they're very similar.
I know.
And it was an absolute dog's breakfast. Like, it was just nasty. So
yeah.
After everyone complained about the stupid tile things, and anyone
exactly,
there was no
desktop. Yeah, and there was no desktop, bro.
I tried that when it first came out. See, I used to own a computer shop, so I got to sample all of the Windows operating systems well before everyone else did, and we tried using that tile thing, and it was a nightmare, man. Holy.
Yeah,
And I said to one of the boys about it, I said, look, if you've ever used a Microsoft phone and it's got all the tiles on it, you will be able to use this desktop. There's a couple of things that have happened through history that really annoyed me. The 64-bit versions first came out, they ported Windows XP across to 64-bit. What they should have done was with Win 7, it should have been 64-bit only. So get it over and done with. This is where we're starting the 64-bit line. Instead of having some people on old stuff and some people on new stuff, just have a cut-off point and go for it. I was going to say, hold on, before we go any further, CCA, while you're here, do you have any proof of curvature?
Are you talking about the flat earth thing?
About the flat earth thing? Well, I could be. Considering what room we're in, it's highly probable.
No, right now I'm not in the mood.
You don't have any proof of curvature?
No, right now I'm not in mood to do this conversation. Sorry, I'm just hearing your conversation, that's it.
No. So Windows, back years ago, Windows XP, they ported a 64-bit version of that. They should have just made Windows 7 and anything then on. The whole trying to convert over to the phones with the tiles, that was horrible. I don't know why they did that. They should have, with Windows, when you first install it, instead of just installing the bloatware, it should be you select what you want to do. I'm a gamer, bang. So minimum drivers. You can install everything later on in your own leisure, but yeah, like the people that play games that are just dedicated gamers, they don't need all the bloatware. They're trying to make their system run as fast as possible. Windows is nasty for sucking up horsepower. It's horrible. There's just a few little things there. It all depends on what you're doing. Some people just want to go install, send it all. That's
Sorry. I had my was hot miking. Sorry. Go ahead, Matrix. I was looking in the chat box. Yeah, I was looking in the chat box. Sorry.
There's some nice photos there, actually.
Windows 8 Media Center was the best version of Windows.
The Media Center, yes. The media thing was brilliant.
And of course, they had to get rid of it. Because I had a TV tuner card with 2 tuners in it. You just plugged it in and it worked. Didn't have to do anything.
Ultra basic drivers, yep. The Media Center thing was brilliant. I had a bit of a play with that and loved it. It was great. Turn it on, scan your computer. It would pick up all the files, just play everything. The tuner cards it would pick up, yep.
Because the software that usually came with your tuner cards were garbage. The Media Center at least used it as a functional. You would get your TV listings. You would just select something in your listings, go record that, and it records. Simple, easy.
So they had Windows 7, Windows 8, joke. Everyone complained about it. So they've slowly trickled back to what's something close to 7 with Windows 10. And now everyone's going, hey, this is somewhat all right. We can deal with this. Then they dropped Windows 11 and gave it to everyone for free. So why would Microsoft give out everything for free? Interesting. People should question that. And then when you go and use Windows 11 and you're getting bombarded with ads from Bing and whatever other web page and you can't turn Cortana off at all and there's a few other things, you just sit there and go, yeah. And then you can only use very specific CPUs. So what are they doing in the background? That's what I want to know. If it requires a very specific CPU to run an operating system. Not that I've got that problem. And Berserker, your question earlier. It's an i7 5820K hexa-core running at 3.3.
Wait a minute, i7?
Yep, 5820. i7-5820.
Okay, 75820. It's not much faster than mine. Because a friend bought a couple of months ago i7 69.
Oh, different tech.
Yeah,
have a look in the
6900.
background, the pins and that. But yeah. But yeah, she's old. Reasonably old now.
Yeah, yeah. If you're a technician or someone who knows very well how CPUs work, I mean, you would agree, right? Nowadays, if you buy a CPU or a PC, you should buy a CPU from AMD, Ryzen. Do you agree with that? The Ryzen CPUs are much better because they are much efficient.
Oh, they chop and change over the years. For a while there, when the Core 2 Duos come out, they were faster. And then when the Ryzen, was it X2s come out, they were faster. And then Intel jumped something else and they were faster, and then AMD did something and theirs was quicker, and then Intel held the game for quite a while. Then when AMD dropped the server processors, the latest lot of them, absolutely smashed it out of the ballpark. They nearly doubled Intel's thing. It was crazy levels of jump. And now Intel are slowly climbing back again. So it just depends on what you're into. You know, like some people are AMD fanboys, some people are Intel fanboys. I personally don't give a shit. I just get the best value thing I can at the time that's got the most stick. So at the moment, I'd probably look at a AMD, was it 9850? If I was to just drop a heap of coin on a computer right now. So
which one did you mention? 98? What?
The 9850. I think it's a 9850 for AMD.
You're talking about Ryzen 9, right?
Yeah, the latest ones. Yep.
Yeah.
I'd love to get a Threadripper, but I just don't do that much processing anymore, so I don't really need it. I just, after the speed, I could probably use a quad core. Like at the moment, I've got the hexa core, but I'd be just after more actual speed as opposed to cores now. So if I had an 8 core running at, say, 4 plus, that'd be more than enough. So I could probably get away with something that's only half of that.
Yeah, why do you have an hexa core? Okay, you have now. You have an hexa. Okay. Sorry, I cannot multitask because I'm in the chat box and with you also with one ear.
Oh, fair enough.
So you meant if you would buy a new one, you would buy the 95 or something, Ryzen 9, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, for me, definitely, I'm a fan of AMD Ryzen. The Ryzen series, for me, it's much better than the.
Yeah, I've got a spare box with a 3 in it, and it actually goes quite well. Like it is seriously quick. It's only I think it's only a quad core, and it actually absolutely kicks along.
Yeah.
I'm quite impressed with it, and to make it even more snappy, it's the one that's got my Ubuntu box. So the minimal overheads, running a very snappy little system, makes for good stuff. But it's just one of those things. Like with the picking the processor, when you're building a computer, there's 2 ways you can do it. You can go out there with an extremely large amount of money and just dump it onto that system, get the best of everything. The latest CPU, the latest motherboard, the latest graphics card, the latest, bestest RAM, you name the components, just get the latest and greatest of everything. Stick it all together and let it run. And hopefully it lasts about 5 to 10 years. The other way to do it is you have a look at what the latest technology is. So what the latest socket is. You buy a motherboard that supports that. And then what you do is with the CPU, you buy a reasonably priced one, as in cheap. So it'll do the job comfortably, but it's not excessive overkill. And then after a couple of years, so you go to 3 or 4 years, then you upgrade the CPU to what was the latest one. So you can step up. So in 3 years' time, the top tier CPU that's being used right now is going to be worth about $55. So that's why you put together a PC that's not overkill, something that can be quite easily upgraded. So in a couple of years, you do upgrade it. And that's what I've done with this thing that I've got now. I've had the CPU and motherboard combo for quite a few years. But all the other stuff around it has been more RAM, better graphics card. Like, and I've still got my old graphics card. That's what I put in my little LAN. I call it my LAN box that I take away. If I go to friends' places, I take it and play games. Not that happens too much anymore. The internet is just one big LAN party.
Yeah. Man, the guys who bought Bitcoin at the beginning.
I used to mine them.
Just $1. What?
I used to mine them. Don't worry about $1. Wow.
Yeah, but I mean the people who bought them at the beginning when they were $1, they became millionaires now.
Yeah, I'm just wishing I didn't get caught up with the Butterfly Labs bullshit.
Yeah, I never researched. I mean, I'm sure I can ask a question in Google or AI. I mean, what is the thing behind using graphic cards to mine Bitcoins? I mean, I can ask.
What is the
Google
thing behind them?
Yeah, I mean, why do they use graphic cards?
It's just the way that you can use your CPU to do it.
Okay.
Sorry. You can use your CPU to do it, but your graphics cards, because of the way the graphics cards work, they're just lots and lots of cores all running in parallel, so they can do a lot more than what your CPU can. So when I first started mining, I used to use my CPU to do it. Now what happens is, as more and more and more people start mining Bitcoins, the Bitcoin mining rate gets harder and harder and harder and harder. So the more people do it, the harder it gets. And then naturally people go, well, it's getting harder now. So what I was doing in one day now takes me 1 year. So it gets harder and harder and harder, and more people go, well, now it's getting harder, I have to upgrade my hardware. So they'll upgrade to their graphics card. And as again, this snowball effect, the harder it gets, the more people that do it, the harder it gets, more people do it, the more they upgrade their hardware. And it's just this crazy snowball effect. And the reason it's snowballed because they found out how much Bitcoins are worth. If Bitcoins were still worth $1, no one would give a shit. There'd just be a handful of people with their happy little CPUs mining away. Now, all of a sudden, we get introduced to this thing called ASICs mining, which are very dedicated pieces of hardware specifically for mining Bitcoins or Ethereum or whatever else they want to mine. In order for me to purchase one of these ASICs miners, it cost me 30 Bitcoins, 30. I patiently waited for my ASICs miner to turn up, eagerly awaiting it. It took 4 months, nearly 5 months to turn up. The problem was, in that time period that I was waiting for my brand new ASICs miner to turn up, the hash rate or the difficulty rate had gone up exponentially because other people had got their ASICs miners and the hash rate had gone up. So by the time my miner had turned up, the hash rate had gone up so much that I may as well have just been using my CPU as I was anyways, or using my graphics card as I was anyways. So what we found out, that this company was constructing the miners, then they were using them themselves in their own factory to mine Bitcoins. And they would mine Bitcoins with the device for 3 months, and then they'd ship them off, then they'd bowl them up, ship them off, and send them to their customers. In the interim, they've got a factory with about 5,000 of these things, slowly mining Bitcoins, ramping the hash rate up, and making a lot of money for themselves. So number one, you bought the device with Bitcoin. Number two, they're mining Bitcoins. They're making the hash rate go through the roof. So by the time you get the device, so the one I bought was a 5 gigahertz miner. When mine arrived, they already had released the 25 gigahertz miner. So the newer model, which was 5 times faster than mine, had 5 times the capabilities of mine, already on the floor. So that's why some of us weren't very impressed. So not only did I lose 30 Bitcoins, I also got an ASICs miner, which was bloody useless because the hash rate had gone off its head. And I just went, you know what? I'm out. I'm not doing this anymore. And the only reason I did it anyways is where I was renting, electricity was included in my room. So I used to just leave my computer on mining Bitcoins. At the moment, paying for my own electricity, there is no freaking way I'm doing that. And plus we're not in winter anymore, so I don't need the house to be toasty warm because of my computer.
The value is directly connected to supply and demand. So if a large amount of people started selling it, you would see it drop, and they would be selling it for less and less and less. So a lot of these people, they seem like they have a lot of Bitcoin, but really, if they were to start selling it, they would have less. So they have to hold on to it. And the next whale, they're counting on that guy to hold on to his too.
There's still some pretty serious prices going on with them. So
yeah,
someone's paying for it.
I'm just agreeing with you that there's a lot of shady practices associated with it.
Oh yeah, that's dodgy. Yeah.
And they can maintain power in a way just by holding the amount that they have. Like they're better off actually not selling it and holding on to it, because that's what gives them their ability to sell a small amount at a high rate.
I do not understand a single bit of it. I mean, it's Greek to me. No, I've tried to wrap my head around it. I mean, who's deciding what this shit's worth?
Well, say you have 1 million golden coins, but you only hand out a couple of them, like maybe 1,000 to people, and they're trading with these. But then all of a sudden you dump the rest of them into the population. The value of those original coins is going to diminish because there's far more of them.
Yeah, but who's deciding the value?
The people holding the coins. That's what I'm saying. And it keeps the value high because they're not selling it. They have so many that holding it actually influences the system.
But who's deciding how much they should get for it?
Well, what helps to decide it was people like me buying hardware to mine the coins in the first place. So if I've invested, say, $5,000 to mine the coins, all of a sudden now I mine one singular coin. My one coin has a value of $5,000 because I want my money back. So I'm going to hold that coin until the value is at $5,000 or greater. Let's say it jumps to $6,000 tomorrow. I sell my coin. There we go. The value is now set at $6,000 for one coin. Let's say I mine 100 coins.
And who wants it? And for what?
Because people can trade with them. So where we use fiat.
But now they've spent $6,000, right, on your coin. Now they want more than that back. So now somebody else is going to buy it because for $7,000 because people, that person. I just don't get it.
So the Bitcoin can be broken up into down to 1 millionth. So you're not just moving one Bitcoin, and that's a lot of people seem to miss that bit. But anyways, you can trade these for anything. So let's say you're a dodgy person who wants to get on the black market and buy a firearm, for example. Now you're untraceable. The banks can't touch you. The transfer is instant. This is what there's a couple of different areas that are all tied together with these coins. So if you're doing shady stuff, then they are excellent for doing this. But you've got to remember, the initial price wasn't $6,000. The initial price was only 30 cents.
Right, but you go to the weapons salesman, right? And he says this is worth $6,000, and you go, oh, here's my Bitcoin, or here's my crypto coin that I paid $6,000 for, and he goes, that's not what I'm going to think that's worth $50. Sorry, I'm not selling it to you.
No trade.
I'm not accepting it.
No trade. if he doesn't want that, then so be it. That's it. It's like if you and me are bartering. I've got 10 eggs and you've got some sausages that are made. No, that's definitely worth 20 eggs. No deal.
Okay. So if it's untraceable, right, and then you accept that, okay, now my coin's worth $50, even though I spent, I wanted $6,000 for it or whatever. Like, okay, and you trade it for $50, or $50 worth of whatever, right?
It brings the price down like a standard.
But where does that? How is that data collected? If it's untraceable, and it's like
that's where the system all links together back onto itself. So. This is not a 5-minute conversation.
So it does collect information. It collects information that someone used that coin for $50 worth of value.
When the guys are mining, they are producing lock tags, which are used to lock the data. So these are encryption keys. That's what they're mining. So these encryption keys, whenever you do a trade as a legitimate person who's going down the street buying his bread and milk and whatnot, every time you do a trade with someone, the encryption keys that are getting mined are the actual locking tags that support the information. Yeah, crypto is just glorified video game money. So there's a whole heap of things that are all locking it together. It's really crazy stuff. So the guys mining them are creating the encryption key tags, and as a token, every now and then they can have the probability of winning a coin.
Right, so
the
this
reason
is
they
where
mine
this is where
a chance of winning a coin.
Right, but this is where it gets iffy, because so if you wanted to come back into the system, right, like what's happened, we know what's happened with some people. They've gone to the bank and gone, I've got this much crypto, and they've gone, so what? We're not giving you jack
That's
shit
right.
for it.
So that's
it's
the
really
clash between converting to fiat and from another basically fiat currency. It's up
So
to
it's really
the
like a
traders
freelance
to come to an
economy.
agreement. Yes. So what is really
you could
good
be
about it?
you could be throwing away actual money that you could have used like on a house deposit or something, right? And then
maybe
you can't, right? So now no bank is going to honor your crypto, right? But you could find a private seller that's going to accept your crypto as a house
The reason
deposit
the
or
banks
something.
don't like it, to start off with, the banks should be using a system like this. The banks don't like it because the transfers are instantaneous. So if I say to you, oh, look, send me down some eggs, I'll give you half a Bitcoin, not that eggs are worth that much, and you go, yep, not a problem, deal. I go into my little account, I go T-dub, click, send, half. You've got it. That's it. I don't have to wait 48 hours for the banks to root around with it. I don't have to go down to
But
the
I don't
bank.
actually have money. I have crypto now. All right, so it's like
You have a token representing something.
There's a crypto
not money. It doesn't represent money though, unless you find somebody that's willing to trade you money for that.
Exactly.
Crypto ATMs. You can go and buy and sell there, and they connect it to your debit card. So they're already working on that as well with the crypto ATMs.
They're not so fast over here. The Australian banks are corrupt as they will deliberately take their time to mess about. Yeah, we are leading the way with digital ID. So watch this space.
So what about shops? Like, do you have to look out for places? Like, you have to actually, like, so if they've got a sign up on their counter, we accept crypto or a certain type of current cryptocurrency, you can spend
If you go
it
to a
there.
shop and they
otherwise
say they accept Bitcoin, then yes, you can trade Bitcoin there. So you can go in, and if Bitcoin's worth $1 million a coin, and you only want to spend $10, then you'll sell or trade 0.00 whatever of a coin. They can break down to
So it
1
works
million.
that way.
Oh,
Okay.
shit, yeah. So if you want to go and buy half a Bitcoin, you can buy half a Bitcoin. They are just a token. So you're transferring fiat crap to a
Right.
token.
But it all does start off with fiat currency. Because you can't get it unless somebody gifts you some crypto, right? You can't start off. You can't start off,
With
right?
Bitcoin, funny you should say that. With Bitcoin, there used to be Bitcoin faucets on some of the web pages, and you could click on a web page and try my luck, and they would drop a Bitcoin for you. So the web pages, the PCs that were running them were mining Bitcoins in the background, and when the Bitcoin thing first started, I had about 15 pages. I'd go click, 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 nothing. And you'd go through all the pages and you could randomly win a Bitcoin just by clicking on their pages.
So yeah, like you look at the amount of people that start buying into it, and will increase the value as well, right? So you don't have people willing to buy the coin is worth jack. So without people being willing to purchase the coin, right? It's almost like there's like privacy coins, right? There's different coins with different technology behind it. It's just like why Ethereum and stuff like that took off as well. Matrix, how diverse is your crypto portfolio?
I use a program called Lobster, and it can only hold 1,000 different digital things. So I'm at about 980, but I didn't specifically go out to buy Bitcoin. I have been watching the market, so every time something new comes out and they're worth absolutely stuff all, so you're talking 1/1,000,000th of 1 cent, I buy them. And my goal is hold on to them. Maybe they might go through the roof, maybe they won't. So I've purchased a whole heap of different stuff. So all I've tipped into the digital market is $3,500. That's it. And I've purchased all random stuff, all weird name things, like other sensible stuff too. Ford, Intel. Some of them are bogus ones. Some of them are legit. But my goal is for the long term, hopefully one of those ones that I bought $1 worth of and I have 1,000,000 of might come through. You know, if they go up to 10 cents, you know, and I happen to cash it out at the right time, and that's the other side of it. Yes, they may go up in value, but if you can't shift it, that's a you problem.
Yeah, that's kind of the catch-22 is trying to find somebody who's willing to pay for it when it does go up, if it's not one of the more popular ones.
So all you can do is you can set it as a trade. I can preset them as a trade, so I can buy something for 1/1,000,000th of 1 cent, and then I can set it for 10 cents. So I'm going to trade 1,000,000 of these when it hits 10 cents. Someone will look at that and go, I'm not paying 10 cents for that. It's not, no. And it'll sit there, and the trade will just sit there stalled in the background waiting for it. So if the price ever does go up and for whatever reason it goes through the roof and they start selling for above what I've got, naturally someone's going to buy mine first. So I'll be happy with that. So I can clean up there. So yeah, that's...
Yeah, no, I understand that aspect of it. I've seen the preset trading features on some of those sites, and yeah, I mean, like I never really got too into it. Like I had looked into it to see what the options were, right? So I learned about all that stuff. But I had Doge. I had like a bunch of Doge like back in the day, and then we had it on the trading platform. We never just kept it in the wallet because it was my buddy and my investment, and that server got hacked, and that coin went bye-bye. So we bought back into it, but with a smaller investment, and then Doge went crazy. And if we would have had the original amount of Doge that we had in the beginning, we would have had over $2 million, which sucks that we lost that opportunity. But like when Pirate Chain first came out, Pirate Coin, when that came out, I bought into it only because of the technology behind it. So if one day that thing takes off, I at least have a decent amount of it. So, but other than that, I don't really invest.
CSI was just a scattergun approach. Blast off a few shots. Hopefully I hit something. If I do, I do. If I don't, I've spent more than $3,500 on a bloody turbo for a car before. So putting it across multiple crypto coins and hoping one of them hits, it's not really a major thing. And it's not like I dumped it all at once either. It's been spread over, 4 years. So, yeah.
No, that's not a crazy dump, especially if like you said, all it takes is one of them to go crazy, and next thing you know, all of it's worth it. You know what I'm saying? So it's a smart play. Got a lot more chances to be successful. I just figure if people look into the I feel like if a lot of people look into the pirate coin as far as like how hard it is to hack when privacy becomes a more of a big thing, it is like the top tier as far as like its security. But
Matrix, you make a good point.
Okay, question. Oh, sorry, go on.
Oh, I was just going to say, you know, we probably spend, who knows, untold amounts of money per year on things that don't benefit us at all. So take your turbo, for instance. Like, is it enjoyable when it's, you know, in your car, whatever you had? Hopefully it was a Barra car, right? It's a lot of fun. Hopefully it was like one of those Utes with a Barra motor in it or something. But but if you take that money that you use for you know, your caffeine or your nicotine or your alcohol or whatever, and then you invest it, you're gonna gain. You don't have. People always talk about, oh, you should save your money. That's ridiculous. I've learned that over the last few years because I've been studying fiats. And why in the world would you save something that, as it sits, loses value? You might as well take it and put it towards something that gains value. And even if it's, people would say, oh, that's a gamble. Well, it's like, okay, well, you know, I bought a soda pop, but I could also buy a portion of a share that gains something that I could buy more with later. The idea of saving is actually kind of a really bad idea. Even from the biblical standpoint, it's promoted to invest rather than to bury the money. So anybody who has what they would call expendable quote unquote income, they should invest it. I don't care what it's in, invest it in something. Always the better idea.
Gold, silver.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I've kind of been doing that over the last few years. Got invested in a few things, which some can. It's kind of similar to crypto. Some things can jump in value. Some things can drop extremely, right? And you could end up with it being worth way less than what you invested. But I mean, so I've got a question, right? Can you use crypto to buy other crypto?
Yes, you can transfer between them. Some of them, not all of them. And different platforms will allow you to transfer different ones more easily than others.
So you could have so much invested in a certain type of coin, and then you're thinking this other coin's sort of like, oh, I think it might, you know, be doing something, and you've profited a little bit on your other coin, so you take that profit and you invest it in this other coin. Can you do that?
Yep. Some of them you can transfer directly, yes. So the platform that I use, Lobster, they've got their what's their base one is Lumens XLM. So that's their home, basically home brand. So when you invest, so if, say you want to buy crypto through them, the first thing you do is tip your money in, and they will transfer it directly to Lumens at whatever the current rate is, which is dictated by the market. So this is all stock market stuff now.
Now, are there like brokers out there?
You're your own broker.
But are there people out there saying, like, I'll just do the work for you, I'll just cash in a little bit of it, or whatever, or you pay?
About the trading site, and then there's fees for when you make the trades, so it becomes more expensive to make trade. So you want to be careful about making trades, right? Because it becomes like the fees become more money than the profit that you make on the trade, right?
That's what you've
got to be careful.
Yeah. So with some of the places,
they will say if more than 50% of your portfolio is in our local coin, so Lobster's got different tiers, so 25, 50, 75. Depending on how much of your portfolio is their particular product, they will offer you discounts on doing trades and how many things you can store and how many trades you can do. Like when I first jumped on, it used to be you could do up to 1,000 trades, no questions asked, no fee. Then after that, the fee is 1%. And that's every month.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's what.
Because you're kind of tempting me to look into it, but I mean, I'm just so iffy about it because it just seems like imaginary value to me. I mean, like you basically, it just seems to me like you are
you're old school
because
like
of the
that.
experience.
If you don't hold it, you don't own it.
Right, because of the experience that I've heard people have trying to cash in, like to get back their actual money. Right, it's like that makes me really weary. But it sounds like it could be more like sort of something faster than what I've been doing because, like I said, I've got a little bit of an investment, but it's like pittance, right? Like,
yeah,
you know, yeah. Like I've got a few trading cards that might be worth a couple of $100 each, but that's it. And that's if I'm lucky if I find a buyer, right? Like, you know what I mean? So. Yeah, but
trading cards and stamps and things. I get that.
But with decades, right? You hang on to them for decades. That's when you're looking at a lot of value for that type of thing.
Yeah,
like because it gets rarer and rarer. Cards, you know, the
one of my mates has got
the population gets
Magic
goes
the
down.
Gathering. He used to collect those cards, and one of his cards he said is worth about 20 grand.
Yeah, right.
So, not that I'm into Magic the Gathering, but yeah, that's crazy. And he said he's got a couple of other ones. He said they range from not worth wiping your bum with through to 20 grand. He said there's all different ones. But that's what I think. It's just crazy that a bit of cardboard with a picture on it could have that much value.
Right. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, like people probably, like there's probably a lot of people out there with things in their garage or in their attic or in their basement. They don't even realize that just how much it's worth. Yeah. They could put it on eBay right now and probably get 20 grand for it or something.
So the reason a lot of our crypto coins are hard to cash out, even though they've been cashed in, is because our banks don't like missing out on making money. So if you're making money outside of the system, our government doesn't like it because they don't get taxed. Our banking system doesn't like it because they own our government and they like making money for doing nothing.
Then why don't they just introduce a fee? I mean, they do it for everything else. Just say, yeah, sure, we'll cash that crypto in for you. It's going to cost you 25%.
1% or something. Yeah, put a number on it. We'll cash it in, no worries. We cash in all cryptos, but this is our fees.
Right, yeah. Why don't they just do that?
Because they want you as part of their system. They've already got a system. At the moment, we're supposed to use gold
if you
as
wanted
a trading.
They have a crypto. They're like, yeah, you could buy that and trade that and get cash for it, and it's just as good as cash.
Just
like Matrix was saying a few weeks ago, right? You were saying they're trying to force us into the digital ID and you know, force everything to be digital anyway. So, and that's so they could.
It kind of sounds like
your crypto. That's so they can go into the crypto world too, and control your finances, your crypto finances as well.
Right. Yeah, because it kind of sounds like those, you know, like there's businesses and that where you go and you get their dollars. So for every amount of something you spend, you get like basically coupons to spend.
I tell people that they should think of the nation that they live in, because this is worldwide at this point. You should think of your nation as a combination of like a Walmart, a country club and a casino, right? So, like the house always wins, and they will always take a cut of what you win in some form or fashion, right? Like if you were to go to a casino in Las Vegas or whatever here in the States, they're constantly trying to ask you to become a member of something. Become a member of this, right? So be a member, and these are the points that we'll give you, and you can redeem them in this way or the other way. And, you know, they're always trying to kind of game you to get into their system, and then hopefully just incrementally at a time, you're going to bleed stuff off to them. And so,
yeah, live in our motel for 5 weeks, right?
Right. And so the currency that you use, think of it as a poker chip. Okay. Well, if you walk around and you never use the poker chip, it gains nothing. But if you use it here or there, you might get bennies here or there. But ultimately, the house always wins. But in the meantime, if they're going to take a cut, you might as well go ahead and gain while you're there. The thing is, you have to be a good investor or a good gambler. So some people know how to go and play blackjack and count cards. Some people know to go to the slot machines near the entrance because they usually pay out. Not a lot, but a little. You know, so you actually have to learn how the casino works. So eventually you will gain, and hopefully you'll gain faster than you would if you were outside working a job. So investment is kind of like that. It is a casino. It will always be, but no one to put it into the slot, no one to take it out, no one to go and cash in your chips. And there's some people out there that treat the market and crypto and everything kind of like that, where they will recognize patterns, put their chips in, and then take them out, take their profit, even with the tax and everything, and gain a little bit. And hopefully it's more than it would be if you were working a 9 to 5. But it takes some time to study that. It takes people to know that. But the chips, at the end of the day, the chips aren't worth anything. Neither is the gold. Neither is the cash. It's all worth nothing. You don't own anything. That's one thing I think people probably should understand the most. You don't own anything. If you own a pencil on your desk, they're probably going to let you keep it because it means nothing to them. But your car has a certificate of title. That certificate of title means that you are adopting the control over the physical item. You're going to pay the taxes, the registration fee, everything like that. They hold true title because they have certificate of origin, because you bought it with their poker chips, whatever that might be. If it's EU, if it's USD, if it's the Australian money, you bought it with their chips, and so you can use it, but they decide what happens to it ultimately. If you default on anything having to do with tax, registration, all that stuff, they take their property back. That means the item and the control and the equity in that particular item. It's you just have to know how to game the system if you're going to do it.
That was a good points there, says who. So you guys all ready for Indio is supposed to be debating some other guy. Well, not a debate, supposed to be having a discussion in about 25 minutes. He said it was happening on politics.
Really?
Really? Did the debate start, John?
Well,
25 minutes.
In that
In
case,
25 minutes on politics?
I might go and peg my washing out, and I'll go and sharpen my swords up and go and sit in politics and remove numpties. I'll catch us over there, guys.
Okay, I will jump into politics too.
Hello, guys.
Hello, how you doing, bud?
I'm great. I'm great. How are you?
I'm good. Just a bit busy at the moment.
Hey Moses, do you remember my voice?
Muzux is a bot.
Is a
It's
bot?
just there for playing music. Yeah, it's a
Really?
bot. It's
Then who
music
was talking to me the last time?
I don't know. I don't remember the last time you were here, Sultan.
You all guys are a flat earther?
You might have been talking to a recording. I don't know if you thought it was responding to you, but maybe it was just a recording of something, like a conversation that's already taken place on one of our platforms. I'm not sure.
I don't know.
Maybe the owner
It was a lot
of
of
it was
people
talking
there.
to you through it. I don't know.
I actually came out with another theory for the flat earther. Is anyone here a flat earther? Or want to talk with me about it? Hello?
Sure, shoot. What's your theory?
Okay, actually, we think about the Earth is more like a toilet paper shape, like cylindrical shape, not a spherical shape. It
Or
has approximately
nor
the same
a
area.
spherical nor a flat. It is neither of them. It's like a cylindrical shape, like the toilet paper shape. Go on.
Yeah, exactly. So, anyone here want to talk about this?
Anyone here have interest to talk about this?
All right. So what we're discussing, right, though, is like what we're saying about the Earth is not a shape claim. So we're not saying it has a particular shape at all. We're just saying that whatever shape it may be, right, it's the surface that we live on. The surface part that we live on is planar. It's flat.
Planar, yeah. But how a planar shape could have an undefined shape? It's a planar.
Well,
it's
like a
by
lake.
itself, it's a defined shape. How when we
bit like
say
a
a
lake.
planar shape, you say I don't know its shape. It just pop out at your mind. Plane. Just you know what I mean? But our theory is a improved theory of this one.
We can say it's like an approximate shape, not exact, but it has a lot sense.
Than yours, guy.
Okay. So what's your like? How did you come to this conclusion?
Okay.
We go out and measure it actually.
We can say it's like cylindrical shape, like the coil, magnetic coil, with the magnetic field. It's actually the gravity. It's like the gravity in this shape. The gravity, like the coil, magnetic field, has a north pole and south pole, and in the both, it has a strong magnetic effect. That makes it in those poles not an exact shape, not have an exact mass or like a real shape.
Make an
we can say.
illusion.
Exactly, like an illusion.
So that explaining why when the scientists or the scientists that go out to the space when they take a picture to the Earth, it appears like it's a spherical shape, not
Something like a black hole, or it makes an illusion of a surface, but it's not. It's black actually. So the shape of sphere is the shape of Earth have this shape like a coil, because the gravity works with the same way, like the magnetic field of coil. That's why the gravity is with this way, and making the shape of coil, you can say, like attracting any metal. That's same exactly what goes for us when we attract it to the surface.
Anyone has any question about this? Come on, guys, ask us.
Field?
What?
What magnetic field?
What magnetic field?
Which magnetic field?
The Earth is one.
Yeah, the Earth.
Yeah, it's generating the magnetic field.
Yeah, where does the magnetic field of the Earth come from?
From the core of the cylindrical shape.
We can go to the atomic size, and we can see the spin of the electrons.
You know, the core and the crust of the Earth, they are rotating around each other. They generating, they generating it, this magnetic field.
Yeah. How is that possible?
How is that possible?
It's like the spinning
actually,
of electrons in atoms. The spin in two directions that make a magnetic field.
Yeah. Here for you in the chat box. Where is the other guy? Herolos.
Yeah, I'm here.
So how is that possible? How is it possible that the molten iron core creates a magnetic field when the temperature at the molten iron core is above the Curie temperature of the iron? And you can see the definition of Curie point.
Yeah, I'll give you just an example. It's not exactly a magnetic field. It's somehow a magnetic field. It's
Wait a minute. Let me explain this. Okay, let me go over it. So the only thing that you can say, the only thing left for you to say is actually silence, because the Curie point, the Curie temperature. I will read you the answer from the AI. Also known as the Curie point is the temperature at which certain materials lose their permanent paramagnetic or ferrimagnetic properties and become paramagnetic. So it means at these temperatures, it is impossible for the molten iron core to create a magnetic field through the so-called geodynamo, okay? The rotation of the molten iron core is called geodynamo, and the claim is that that creates a magnetic field. But when the iron is molten, even before it's molten, it loses its properties of magnetism.
Okay.
So it cannot create.
Who gave these informations to AI? Those are scientists.
Excuse me.
And
This is
I
a
am-
scientific fact. Hey. Can you see that? Do you want me to post the other?
Please don't interrupt him.
You can go
That's
on
not a way
YouTube.
to talk.
You could. Hey, don't tell us what the way to talk is. You can go to YouTube.
You shush
Okay.
him up
You
and
can go to YouTube.
say,
You can go to YouTube. And I have a friend. When I told him this thing, he's called Matrix. He told me, yeah, now I remember. He worked in a fabric where they produced iron bars and they used magnetic cranes to lift the iron bars.
Okay,
So
let me
when
ask-
the iron bars, can I finish talking? When the iron bars came out, he said
don't you
they
let me finish
had to let me finish. He said they had to let the iron bars cool down. Otherwise, they were not able to lift them by magnetic cranes. So this is not only a scientific fact. This is also everyday knowledge for people who work with molten iron. So don't tell me who wrote this in the AI and it is fake. Okay, come with another answer, please.
Okay,
For example, Matthew Learns, who is a professor and a Glober, he said the best answer he gave is that science is not exact and it's not always correct.
Okay.
Go ahead.
What-
You can answer now.
What make for you as a thing is scientific and not scientific? In your perspective.
Bro, this is not this is your science, your professors,
I am
your
talking to you.
priests.
I'm talking
And
to
it is
you.
also, don't look at me, don't trash at me. Bro, this is not only your own science and the claims of your priests of scientism, this is also everyday known knowledge. Factually, physically, people who work in iron factories know these facts, okay? So don't try to play games with words.
What make it facts and what make it not a fact?
Wait, Carlos, I want to say
I
something.
just told you what makes it fact. It is your fact, the fact of your science, and additional to that, it is the fact which everyone sees who works in iron fabrics, in fabrics where they produce iron bars, iron things. They work with molten iron.
Okay, when
But I
everyone
want to say
look at
something.
NASA
Wait.
and say it's spherical, so they are right or wrong? They are
Who will
working on
want
it
to pull
every day.
a molded metal anyway? Who will want to magnetize a molten metal? Of course, nobody will try that. Is that why they waited to cool
No
down
one can
and
do
then
that.
they
No one can do that. No one can
No,
do
that
that.
wanted to do
It goes against the nature of iron. Iron loses. This is your own science, your own scientific fact. And it is also everyday fact for people who worked with iron. So why are you circle jerking around it? Okay, just say something logical. Just say, okay, I don't understand it. I didn't know that. So this means that the explanation of molten iron core creating the magnetic field is false. Scientifically, it is false. The only thing you can say, okay, to show that you are an honest person, the only thing you can say is, I'm sorry, I didn't know that.
Okay. Okay, I'm sorry, I didn't know that. But I want to ask you, in this way, if those people that working in NASA are right or wrong, they are working on it every day.
Excuse me. Why are we talking about NASA? We are talking about
We are
iron
talking about
and the
shape of
Curie
Earth.
temperature.
We are
And
talking about the shape of Earth.
But now we are talking
Can you
about
let him
iron.
finish?
That iron cannot have the temperature. No, don't talk about NASA. Talk about how is it possible for molten iron core to create
I have already
a
said
magnetic
I am
field.
sorry and didn't know it, and you are right. I am asking a new question and entering a new conversation, we can say.
Okay. It was not clear that you said
I
you
have said
didn't know
already, I
that.
am sorry.
Yeah, okay. I'm sorry if I required from you to say you are sorry. You don't have to apologize for receiving false information. Okay. I will also apologize for requiring from you to apologize for that. But it was correct to say that you should know that you didn't know that, and this does not make sense. And you would also like to understand then how the molten iron core is able to create. Yeah, that is the furthest thing that I want. That's why I apologize that I required from you to say sorry. I didn't mean that. It was false from you. Okay.
Okay, it's okay. It's okay. So, actually,
you can go now to the new subject.
I am asking now about the NASA that saying that shape of
You want a curiosity about Neil Armstrong? Priest?
Yeah, go ahead. Sorry, I was distracted with someone talking to me in the room.
No, I wanted to say you're a nice guy, bro. You always been here, like speaking good to the people about these things. You're a nice person. I don't know. I have the feeling I have to tell you because maybe people doesn't tell you, you know?
Yeah, thank you. It's great to feel appreciated.
Of course, man.
Hey, also, thank you to you for making us feel comfortable enough to answer your questions without feeling like we're being combated at or attacked or retarded or whatever. Thank you for being a good interlocutor, bro.
Yeah, man. This is the God of love, the love of God and the love of your mom and your dad. How you got born and everything, man. So important.
You're perfectly human, made from the dust. And if you know you're a son, you're created by the God that loves you and cares for you. You know who you are. Because I know who he is.
How many percent? I want to know how many percent of flat earthers they don't believe in God. You know?
I mean, there are some, and I get the idea because a lot of atheist logic kind of matches, flat Earth. But the difference is that a lot of flat earthers will parse out the difference because a scientific claim is in the physical and natural world. A supernatural understanding of a God, that's different. That has to do with the supernatural
It's like
world.
they make a movie instead of a book. Literally, they make look at the human real think that the world is an object, and when you make the ideal of an object, is easy to manipulate these kind of things, and the human brain, of course.
I would suspect that most flat earthers would at least have to believe in the supernatural because there's no natural explanation for the Earth being flat, and there's no natural explanation for
get
how it
off
came
your
about.
bike. There's no
Jim,
natural explanation for it. Here's an idea. It's measured flat. So why would I naturally assume something other than it is flat if it's measured as such, Matthew?
Matrix, I'm talking about the origin of the universe, the origin of the flat Earth. There's no like non.
All right, okay.
Non
Did God create?
Explanation.
Are you you wouldn't be advocating for an unnatural formation of the Earth, would you?
Yes, I think that the Earth came about due to.
So God didn't create it then? So God didn't create it; nature created it.
No, I just said there was no nature. It's not a natural explanation. It's a supernatural explanation.
So you're saying that the Earth is of supernatural origin?
Yes.
Oh, you're not advocating for it having a natural origin?
No.
Oh,
You believe
okay,
it's the Big Bang?
But I was saying that
I see what you're saying. I see.
if you're a flat earther, then there is no natural explanation.
Right. But with the globe, there's either the supernatural or the
right.
I don't get it, bro. I'm Spanish, man.
I actually think that the natural explanation for the globe is incorrect. So I believe in the supernatural either way.
Yes, but okay, I misunderstood. Supernatural, you mean yes, I agree on that as well. Do you defend we live in a containment world?
No, I think that there's no container. I think that God
my God.
left the universe open to
Wow, bro, I can't even listen to you because this is physics. I can prove you in 2 minutes that we live in a containment world and I have 25 years. And I speak Spanish, studying in French.
Okay.
English as a fourth language.
Nice.
Promise, man. I'm not more than you or something. It's literally basics of it. And the same as do you defend the sun is far away?
I think the sun is 94 million miles away, yes.
Oh, no, this is a character, bro. This is not true, bro. I can't remember. How you can say that when you look at the sun going through a cloud and it comes as a pyramid shape? Can you tell me?
What does if I see a cloud, what does that have to do with the distance of the sun? I don't
You need when the sunlight goes through a cloud, right? You know the shape of the sunlight going through a cloud. It comes out as a pyramid shape, right?
Oh, you mean you're talking about the sun's rays appear to diverge?
Yep. Geometry of the sunlight, even the reflection, even in the water. You know?
Yeah, I would say that those are actually parallel, that it just looks like they're diverging.
You would say? What would say the science, same as feminism, doesn't representing the meaning of the word?
What does feminism have to do with the distance?
Same as science, because it doesn't represent what it means by the word. Science doesn't represent what it is. The meaning of the word. You get me?
Science is science?
I'm saying science doesn't represent what it means. Same as feminism.
Okay.
I don't think I know everything, you know? I'm 25 years old. I have to learn a lot of things. But everywhere I go, there's no curvature. I look at the horizon with cameras worth than 15,000 euros, looking more than 100 kilometers, and there's no curvature. As well with flights, you cannot go from Peru to Australia. You have to stop in Los Angeles. When you look at the map from 1982, no, 1892, sorry. That map, it represents literally the empirical proof of the Earth. We could say the map of the Earth, and not what they teach you at the school.
No, wait a minute.
Sorry for my English is too late.
You can go from Santiago, Chile to Sydney, Australia without stopping in Los Angeles, right?
Now, in these days, they tell you can. But if you look at the companies, okay, those companies...
Yeah, Qantas.
Huh?
Qantas is the airline that does that.
Yeah, Qantas. Yes, I'm Spanish. I did this, I was in Peru, Lima. And from Peru, Lima, you couldn't go to Australia. And I stopped in Lima because I had to stop. I was in Colombia, and before I was in Costa Rica. So I did all of this. Even the Panama Canal proves about no curvature, at least in that place. At least. Same as train rails in Australia. That's about it. Same as the sea level is rising. Of course, if we live on a sphere and the North and South Pole is becoming water, the ice, of course, it will raise. The water will raise, but it's not because we don't live in a sphere, and there's no climate change as well. Mm.
Well, I don't mind climate change. Like, dude,
And
if
they
there's
change the world.
seasons, I can't not accept that there's a possibility that there's greater seasons, like a greater summer, a lesser summer, a greater fall, a lesser fall. I can't not
I
speculate on
believe in
something.
that. I believe in that because of now. Because now they manipulate the weather. But they
Now,
had to change the name of the meaning. They had to change the name because before it was global warming. After the sea level rising,
well,
after
yeah,
the hole in
exactly.
the
The sea
yes,
level shit. That's when I'm like,
yes,
yes.
of course, bro. They had to change it. Same with the monkeypox. With vaccines, let's go. Monkeypox. They had to change the meaning of it, bro, because there's traces. And don't let me
We
speak
don't
about this
talk
because I
about
will get in
vaccine
trouble, man.
crap in here. Yeah, thank you.
Sorry.
Dude.
It's disgusting, man.
Yeah, I don't understand apart from like taxation or something weird, or like I don't understand why they keep trying to push this narrative that the sea levels are rising when it's clear and observable that that's not happening.
Because they changed the name to climate change. That's why they found the biggest, the smartest thing to do. Use it, this word, climate change. If it is warmer, it's climate change. If it is colder, it's climate change. If it rains, climate change. If it doesn't rain, climate change. Always.
Well, I don't think there's necessarily climate change, but what I have noticed is I've always been a sky junkie,
You mean the
and
line, the
I caught
chemtrail?
I caught the first tetrad and the moon turning red. And that was that 2011 or 2013? It was later than that, I think. But ever since then, and it was supposed to be rare, I've noticed the moon is turning red more frequently. And if, like in my brain, if I hyperlapse, like if I set a camera up and I hyperlapse the moon from 2014 till like 2025, it looks like the moon's flashing red very slow, like it's blinking red. Like it just flashes red and then it like goes white for a while, then it flashes red again. Eventually it starts blinking and flashing red and white, and then eventually it just stays red. Like if we go at the continued rate, I think the moon is going to stay red because it's happening very frequently. And they keep calling it weird names like, oh, a super blood moon, a lustful love moon, a rose ginger moon, and all this weird stuff. And it's like, dude, you guys are now just making up names to come up with some weird excuse for something strange that's going on that you can't explain. They're trying to say that the moon is rusting. And it's some kind of weird.
Man, I have to go. It was a pleasure to speak, you know? And I hope I see you again. All right?
Yeah, I'll be around. Take care, brother. Good talking to you, man.
Take care, man. See ya.
Hope you got what you needed.
Same, man. If you need something, you know.
Rusty Moon Theory. Rated R. Starts Friday.
Yes, says who there was supposed to be a debate The person who was going to be here, they didn't know if they could get here right at 8, which is now, so it might be later.
Fair enough. Thank you, Dandelion.
You're welcome.
We got Matthew in the meantime.
Well, Matthew just thinks everything. He thinks the moon is 238,000 miles away. He thinks that the
I thought it
sun
was
is.
going to be a fucking math problem. Shit. All right.
That's what another squawk.
Wow.
I'm let down.
Yeah, I think the username of this person, well, actually, I don't know if that's actually the debater. I know there's a person with the username something like the smartest person in the world. That person's involved in setting up this debate somehow. I don't know if they're actually the debater or just the originator, but anyway, hopefully it will happen at some point.
I'll tell you this, Piddle Tits is that's original.
Oh, do you have original proof of curvature of the globe?
I'm sorry. Is that what we're debating here?
Yes, that is it. Yes.
This is a flat earther, and we're looking towards curvature.
Well, yeah, they claim that we live on a sphere, right? So if we did, you'd be able to measure curvature. So do you have any evidence of that happening?
I didn't know 24/7 flat Earth. You know what? I probably clicked in faster than I looked. That's interesting. Yeah. I spent about a year and a half talking to my superior, who is a flat earther, and us debating back and forth. And he's my superior. I can't not talk to him. So I struggled to tell him so many different ways how the Earth is round, and he just, every time I showed him new evidence, he just said, "Well, what aboutism?" Or, So
So you have evidence prepared. We would love to see it.
Yeah. Well, I would say, why don't you just look at spacecraft, but you're going to say that's not trustable.
Well, why don't you tell us what convinces you? So you're saying spacecraft is what has convinced you that you live on
Mathematics makes me believe it's true.
Oh, in what way? Please elaborate.
Yeah, I take a look at whatever I see up in the stars, right? I see the orbits of planets, and they all kind of coincide with, if we all have gravity, and we're all orbiting around a sun, right? It seems like they're periodic. It works in the way that we understand it. Now, it could be that we've got the constant wrong. It could be that we got the mass of these planets wrong. That could be it. I'll give it to you.
Yeah, so you're looking up in the sky and you're seeing things move around, and you're told that they're orbiting a sphere, but you don't actually have any evidence that that's what they're doing.
Well, I mean, I could look at the SpaceX flights, which are, firsthand, well, not firsthand accounts, obviously, but like they're constant video streams of things getting launched up, and you can see them going up, and eventually you see a curvature. Or not, right? You could look at many of the countless YouTubers that have put up, their little balloons where they fill them with helium and they send them up, and they can see what looks very flat because they're not high, but does have a slight curve. Like it all, and it's kind of really lining up with my education. I'm not gonna lie, my education does give me a bias, right? So, yeah, it all seems to make sense.
Did your superior supervisor explain?
Oh, he left the company. Yeah, he was removed because he was he didn't perform so well.
Oh, well, that was not my question, but that's fascinating. My question was, did he discuss with you the measurements that demonstrate that there is no measured curvature or drop over distance, such as the long distance observations, the laser tests, the horizon observations. Did he tell you about any of those?
This is a weird thing too, because I live in Niagara, so I just go to the lake and I look at Toronto. I can see that like ships do disappear from the bottom up, right? So like this is just, but that's anecdotal. You're not going to accept that, obviously.
Yeah, I won't accept it because it's been conclusively demonstrated that the reason this occurs is because of the limitations of human vision and angular resolution that makes objects seem to disappear from the bottom up, which can be easily
But it's
recreated.
not human vision. Like we zoom in on it with digital cameras.
Yeah, when we do that, we see that we can make the object or the ship that we thought had disappeared, we can make it come back into our vision because it never actually did disappear.
Has never been shown.
It's been shown on multiple occasions. Sasha has a video of it. There's multiple videos. I mean, the video, I wouldn't expect you to take a video as evidence because I will also reject your space videos, but you could just go and do it. You could go to the shore and you could observe that for yourself. It's just a common phenomenon. I've seen it myself. So you see how it's being demonstrated here, that if you were on the beach and you weren't zoomed in, which is the zoomed out portion. Let me at least explain the evidence that's been presented by Sasha 10 minutes after the hour. When you're standing on the beach, it appears that the horizon is empty. You do not see a ship, but when you zoom in, there is the ship. So you have not changed your location. So if you were just watching that sailboat sail away, you would have maybe thought, if you were, continuing to believe the propaganda and myths about ships disappearing over the horizon, you might think that's what you'd
Have
seen.
you ever been there while he was taking an observation?
Okay, I will answer that question after I finish my sentence. I was almost to the end. But if you zoomed in on it, you would see it was still there. Yes, I have done this myself. I have, if I could go to my computer and get something that looks almost the same as this,
There was an instance where you saw a ship go over the horizon in real life with your eyes, and then you zoomed in and saw it.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and you could do the same if you cared enough. The point is, any of these demonstrations are just showing you that the claimed drop over distance that would be necessary for a sphere is not actually measured in reality. So the ships over the horizon.
I think we are at odds, right? Because I believe in a world of physics and observation. And demonstrable observation where I record what I see and show to other people. Yeah. It seems like what you're saying is I saw it there, so you need to believe me that I saw this.
No, that's not what I'm saying. To the contrary, I would prefer, and it's interesting that you've known someone and had ongoing discussions with them, but you never felt like going out to test it for yourself. As
I live in Niagara. I have done it. I have tested it. Yes. I've done it myself.
Can you present? Okay, so well, before it gets too far away, we can go back and discuss the laser test evidence that I just put into the chat. But if you have evidence of your own test, by all means, that you just explained how it needs to be documented and so on, please put it in the side chat there.
I think that my test has been like what many people have done before. Nothing that I have done is remarkable. It's just what accepted science is.
Oh no! Accepted science.
Do you just want to make sure that somebody that you know confirms what accepted science is?
I know that anyone who.
How about you post your test instead of sidestepping?
Yeah, I mean that's what I originally asked, was to post this test that you're.
I'm not going to do it right now, anyways.
Yeah, of course you're not.
So you've got nothing.
But yeah, I also know that anyone who uses the phrase accepted science is highly questionable and is operating out of a, faith in the men in the white coats that you think.
By the way, I have to ask, do you have a college education? And I don't mean this in a pejorative. I just wonder, because, I'm trying to understand where people's thoughts come from.
Yeah, what's funny is I don't even feel like disclosing that because most people who are highly educated can tell. Like, for me, it takes 5 to 10 minutes.
Well,
but it's
dude,
not necessary.
I apologize.
No, you don't.
Yeah.
Sorry, go on.
Yeah,
I
it's cool. Yeah, it's cool. So you're not going to post your evidence. That's fine. That's what you're not. You're refusing to post this evidence that you say is so obvious.
I'll be back. No, I'll be back. I just don't have it right
We'll
here,
wait.
obviously.
Okay, we'll wait. We'll be here 24/7.
No. Next week, right?
That's good.
I'll show you things going from the ground.
We can wait. We know you've got nothing. It's all good. We're patient.
I mean, I live here. Yeah, it's not that hard.
Some of these, hey, Fiddle, check it out. Some of these guys have been here for 10 years. Another week's not going to hurt them.
Yep.
Yep, we are waiting for 7-8 years. 1 week will not change anything.
The weird thing is, though, is like I provided like more evidence to people that are less convinced, and they just refuse.
All you provided is anecdotes. That's it. You've backed it with no evidence.
Just one advice for you. Geometry, you come there, then you show the height, distance, and a drop, and you will have a sphere. It's easy. In reality, of course.
How do we come to some common ground?
Then you will have a sphere. Man, I want to help you. Then you will have a sphere.
I don't need you to help me. No, I don't need. I want to come to the common ground on common ground with the fucking ground troops.
Can geometry help?
No, the person that was cussing me out right there, the Australian. What's your name?
Think I'm cussing you out? Yeah, you wait for it. You made it with no proof, mate. You're all talk. Go and get your proof. Come back next week like you said you were going to do. We're cool with that.
I might be all talk, but I want to know you.
Oh, you want to know me?
Yeah.
Well, how about you know this? You've got no measured drop over distance. If we live on a ball, there would be measurable curvature. There is none measured. So all your talk of space and all your other bullshit means absolutely sweet diddly until you prove drop over distance. Measured drop over distance. This is a question of geometry. That's all. So your education level and your physics PhDs or whatever else bullshit you're going to claim means sweet FA in here.
I ain't got no PhD. I'm just a normal...
So here's you questioning other people's education levels and you're a doormat. That's fantastic.
No, I'm just a bachelor of science that looks at science.
So which field of science deals with shapes?
Matrix, I'll just go ahead and tell him, that I have a higher education
I do want to talk to you,
though. I do have a higher education level than you. I'll go ahead and tell you that since you asked.
Perfect. Yeah.
So, since you're an expert scientist, which field of science deals with shapes?